Make sure that's the birthday. I think so. You'll be the birthday furniture. You got to keep that 45
Good morning, how are you?
We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay close by.
About 12, 15 minutes. I'm not too far.
So nice.
Yes.
Joe, of course, forgot half the stuff at the hotel, so I had to go back to the hotel. Working with all men.
At least it's not that far.
No, it's not far.
Could be worse, could be worse.
Yeah. They found it?
Smash me up again. It's almost Mike. Hey, Mike. You're just gonna stream on the room school.
I asked her if she's kind of I have a money she did this course, so she said she's trying to get scheduled. Next year. Hey, how's it going? Oh, yeah.
All right, good morning. We're going to get started here. For those that don't know me, I'm Mike Shipley, one of the executive board members. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? You got it off? Okay. So first off, I want to thank everybody for coming. Appreciate you guys making the drive here and spending the next couple of days with us. I know some are just here for one day, and I know there are several more that aren't even here yet. So we'll welcome them when they do get here. Are you streaming? Okay. So we are live streaming this on our OKSE YouTube page. And then I think we're going to have so we have this is the main floor here. On the second floor, right below us, I think there's a lecture hall. So later on, when we get to the different agendas, I think we don't split off until after 2 o'clock today, I think is the first time. So on the elevator that you came up to the third floor, if you get off on the second floor, you'll see a lecture hall right off that. And then the other breakout is in the Bixby Esports room, and you have like red arrows on the ground pointing you. It's a walk. We made that walk yesterday, but I think we all think it's going to be a great opportunity for some of the hands-on coaching capabilities to actually get in an esports room and have that opportunity to get some in-depth coaching there. So the first thing this morning, all we want to do is do some introductions. So what I'm going to do is start off with the executive team here. They'll introduce themselves, and if you're a Scissortail region director, maybe say which region you're with. Then we'll pass the mic around. Everybody give a chance for everybody to put a face with a name. And then I'm gonna after you guys all go, I'm gonna go around to the different vendors and let them share what they do, what they have there to offer. If they want to say anything else, they're more than welcome to, because we do appreciate all of our vendors showing up and supporting what we're doing here. And then as we go around, then we'll end up back there in the corner is the OSSA. We have our directors there for the esports, and then they're going to share about the OSSA OKSE partnership and all what that entails. So I guess first up.
Hi, I'm Brian Morris. I am the High School Southwest Scissortail Regional Director. I am your Middle School Executive Director and also your Elementary Director as well. That's the Little E-League. We're expecting really good things out of the middle school and elementary this year. And if you have any issues at all, please let me know.
If you're not doing those currently, we'd love to have it expand and have your school join.
Joshua English with Cache Public Schools. I am the treasurer on the board. So when you guys are making your payments or have any question, you go to Mike or email me about that business. League-wise, I'm one of the directors for the Bison League. And if you're in Southwest Oklahoma in a Bison school and need some help or whatever, I'll be your point of contact.
I'm James Swigert. Jimmy, as most people know me, I'm with Yukon Public Schools. I work at the high school up there. I am under the Bison division, but we'll be doing a SPED esports division this year for OKSE.
Awesome. I'm Matthew Strait. I'm the Bixby High School esports coach. So obviously we're hosting. So glad to have everyone here. Excited to see what happens the next 2 days. I just want to thank Mrs. Buchanan over here, my assistant, and then Hopkins. Yeah, he's the middle school coach. And then we have a couple of parents and students helping around. So, by the way, so if you get a little confused, just try to find someone that has a Bixby something, and they should point you the correct direction. I'm the Bison exec over the Northeast Division. So yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Hi, I'm Luke Steelman. I am the esports coach at Heritage Hall, and I'm also serving as a Scissortail exec and secretary on the board. Thanks.
I'm Tyler Kramer. I am the esports coach at Webbers Falls, and I'm also a Scissortail Northeast director. So anybody in the Northeast, the best part of the state, reach out to me with any questions.
Hi, I'm Jessica Weaver. I am with Moore High School. I'm the esports coach there. I am a Bison exec. I basically cover central Oklahoma City area for Bison.
Awesome. Everybody up here, the one thing that is definite is the passion for our kids, and esports is there. So anybody will be willing to help you if you need it. So we'll go around.
I'm David Davidson. I'm the esports coach at Braggs.
I'm Jimmy Williams. I'm the esports coach at Lexington.
I'm Matthew Warren. I'm the esports coach at Pulse Valley.
I'm Uriel Luna. I'm the middle school esports coach at Clinton Middle School.
Nick Cooper. I am middle school and high school esports coach at Depew.
I'm Jordan Balmer. I'm the esports coach at Westville High School.
I'm Caleb Swank. I coach alongside Mr. Balmer as a coach at Westville.
I'm Mike Oppen. I'm an assistant coach at Lexington.
I'm Kaylee Stewart. I'm the head esports coach at Southmore.
Hello, I'm Jacob Gray. I'm the coach over at Norman North High School.
I'm Brock Wolf. I'm the coach at Atoka.
Kyler Drake. I'm the head esports coach for middle school and high school at Davis.
Bailey Crosby. I'm middle school and high school esports coach at Urick.
I'm Joseph Scroggins. I'm the lead media producer for RSU Esports.
Hi, I'm Holden Craig. I'm the head coach at Rogers State University.
My name is Cale Richardson. I'm the middle school coach at Dale Public Schools.
I'm Grayson Dean. I'm the esports coach at Crosby Park Elementary in Lawton.
I'm Steve Briggs, head coach at Epic Charter Schools.
Misty Chestnut, Manford Middle School esports coach.
Hello, I'm Chad Woods, esports coach in Blackwell.
Hi, I'm John Fickus. I'm the IT director at Blackwell Public Schools.
Ian Rand, esports, Punk City.
I'm Aaron Watkins. I'm the middle school and high school coach from Tushka.
Hi, I'm Brock Smith. I am the esports coach at Oilton.
Deborah Edwards, esports coach at Gracemont.
Nikki Birch. I'm the coach at Ripley Middle School and High School.
I'm Aaron Schatz. I'm the assistant coach at Gracemont.
Sean Tyndall over at Bridge Creek High School.
Corey Edgington, the owner of T-Town Esports.
Joshua Fanning, coach at Quapaw Middle School and High School.
I'm Gunnar Cleveland from Tenkiller.
James Paschal, esports coach at Owasso.
Craig Slushman, Beaver, Oklahoma, esports everything.
Zachary Hopkins, Bixby Middle School.
I'm Melissa Buchanan. I'm assistant esports coach here at Bixby High School.
I'm Dylan Young, and I'm the esports coach at Calumet.
The thing I love about it is we have all four corners of the state represented here today. And then there's, twice or three times as many not even here today. So it's awesome. We'll go around through the vendors here.
Hey, everybody. I'm Carson Cooper. I work with ImageNet Consulting. We're an Oklahoma-based company celebrating 70 years this year. We help a lot of local businesses and specialize with education. A lot of folks know us for our copier and printer services, but we also do managed IT, document management, and audiovisual solutions. So one of the reasons I'm really excited to be here today, just to meet you guys, talk about any needs that you guys might have, be a resource for you. Anything from what you guys see in a fully integrated room like this to esports specific technology to IFPs in the classroom. So I know there's a lot of coaches and IT directors here today. I'd love to meet you guys and be a resource for any needs you guys might have or any upgrades you might see in the future. So thanks everybody for driving so far and hope to meet everybody today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bronson French. I'm here with BTC Broadband. We've been here in the Bixby local community for over 110 years as a telephone provider. We became an ISP for internet back in the 90s. My team and I were managed IT solutions and cybersecurity providers, and we work with many schools across the state, but we're especially proud to power Bixby Esports locally as a sponsor. Feel free to take anything you see from this table. I do not want to carry anything back to the car. So excited to meet everybody. Thanks for having us.
Good morning, everybody. Kevin King from United Systems. I'm the coordinator there, and it's great to be here along with Mike Shipley and everybody. It's good to see everyone. We are a managed IT service provider as well as products. We've been around for 40 years in Oklahoma City, United Systems. We are the #1 E-Wave provider of schools and education in the state, and it's great to be here, and we look forward to serving some of your technology needs.
I'm Taylor Lambert from United Systems. I'm an account executive. We do everything from networking equipment, workstations on your desk, the display boards, pretty much anything you need technology-wise, give me a call. We also provide managed services. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Paige Littlefield. I'm from the K20 Center at the University of Oklahoma in Norman. If you're not familiar with K20, it's a statewide education nonprofit that partners with schools to provide professional learning and grant opportunities and educational research. One of those initiatives is the Oklahoma Educational Technology Trust, which is the project I work on. I'm really proud to tell you that since 2021, OETT has invested about $640,000 in Oklahoma esports through a competitive grant process. If you're interested in that, those grants are about $40,000 and soon to be hopefully $50,000, which is really exciting, and a year of customized professional development. If you're interested in that, I'm going to be doing a session this afternoon, so you can come to that session and hear about the grant process and also some of the research that we've been doing around esports in K-12 schools, or you can just come by the table and chat with me. Thanks for having me.
Laverne got a $40,000 grant from K20 Center just a few years ago, and highly recommend if you're starting off and you need some funding, get one of your admins to go through training and leadership training and apply for a grant. So definitely visit that booth. Oh boy.
Thanks, Mike. Hey, I'm Joe Laban from Howard Technology Solutions. I cover mostly Southeast Oklahoma. Kristen had to run back to the hotel because I forgot something, so she'll tell you that. Kristen Pickett covers most of Oklahoma, including the little panhandle, the no man's land. If you don't know Howard Technology Solutions, the easiest way to say it is, so we're kind of like a CDW. But we have local presence where we've got everybody that's covering regions. We have over 1,500 vendors on our line card. Please come pick up one of our line cards, including brands like ViewSonic. They're a partner for this conference. And we even have esports machines. So we manufacture everything. We sell all the manufacturers you know and love. So come talk to us, and we'd love to meet you. Thanks for having us.
Yes. Former OKSE.
I guess I will.
Ethan Kennedy, former executive director for Oklahoma Scholastic Esports. I'm now the founder, executive director for Kansas Scholastic Esports, but I just like to come back and help and stay in the space and talk to vendors and keep my head in the game. I still live in Oklahoma, so I was offered a full-time esports gig in Kansas, and it paid way more money, and I could see my kids more. So, yeah.
He's not coaching every single basketball and baseball.
My name is Gracie Tollett. I'm esports coordinator at East Central University in Ada.
I love how she passes to me to do the spiel. Didn't even do it. My name is Cody Soden. I direct the collegiate esport program at East Central University in Ada, Oklahoma. We have about 50 student athletes that compete with us, about 13 different teams. We've had a really successful summer, so we're actually looking to have about 60 students. So we're in a weird space for having too many people, which is a great problem to have. We'll be here just kind of supporting you guys this week, this weekend especially. And so if you guys have any questions, please come by. It's at a space now where we give scholarships for esports at East Central. So your students that are going through high school now, they can go into college and help pay for their school by coming and doing esports. So most all the games you guys compete in, we have. So that's a good thing for them. Like Marvel Rivals, great one to come in and play with us. So if you guys have any questions about the college, I see RSU's here as well. Southeastern's here. So just feel free to come by and visit us. But
we'll actually have about 10 or 12 college programs here today. And right after lunch is a college roundtable where each one will have more time to share about their program as well.
Hi, I'm Brayton Couch. I am the head coach for Valorant at Southeastern.
And I'm Stephen Harris. I'm the coordinator for esports at Southeastern Oklahoma State University. I know a lot of you guys in here, but feel free to come by and talk to us. We offer scholarships. We like to host for you guys a lot as well down there at Southeastern. We like to offer some coaching and some assistance to your programs. And we're here to help all of you guys. That's why we're here. That's why we exist. And honestly, I always say this selfishly. I want you guys all to be the best possible esports programs your programs can be, because your students are going to come to my school, and then my teams are better too. So it's all around just a lot better. So we're here to help you guys as much as we can. So don't hesitate to ever reach out.
They also help us run all of our Apex offerings. So we definitely appreciate your support there too. All right, now OSSA.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Brian Lester. I oversee esports. It's one of my duties for the OSSA. We actually hired Matthew to help with esports this year. He's been an intern in our office for 3 years, just finished with his master's, brings a lot more to the table on the esports side than I do. So I'm very thankful to have him. So our communication, you'll probably be communicating with him as well as me. Just to give you an update of where we are. First of all, this is my second year entering into esports. I learned a lot in this last year. I got a lot to learn, I can promise you. So obviously we've been with a contract with PlayVersus since we began offering esports a few years back. I think in 2022, I believe it was. Miss Castle was the one that oversaw esports for many a time, many years at the association. When she retired last year, we rearranged duties, and now I'm doing it. So I'm sure you're aware PlayVersus has gone through some major changes in the last 3 months. Both people that we worked with have moved on. They've almost shut down, but they actually got some more money from someone who took over esports, bought into it. But they are moving to a pay for play. The last few years we've offered it for free. We take on the cost of all the trophies and those things for the ones that we offer. Our contract with them does not allow them to raise any price for our competitions at the high school level for another year, and we can't get out of our contract with them as well. So we will be with PlayVersus for sure for this next year. We're offering, let's see if I can remember, in the fall we'll do Madden like we did last year. We did Super Smash and we did Mario Kart. In the fall we'll still do those 3. We did Splatoon, Rocket League. We have done League of Legends in the past, but with the way the contract reads, the League of Legends, we didn't have enough teams last year to really do a league by ourselves. They had to put us in a regional league, and then we just took the top 2 ranked teams out of Oklahoma and brought them to play for that state championship. That would be $595 if we were to offer that again. So we're looking at trying to offer Smash in the spring. Just because of the way the game is described as a shooting game. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mario Rivals. The way it's described, I've got to convince my boss it's not really any different than some of the games we've been playing. So we're putting together a video for him. I know New Mexico, which through the NFHS, there's different sections. We're in Section 6. New Mexico is one of them. Arkansas is also in Section 6. New Mexico has adopted Rivals. I'm hoping Bobby in Arkansas is going to pull the trigger and do it. That will really just help me convince my boss that it's okay to play. So for now, our partnership with OKSE, we went into partnership with them last year, and basically we merged with whatever games that we were playing. They would basically, whoever was playing with OKSE would play with us. So the drawback to that, one of the unintended consequences, I believe, when we did this, was that we always have only had one division, and obviously they had 2 divisions. So when we got to, was it Mario Kart? When Rocket League, it was Rocket League in the spring. Pretty much, if you weren't a big school, then you didn't have a chance. So, unless you're Laverne, yeah. So basically, what with our partnership becomes, they're basically an advisory board for esports for the OSSA, and is trying to help us move forward and make it a better experience for coaches and have more of you play within the OSSA realm and compete for an OSSA state championship. So one of the things that they've advised us is that we should have 2 divisions. I've been able to convince my boss that this is a great idea, but it also comes with, well, where are we going to split it and how many? We're going to have more teams. So, and I think last year we saw that in Rocket League. I think we had 60 something teams. So basically, here's what I need people to do. If they're going to play, I need them to register, because it's going to take a minimum of 20 teams in each division. The way we're looking at splitting it right now is basically, if you were a 4A basketball school and up, which would be the top 128 ADM schools, and then the rest of the schools below that. So 3A basketball and below. Now, I can tell you, I pretty much have autonomy with what we do with eSport. So if we had like 18 and then there were some teams that were at the bottom of 4A, I could decide, hey, I'm going to split it off here so we can have 20 teams in the bottom section and whatever we have in the top section. But Play Versus can do that for us. They will split us up into 2 divisions. I just got to tell them which teams are in what, so they can still do it. I need people to do that early so that I can order the trophies early. So remember, so it is, and it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but we have to order trophies, so we pay. So everything for eSport is out of the OSSA pocket. We don't take any money for it. We don't get any money for it. So it is an added cost, but it's something that I convinced my boss that we needed to do. So we just need everyone to do that, because those trophies take a little while to make. So one thing that I will really encourage is you high school head coaches is to make sure the athletic directors at your school have you entered into the OSSA rankings side. When they put their coaches in, they put in all their sport coaches, and we do have this is the only activity we have that is involved in that, and they can put you in there so that, like, I'm sending out an email today about, well, whenever Miss Monica, if you ever call the office, she's great. Whenever she sends it out about 10 or 11 this morning, if you're in there, you'll get it. If you're not, you won't. And that's for the head high school esport coach. So that's kind of where we are on that. Obviously, we through Play Versus, you can play in the middle school division. It's like $495. I know through OKSE it's much cheaper. That's why we partnered with them, so we can grow the sport of esport in Oklahoma. So I'll be sending out more information about what Play Versus does. They do have some cool stuff that goes along with being a part. And if we're going to be and partner with them and you're playing one of our games, you might as well take advantage of the things they do offer. So if you have any questions at all, we're going to be here till at least about noon today. And then you can always call the office. Trying to think if there's Matthew, did I drop the ball on anything? Yeah, so December 8th is the date right now for those three, and then April 14th. And like I said, we will have another game that we're going to offer in the spring. We haven't pulled the trigger on Rivals. That's what the goal is. And then if that's not what we're going to do, we'll try to figure out. So again, any questions, please feel free to reach out. Again, thank you guys for having us.
Yeah, we appreciate the OSSA diving into esports, supporting esports with us, and then we'll be on the Play Versus platform this year there, and then after their contract is up, hopefully everything's all on the OKSE platform in one place to simplify that. So again, we now have the calendars posted on the OKSE.org website, and it breaks down all the different games as well on the website. But you'll want those dates if you're going to participate. And like he said, if you go to the Play Versus website, the registration is all open right now. I got registered. They need that so that we can have those class divisions that everybody wants. And they just have to have 20 schools in each division in order to make that happen. So getting that done now is what we need to do. I guess we finished early on the welcoming and intros. Do what?
Corey, why don't you get up here? Yeah, he was humble, and he just said, "I'm the owner of T-Town Esports." But T-Town Esports, formerly known as Contender, has been a huge community sponsor to OKSE and especially to Bixby. And I wanted to give a shout out to him. Throughout the years, they've hosted many times, and it's been a great partner to Bixby. We have several of his coaches now that are Bixby students. And we'll also have tonight a free game night at T-Town. So after the dinner ceremony, so please come over there. They're awesome. I just wanted to give them a chance to talk about his.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm not a big talking in front of people person, but we've been open for about 5 years. We really focus on our youth currently right now. So we got 16 teams spread across 5 games right now, and we mainly focus on 8 to 16 to get them into high school, to train them before they come into high school. But we do shooter games, we do any kind of game at all. But that's one of our main focuses at T-Town. We'll also just come here, play like an arcade type of style game. I think we're the last gaming center in Tulsa that's still open, mainly because we focus on the youth over anything else, because we want to prepare these kids to get to where you guys are in the high school level. Like Matt said, 5 of our coaches are his students right now. So we love having Bixby. We love being a part of Bixby's esports program. And thanks, guys.
Yeah, again, I appreciate everything T-Town has done. Yeah, I think they're trying to move to even a nonprofit so they can do more for this community. So yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, we can't thank them enough. From day one, they have opened their facilities anytime we've needed like a location, especially up here for Northeast or any of our states. Like we don't even, we've gotten to the point where we don't even have to even like ask. It's just like a no, and like, oh, we're here for you. And you can't appreciate that support enough. Really appreciate it. And then saw my man Ricky here come in late. He's if you've been doing esports in this state long enough, you've crossed paths with Ricky, and I want him to have a chance to introduce himself. He's going to be at Aztec Charter School this year as well, but he also has his own hardcore gaming that they do events and stuff. And in the spring, if you've been to Super Bit Wars, he puts on great events. So I want him to have a chance to share all that he does.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody. Ricky McNeil. I've been in esports for 3 decades now. I've been doing gaming tournaments since I was in the 7th grade. Started in my garage hosting gaming tournaments, and kind of just one day my dad was like, "Hey, man, this electric bill's getting too high. What you gonna do?" So I started, charging my friends $2 or $3 to come to my garage host gaming tournaments. I've done some of the biggest tournaments in the world. I help out do some of the tournaments you might know about, Evo. I do Combo Breaker. I just got back from DreamCon, which is the biggest anime convention in America. Just did their gaming tournament. We have our circuit going right now called Heartland TKO, which is a big fighting game tournament. I've been what else? Thing about me is I collaborate with so many organizations in Oklahoma. Say Oklahoma, I've helped programs start from the ground up. I'm sure a lot of y'all familiar with esports, Arlington Arena. I helped a couple guys design that building, and the main thing is I just love the growth. Even a couple years ago when OKSE first started, something when I was doing in the 7th grade, I never thought I would have a Mortal Kombat tournament in my own backyard, or let alone any kind of video game tournament in my backyard. And to sit there and be able to have someone like Mike and OKSE help out with that event was so tremendous. And I know some of you get scared. You don't know, oh, how can I get these kids to start participating more and help out and play games? Because sometimes the one thing that makes me mad is when kids go to tournaments and then they don't want to play. And so, man, I appreciate every one of you guys helping this next generation of gamers, because it's so important that not only do they get really good at video games, that they get good in life. Because, some of these kids, they suffer from social anxiety. They don't want to talk. They don't want to pick up a controller. They don't show up to gaming events with a controller. And so I love everything that we're doing. I love the Coaches Clinic. And if you ever need anything, please, I'm an open book. I'm free game. Ask me questions. I just want to see this grow even bigger than what it already is. So
appreciate you, Ricky, and all that you've done for the esports in the state. One thing that I don't know if Brian, I don't think he mentioned it, but the new ADM list came out yesterday, and we have linked that on our website. Oh, he's got it already up here for us. So there's some QR codes. One thing that we do in OKSE with our class divisions, in high school we have Bison, which is going to be, if you're a high school with 500 students or more, you're in Bison. If you're a high school 499 and lower, you're going to be Scissortail. There's no more like exceptions or anything like that. But if you are a small school and you want to play up in Bison, you're more than welcome, but you can't, we're not going to play down anymore. But that has the link for which class division you're going to be in. As for middle school, we're going to kind of clean that up, and because a lot of middle schools didn't really know if they were coyote or rattlesnake. So what we've done is, if your middle school feeds into a Bison high school, you're going to be rattlesnake. If your middle school feeds into a Scissortail high school, you're going to be coyote. So that will hopefully help alleviate, knowing which class division you're in. And so on our website, we've got a spreadsheet linked to there off the OSSA's ADM. And we have different tabs there. So, you know, we have a scissor toe tab and a bison tab. So you should be able to reference that. Let's see what else is on my notes here. We have all of I mentioned earlier, we have all of the dates and the games list updated as of last night in the middle of the night. We sat in here yesterday, and to me, one of the worst things is building your calendar, because with all of the different class divisions that we have, and trying not to overlap dates and steering clear of other things, you know, all of our out of school for this or that or different breaks, and whenever they don't align. And so we went through and built that. If you notice something that doesn't look right, or if you notice any conflicting dates, just reach out, and that gives us a chance that maybe we overlooked something, and it gives us a chance to make corrections. But that should be out there. We do have combined events. So, you know, we do have bison and scissortail, but there are some game titles where we're going to be together. So on Wednesdays, we have Apex and iRacing. Those kind of alternate. And so there'll be more information about that coming out. Southeastern helps us run the Apex. And then Brian kind of oversees a lot of the iRacing too. And I think, are we going to get those same people to kind of officiate again? So when we first started iRacing, it was a little chaotic. It was a lot. It ended up being more like demolition derby, and it was difficult to. It was difficult to officiate that whenever you have a student also racing in the game. So you know you don't want to be accused of bias or anything like that. So we went out and got a professional racer crew to officiate that for us, and I think it went amazing. They even took time to explain why and things like that too. So it's definitely a lot cleaner now, and a great experience. But the iRacing, so you know, a lot of us have the race car simulators that go with that, but you don't necessarily have to have that in order to participate. So national events, last year we did League of Legends and Apex. I think that was it that we ran on a national scale. So this year we are expanding that. We are we're the Oklahoma representative for the Interstate Scholastic Esports Alliance, and we are working with several states. I think it's like 25 states actually, and so we have been building this out on a national level. These are going to be events, not seasons. But we'll get to compete against, you know, Michigans and Tennessees and different states on a national level. And with us being in the ISEA and kind of starting this, it's free for OKSE members. So you'll get to compete in these national events for free as part of your membership. So I have a note here, new coaching rules and handbooks. We're working on that. They've been working on getting all of that updated. So coaches are able to coach at school. So when you're at your school site, you're building and developing those kids. You're able to coach at school. At in-person events, only between rounds and timeouts, because you've been developing them all season. At some point, you need your kids to have the opportunity to step up and be leaders. And so you can coach between rounds and timeouts during that time. Streaming, when you're streaming, make sure you are streaming on the spectator accounts only. You can't be streaming both teams on some titles. I mean, not every title's that way. But when you get into like Rainbow Six Siege and some of these, whenever you're able to see your opponents, you need to only be on your team's view. We're going to have a sheet with all the coaches' information. We want everybody to register their streaming URL there so that other coaches can go see their stream. So, if Laverne and Canoe is playing and Laverne's streaming it, Brian can go see my stream and make sure that I am abiding by the rules stated for spectating and streaming. So cheering is fine. Again, the active coaching can be a distraction there in person whenever you're yelling them to do specific tasks. Obviously, you can, do generic things, encourage, cheer them on, and even tell basic things like push or, pull back. But you can't be telling them to rotate to certain points and different things during match. You can do that stuff during between rounds and timeouts. And then the rest of the handbook will be updated by the end of July. We're still working on
Here,
any of those
I can talk a little bit about. So if you know this board, you can see that James Kuiper is not here. He has some medical issues, so he's not able to be here. He's what we call our rules lawyer. He ends up writing a lot of the rules. We were going to go over specifics for some stuff yesterday, but obviously he wasn't able to be here. So we'll make sure to update the handbook and the exact wording by the end of July with him. But the point is that your parents, your team should be able to cheer on, during state. This is a sport, right? So we want you to be able to do that. But obviously there's a line there. Same thing with coaching, during, especially, like Smash where you're right next to each other. We don't want you to be, direct information, but, there's little things that you can do there. That we want to make sure that line is defined in the handbook, and we'll make sure to do that by the end of July there. Yeah.
So one of the things that I missed over on my list here, we have a new special ed division. Jimmy mentioned it during the introductions. It's called EBI, which is Choctaw for to be with or together with. So we have started this kind of to take on the Unified League. So you want to talk about it, Jimmy, about this? I know you're going to go more in depth in your session, but if you want to just share the basics.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to start off with Mario Kart first. And this all stemmed from just working with SPED students this last year. They wanted more opportunities, more games and stuff. And so in my class, we give them that opportunity. And so we're going to start off with Mario Kart first, which will be every 2 weeks that we're going to do that in the fall. And we've got, again, dates set out from September all the way through December. Once we hit December, we're going to take the top 2 teams that we have. We're trying to make this as simplified as we can. So we'll have the top 2 teams at that point. They'll have the option if they want to come to our state event and actually play there. Great. If they don't have the means to do that, we'll be able to do that virtually for them to allow them to be able to still compete in that state level. Other than that, we're planning spring is going to be Super Smash Brothers. So that gives them another option, another game option that they'll be able to do. Again, I'll talk about this later, but we'll talk about as far as how this is going to work is we're going to have a partner student, like a gen ed student, and then we'll have a SPED student that's also on the team, kind of like OSSA does things, or Special Olympics and stuff like that do theirs, kind of mimicking that, but to different games. Again, I'll talk about this at 3 o'clock and give you guys more details on that.
Yeah, I just want to say Jimmy is our newest director because we created that division, and he's already done some great work putting this all together. This is obviously something he's very passionate about, and we're so glad we can add this. This is a very unutilized space. As we talked last night, the amount of kids who are that could be under this that are honestly better than some of our kids, but they just need a little more support. You can't do those those seasons like that. So I'm really glad we can start this.
Real quick, I want to let Thumper here introduce himself, and then after that, Matt, do you want to talk about the All-Star program?
All right, sorry I'm late. So I'm Joshua Thumper Riesenberg. I'm OU, and so I'm the competitive coordinator for 8 years at OU. And so if you want to talk about OU, I'm also head of curriculum for esports at the university. So I write a lot of esports stuff at the college level. So yeah, come on by and I'll talk about anything you want.
He'll also be on the coaches panel here in a little bit, so another chance. So Matt, if you want to talk about the All-Star program.
Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to go back a little bit. Wanted to talk about our website. Mike spent a good amount of time revamping this, so it looks better and it looks great. You can go to your games here, and it should have all the games. We will talk about that more specifically with your division tomorrow. But there's Bison, there's Scissortail, all we're doing.
Hey, Brian, real quick, sorry, Matt.
Yeah.
Brian, notice there I put OSSA member schools only for you.
Yeah. So all of the stuff we do. So there's a lot going on. Obviously, we're adding a new division. So we want to try to make sure the information that you need is readily available. You can go to calendar right there in the middle, and we have our usual calendars. We actually made it division specific also this time, so you're not seeing other things. There's Bison, there's Scissortail, there's middle school, all of that. I think that was about it for the website. Okay, back. There's something else there. The Google Calendars, if you didn't do it already, that gets you the hopefully the invite to get that onto your Google Calendar so you can just see it. We're gonna start updating that. So like I have 10 different Google Calendars. I can just look at it because it can get confusing. So try to make that as least confusing as possible. So I'll leave that on there for a second so everyone get on there. I'll send out the links to that also later. Cool. That was good. That the lands we started last year, the Marvel Rival lands and the Overwatch lands. These are monthly. So in the fall we'll do Marvel Rivals just like we did last year. This is something we started last year, and it's been something that I've loved to get started where we see the teams in person. I think this is invaluable for your school if you're able to do it. I know that's another Saturday off of your time. So the goal is if we can have 30, 40, 50, 60 teams, we have enough locations throughout the states that you're not driving very far. So for example, if Laverne's end up hosting, they can't do 2 matches at a time, but they could do one. We could do a 14 brackets, and UConn can do 2 matches time. We could do 8-man bracket, and we can kind of get these kids in person playing together, get that experience that they really need. So kind of like what Southeastern was saying, this is a rising tide. We want your kids to get better because that gives them more opportunities. It's better for Oklahoma. One thing we've talked about is Oklahoma is pretty unique. We are already one of the better states as far as competitiveness, and we want that to keep happening. And that's from y'all. That's from our college sponsors who are here. Yeah. So please consider joining that. Again, it's once a month. Hopefully, we'll have locations close to you. If you would like to host, please let me know. We'll have more information about that as we get closer. Good.
building on that real quick, whenever
Yeah.
we compete in these national titles, it's really exciting whenever you see 4 of the top 5 teams being Oklahoma teams instead of, other states. So the level of play in Oklahoma in the K-12 scene is elevated compared to a lot of states, honestly.
Yeah, and that's one reason why we're heading the national scene too, because that obviously serves us too as Oklahoma. We want to play these teams from all across the nation. Caden is heading that. He's not here right now. He'll have a lot more info of that once we get closer to school. But this will be you can either qualify through us or OKSE specifically, or we'll have like circuits to do that, and it won't be like a weekly thing. It'll be something that's reasonable because obviously there's a lot of titles there. We're not going to run a regular season. And again, all of the stuff we'll make sure to send out after we're done with clinic. There said that. Okay, all-star team. This is something we started last year. Well, we had one for Halo a couple of years ago, and that did great. So I said, why aren't we doing this again? So let's start it. We did Rocket League. We had 2 teams across many schools, and that was awesome to see. We put them in opens, and that was just me running it. To be honest, it's a little much for me to just be doing. So we're going to revamp it. We're talking to our college sponsors, who again, that Rising Tide. We're going to get some college coaches from their programs who are looking to come into this coaching, maybe management, something like that, who know the specific title and can coach them, and they'll manage that, and then I can kind of manage over the all-star team, make sure that works. So again, like Rocket League, if you have a really good Rocket League player, they're SSL, they're GC3, they should be competing at a high level, getting better with all the high level players in Oklahoma. So we'll chuck them in opens and see how they do, get that high level coaching. I mean, we started that last year, and really, I had other college coaches asking me like, who's on that team, because I want to know exactly who that is. So really spread that out to your students, especially if you you've got that 1 or 2 students that's really, really good. Make sure they're in this. Overwatch, same thing. We're going to do Face It. We'll have some more information about that. Smash, we're still kind of working on that because obviously that's a little bit different. But these are kind of our big 3 that every college does basically, and obviously very popular with an OKSE. So we're trying to figure out a way to make that work. So make sure you're thinking about that as we go into the year. Good. That's really quick. I just want to kind of go over the schedule, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And then I've got some more stuff.
Yeah. So one thing I've seen throughout the years is there's a lot of valuable information that we have here during clinic. But if we have these coaches that are here 10, 15 years, they're going to hear the same thing. So we're trying to adapt to have sessions that are for the very beginner, so they know what they're doing, not getting lost, but also the people who have been here for a while, getting that different kind of coaching. So in a little bit, we'll talk about our new platform. After lunch, we're going to should have at least 10 colleges right here talking about their colleges. So be thinking about questions that you want to ask. We'll probably transition before we go to the platform in the roundtable here. Think about questions you want to ask us. At 2, this is when we'll really split off. We have RSU, admin buy-in. Swigert is going to talk about special education, his division, anything about that. And then we have K-20 here. Lecture hall is Weaver stepping in for Kuiper for press start. So especially if you are new, go see that. Southeastern, how cheating helps you win. And then FinWorks, how to. I think that's Mike. And then my esports arena is like a good 5+ minutes walk. So we'll make sure you get over there. There's some signs, and arrows. But these hands-on sessions are designed for you to get on a PC and play the game. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about here's the fundamental of this. Here's what we want you to think about. We'll go into the session, play a game or two, talk about it, and how those sessions will be with for hero shooters especially. Then we'll talk about drills. Same thing for tomorrow with Smash Bros. We'll have Harrington from SWASU. I don't know if he's here yet. And then Coach Hopkins will also help with that. The point is to get you in the game, physically see it, to hopefully help you elevate how you coach. Yeah, I think that's really bad. So we have the dinner ceremony at 5 with pizza donated by Howard. And we'll have some pop and some other snacks and stuff from our Bixby parent group. Yeah.
Awesome. And then he already talked about the T-Town
Yes.
night after the Hall of Fame induction. Before we transition into the roundtable, there's some things I wanted to talk about Nintendo-wise. So we are partnered with Nintendo of America. We have access to free game codes for all of you. So I know I sent out a lot this last school year because when that partnership came in play, we still have codes and we can always get more from my understanding. So we have Nintendo online codes. So, if you're going to compete online, you got to have the Nintendo online. We have codes for that. We have codes for Smash. We have codes for Smash DLC 1, Smash DLC 2. We have Splatoon codes. We have Mario Kart codes, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe codes. We have the Mario Kart DLC codes. We're also told we will be receiving Mario Kart World codes, which transition into this next segue that this is going to be our last school year using Switch 1s. Now, for this year, you can use Switch 1s or Switch 2s, but be thinking long term that we need to be start thinking about transitioning over to the Switch 2s. Also, with our Nintendo partnership, we are going to create a store. I looked at it last night, started to, but I'm going to need some time to get that set up. But we will create a OKSE store, and I'll send all that information out. We will have access to Switch 2s at a discounted rate. And so basically, you would put your orders in through OKSE, and then we will get that drop shipped to your school site with however many you need. There are no limits on the quantities, I was told. So you tell me what you need and at that cost, and we'll make sure you get that. And supposedly it's all access to all the accessories and everything. It's not just the Switch 2 itself. So we'll get that store set up and created for you guys, and then you'll just place your orders and in our store and go from there. But I will send that all out once that store's created. But we just wanted to make sure everybody was aware this school year you can use Switch 1s or Switch 2s in any title, Nintendo title. But long-term planning wise, starting a year from now, we need to be on Switch 2s. So.
And I think also read into that is this is the last year for Mario Kart 8.
Yes, because we're going to transition over to World at that point too.
Yeah, but clarify Smash. I mean, there's not going to be a new Smash game,
right? At
least for a while. So if you're still using your Switch 1 for your Smash game, there's not a problem with that. Yeah. One thing I have Kuiper yelling at me on Discord because I did that wrong. Overwatch lands are in the fall. Marvel Rivals land in the spring. Okay.
Tell him to lay in bed and listen to the doctor.
Apex is in the spring. Yeah.
Apex is in the spring. It's not during the fall, alternating with iRacing.
Yeah, I woke up at like 4:30. It's in the fall. It's
okay.
In the fall.
In the fall.
Apex is in the fall. For our
iRacing.
regular season, Apex in the fall. Then we'll have a national
in
the spring. Yeah, he's giving me the thumbs up on that one. Misinformation over here.
Okay, so I think that's it with the first part. Do we need restroom breaks or anything like that before we transition to roundtables, or everybody good? Let's take 5 minutes, I guess. There's some snacks and drinks, bathrooms if you go out.
Yeah,
the door.
refreshment table over there. Please take what you want there.
And then there's got bathrooms out that door right across the hall. All right, if we can start working our way back to our seats, we'll get on to the next phase here. Okay, one thing that we didn't touch on for the second straight year, we found a way to reduce the pricing for our schools. So that's something that is important to all of us up here, as we all work for school districts, is making cost of doing esports a non-barrier. So we want it to be accessible to everyone, and don't ever want money to be a reason you're not doing esports. But so for the second year in a row, we have found a way to reduce our costs. So it'll be $150 for your first school, and then each additional school after that is only another 100. So if you're doing a high school, middle school, like your small district, and you're doing a high school and a middle school, that's going to be $250 to cover both of them. And that's for the entire year. Everything that we have to offer, fall season, spring season, all of the uh, access to Nintendo codes and national events, and just anything that we have to offer, you have access to that. For larger districts, we're capping that. If you're a large district, there's a $750 maximum cap on that. So no district in the state of Oklahoma will pay more than that. So um, also this school year, um, we had to update our W-9, and a lot of checks were still going to Brian at Canute, or I guess it was Elk City address. Um, we have an updated W-9. If you go to the OKSE website, um, under the About Us and scroll all the way down, we posted our W-9 on the website there. And you can download that and get that to your accounting department so they can update the vendor information. That way, next year, when we're going through the registrations and invoicing, if you can have that address already updated, then the check will go to our treasurer, Josh English, there at the Lawton address. That way, Brian's not holding checks for 2 months before we see him in person, to get those deposited, because we are a nonprofit. Nobody up here takes $1. Everything goes to the student experience, and 98% of our cost is trophies and medals. And like Brian with OSSA mentioned, trophies take time to get, and which we all have experienced. And trophies and medals aren't cheap. So the quicker we can get that money, then we can get those trophies ordered. Also, while I'm talking about trophies, in this closet over here, I brought 82 trophies. So if you want a trophy, middle school, high school in the spring, I do have those finally from China. So um, we need to get those to you. If you have a friend, neighbor school that's not here in attendance, and you want to take that and get that to them, I would appreciate that as well. So um, we'll just need to get those dispersed. If you're here, please remember we can get that to you before you leave. So I think that it covers it on the first part, and we can transition to roundtable. And how are we doing that? We want people to just start off asking questions, or does anybody have anything that they want to address first?
I'm going to go back a second, about 3 slides. We were talking about the rules. I'd like everybody to recognize that the rules are somewhat a living document as things change in the game or we find something wrong. Kuiper tries to do a really good job of updating that. If there's a new character coming out, we have a certain wait time. We try to push that all through Discord and our channels of communication. But what I would, as a coach to another coach here, advise you guys to do is have your team captain or have someone who is your game expert for that particular game be your person on that rule, and just say, hey, once a week, have you checked the rules? Did we get an update before a match is done? I have my kids print off a new one. Most of them don't like paper. I don't know if it's a textile thing, but they get their phone or they look it up and have the rules pulled up. And I think you'll have a lot more success there, and there'll be less conflict with another coach saying, hey, you can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? Well, didn't you see the rules? No, I don't have the rules. So it can be a point of contention. It's one that's avoidable. So just kind of keep your fingers on the pulse of that.
Any other exec have anything to share before we start taking questions? Anything specific that you've seen or experienced?
Nothing specific, but I just want to say we want your feedback. I know a lot of the times, like, we hear a vocal minority, so and that's fine, that's good, but we want to hear from everyone. Okay, so if you have something to talk about or have a question, especially for our new people, this is a lot of information. So we want to make sure that you understand what's going on. More than likely, if you have an opinion on something, then someone else is going to share it that isn't going to share it, or isn't here. So please ask away. Yeah.
If you have anything you would like to ask or share or anything, raise your hand and I'll come around with Mike. I saw Westville's hand first here.
So I've been with you guys for a few years and it's been pretty good. I don't have a whole lot of complaints. I will say last year when we switched to the Northeast sort of divisions, I felt like we had more game dropouts each Saturday than like ever before. Like usually the first Saturday of the month, you have teams don't show up, and then by the second Saturday, the teams that are committed are playing, and we're matched up against them. But I would say even into the third month, we still had teams that for whatever reason kept saying no, we're not here. So we'd get here at 8 o'clock, and we'd have no one to play. And that was I think far worse than any year before. So I was just wondering if there's something we're doing to alleviate that.
Yeah, one thing that and others can chime in there. This is kind of more of for us. I can help with the scissor tail side of it. I don't know if Bison had as much of an issue, but one thing that we've decided too is after 3 forfeits, I think it is, they're not going to be on the next month's schedule. So we're going to remove that capability. They won't qualify for postseason. They won't be scheduled in the next month because if you've forfeited all your matches, then what's the point? Also, with our new platform, which we'll be getting into, they are amazing. They are working with us. One of the things that we had an issue with was forfeits. So if a school contacted us and says that, so the next year we're going to have 2 different categories of forfeits. Forfeit with contact, forfeit no show. So and we can put that into the platform. So if you're a school and let's say, you know what, 3 of my Marvel Rivals teams going to be gone to a band competition. You're communicating with so you'd be Northeast, you're communicating with Tyler, and you've communicated with that other Marvel Rivals opponent ahead of time. Then that would go down as a forfeit with contact. No penalties for that because you've communicated, and so your opponent's not sitting there trying to contact you, figuring out what's going on with your match and all that. So there will be no penalty on those type of situations. But if Saturday end of month tournament, you're sitting there and your opponent's has never said anything to you about not being available, they're not responding to your text, emails, Discord messages, or whatever, that's a forfeit with no show, and they're going to get the -10 points. And 3 of those you're done for the season in that game anyway. Does that help? Yeah.
Mike, I'd also add on the EOMs, since you know your opponents almost a month in advance, in most cases, it doesn't hurt to reach out early. And then also you have the option to play at a different time that's mutually agreed upon by the two schools before the EOM. So if Saturday mornings are just tough, like you're finding your kids can't make it, and then try to reach out and schedule those for an after school time or something that works better for you.
Yeah, our calendars, like I know there's a band event on that last Saturday of the month. I need to be reaching out to, Westville and saying, hey, I've got a band event that at the end of that month at Saturday. Can we play this Tuesday after school? Are you available? You tell me when you're available, and I'll try to accommodate that too. So, and I think that's what works best is when we communicate. Communication is the key, so that we can work it out instead of just no showing on somebody. And that, because what it does is you got a kid who took off work on a Saturday and came up there at 8 o'clock in the morning to play a game, and then their opponent doesn't show. It's a bad experience for the kids, and we do not want that. So if we can find a way to alleviate that, and if you have any other suggestions for that, we're always welcome to listen to that. That's okay.
So I just have a question about the coaching rule that has shifted to, so in person, we as coaches can only coach during timeouts or between rounds. Am I understanding that correctly? What does that look like for games like Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, Valorant, where you have the buy time in Valorant, you have the time that you're in spawn before the round officially starts in Overwatch and Marvel Rivals? It's strange to me that as a coach that I can't coach in the middle of a game. I understand that for Super Smash, they're right next to each other. If I'm saying something to my player, it can really throw off that other player because they're literally shoulder to shoulder. That makes sense for me not to be able to say anything. I'm not sure when in Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, Valorant, normally you're separated by the different sides of the stage, or even I know that when it's been at Swasu, I mean, they're upstairs and downstairs normally, so there's a big separation. Yeah. It's limiting my ability as a coach to try to influence my players, and the time that I've spent as a coach to try to understand the game, to try to be a help to them. It's limiting me to enable them even. I know that we're supposed to be teaching them throughout the school year, hey, this is how you handle these kinds of situations, but it's impossible to prepare for every situation where me as a coach, maybe I've spent a little bit more time, if this is a game that I've spent a lot of time in and spent a lot of time coaching, maybe it's a situation that we didn't cover specifically, but I have a 30-second thing that I could throw that could help, or a 15-second thing that I could throw to help. Why are we limiting coaching in that sense?
Yeah, like we said with we were going to work with Kuiper on that language. I agree with what you're saying. For the most part, there where if it's during a buy band, that's something we can look at. Obviously, I don't want to say yes or no just for everybody, but we'll definitely look at that and put a note on that. Because yeah, we don't want you to give new information, or if they're not looking, you're looking at the full screen, you see this, hey, you're pointing to that. That's what we don't want. But if you are saying, hey, we got a band, let's do this team comp, I think that's fine. Yeah, it's like the in between. We just want to make sure that language is
specifically for most events. I'm not talking about. I don't want to give them if I hear an announcer say something because there's no delay, or if I see something on the screen, I don't want to share that information.
Right,
me as a coach, that's the same as cheating. I don't want to do that.
Right.
But if I'm staring at their screens and I see something on their screen that maybe they might have missed, or they lose a fight, and I say, hey, we need to do this differently, just a quick something small, hey, we just need to change how quick we're initiating this fight, or we need to slow down, or that's all considered coaching. But according to the rule right there, I can't do that. And it wouldn't be in between rounds. It wouldn't be between maps.
Yeah.
It would be a moment that me as a coach, I can't do anything. I'm completely disengaged, which also means that once the game starts, I probably shouldn't say anything, because if I'm at an event and I say, hey, we need to push, somebody could argue that's coaching.
Sure.
Because if they're not pushing, then I'm telling them what to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's an encouraging thing of just push, but it limits me as a coach to be able to try to influence them to succeed even. And to be honest, for a lot of coaches, when you go to those in-person events, that's when your admin finally decide, okay, maybe I'll come to this and see what's up. And me as a coach, if all I'm able to do is sit there and be quiet, it either looks like I don't know what I'm doing, or it looks like I don't know what to do. And that looks negative on me as a coach to my admin.
Yeah, that's definitely like that gray line we want to define pretty clearly within that language.
I think that's something we need to do.
Yeah, we'll talk about
exact verbiage.
while we're on that topic. I do want to hear. It looks like we have some more opinions on that, because we want to hear like the breadth of that, because I'm sure there's people you would be against that.
I think the problem I'm having with the rule is that every game is different. And I think a generic rule that's applied to all coaches doesn't work, because it just makes that gray area really big. Every game needs its own defined expectation for coaches. Because if we're saying in Smash, we don't want you yelling at each other, coaches, when you're near up, cool, that's a rule for Smash. But a game like Valorant, where the rounds take forever, we need to be able to spend time and tap the player on the shoulder and say, you've still got this. We still need to pick those kids up and carry them through. But it's going to depend very much on the title and how we expect coaches to behave on those titles. And I think we have to go through game by game, expectation by expectation.
So, okay, and this is just me, guys. I'm gonna just give. With being a tournament organizer, and I go to these tournaments. I just came from a Marvel Rivals tournament. You are not allowed to coach during gameplay. Now, here's why. We got to treat everything as if, because one day these kids are going to graduate and they're going to go off somewhere, and they need to be playing to those same exact rules as they would be playing at an offline. So, no, you are not allowed to coach while the match is going. You are to coach during the time when there's some pause and you're in between matches, Just keep it. As a tournament organizer, I'm just me talking. One thing is more frustrating is when someone says, well, I got to do this back in my league. And then now we're discrediting an entire league. And it's not necessarily a league's fault. It's just that's the precedent of whatever the rules are nationally. So nationally, you're saying there's no coaching.
Yeah.
What he said is right. We got to maybe per game.
Yeah.
Every game is different.
And there's nothing wrong with encouraging, and there's nothing wrong with saying push.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have to define what we mean by encouragement, what we mean by coaching. If there's not a definition, then there's only confusion.
Well, I think I agree with you that there needs to be like a game specific. So in those rules, we'll have like, here's an example of what is coaching and what is not. It's either way. Yeah.
Okay. So as far as college is concerned, because that's TO, there's a few things here. First, we do have national rules that have been established for a decade in almost every title. As far as when a coach can coach, it's probably the most steadfast rule college has had for the longest. As for why you can't coach during certain games is because those games, the number one skill you can have in those games is problem solving. So any hero shooter, the number one idea you can have is problem solving. So Overwatch, especially Rocket League, but Overwatch, Rocket League, Marvel Rivals, any of these games that have 20, minute maps, the idea is you can kind of think of it like NBA basketball, where the coach can be on the side saying like, hey, run, like do this, you need to play differently here, but they can't call plays. They can't make adjustments during anything. Some of the titles have adjusted. So like Valorant, the coach can call timeouts during the game, like between rounds, and can coach there. But as far as like the rules are concerned, both from a TO and a collegiate perspective, the students and even my students in college, like they need to develop problem solving skills. And if every time the answer is just fed to them by a coach during the game, they're not learning. They're just doing what they're told. And then when they get to me or any of us, suddenly they freeze, like the moment adversity hits them. And that's a really big problem at the collegiate level. And so you're doing them a service in the moment, but long-term pedagogically, it's actually hindering them quite a bit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said yesterday in our discussion on that is I think it's really important because your goal is to develop the students
And so to give them that chance to step into a leadership role and lead their squad is also important that you kind of have to balance too.
Hey, comment and a question. So totally agree with what Josh Thumper said. I think our rules should reflect as closely to collegiate pro as possible. The comment that I have is I think a lot of the concern that comes from coaching, especially in in-person events and virtually, a lot of coaches want to have agency to influence their players because you want them to be successful. Okay. I don't want you to have the idea that coaching in game allows you to use your skill set more effectively. I think it's actually the opposite. Better coaches prepare players better. And so it just actually gives you a lot more peace of mind to do your job well in the parts that you're normally already hands-on with your kids. Okay. But it should reflect Pro League, and I think y'all are doing a good job by making this decision. The concern that I think a lot of us are probably going to have in the next question, because this has happened at quite a few of y'all states, is what does the oversight of that rule look like, especially at in-person events? Y'all are a small team. You often have teams at these events, so you're worried about your players. And so sometimes there's confusion on what that looks like. And a lot of the times it creates a bit of distrust because we might see another coach maybe bending that rule in a high pressure situation while some of us are trying to follow the rules. And then it creates problems there. So do you guys have kind of a plan, especially in person, to try to limit what coaching in game looks like or have someone assigned to that?
Well, the goal is to have that language be pretty precise and like what you say in the game specific. Like, here is when you can do this in Valorant. Here's when you can do it in Overwatch, and we'll like agree to that. So the TO doesn't have to make that like, well, were you really? And then it's like that gray area. But obviously, at the end of the day, it's up to what the TO decides, and we'll have to back whatever that is. But again, we'll look at that specific language to try to reduce as much of that gray area as possible, because we want to give you the agency, especially at school, during the season, to coach. You're trying to get these kids to a certain area, but when it's like that high level competition, it really needs to be mostly them. And also, it's very hard to police that. Obviously, it's someone could be coaching anyways, like at their home. So that's one thing we're trying to address. Okay.
So I just wanted to share what happened at nationals that me and Coach Straight kind of had an issue with, and it wasn't even us. We had a Rocket League team, and one of our players had an outside player coach that was participating, not participating in the game, but was coaching him. And that player, in my opinion, wasn't making any choices on his own until he referenced this outside player. And to me, I felt like it was causing not as good communication between our players. Like, between the two Rocket League people, they would, wasn't even Rocket League, it was Fortnite, I'm sorry, it was the wrong game. But anyway, I would encourage them to talk to each other, and instead of talking to his person who was his partner, he would reference to the other kid, and I could tell that our one kid was getting super frustrated. So I was trying to step in and say, hey, this is a rule, we can't coach during the thing, but the other kid wasn't even listening to me. So during the event, I felt like coaching at all wasn't part of the game. He already had what was in his head, or he didn't want to listen to anything. So I'm a new coach. I don't know what is right or wrong, but I just know I saw the effects of it. They didn't do so good. They weren't communicating very well because he was relying only on what the coach said. And then what I had realized the day before is he was on Discord with that guy, and they wouldn't make a choice of where to land. They wouldn't make a choice of what to do until that guy confirmed it. And I was like, and then of course that's an individual player thing, but I still felt like, I don't know what we do there, but it's just something we have to think about. So.
So that comment clicked something in my brain. I can't remember which event it was last year, but there was an incident in one of the games I played where we had other people trying to coach who wasn't the school's personal coach. I've seen a rise. I'm sure some of you have done. I know I've got a few players who come in, old players who've left my program who come back to help the students. Their presence at events has been the kicker I've seen of problematic in coaching. It's generally not the members of staff who are coaching the people that are around all the time. It's those extra special guests we bring in to help them. and that, more friendship relationship. That's where we start. I've seen the problems jumping up, and I think if we are going to go into the defining how coaching works, you need to go to the next step and also define what do we mean by a coaching team and spectators and all that.
Well, like all sports that we've been a part, and I guess we just got done watching, or it's still going on. I don't know. World Cup is over. They win. Okay, still playing World Cup. You go to one of those games, or we've been to a game, and where parents are yelling, everybody's having a good time. Go run, 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 and we want their parents to come to these live events. What we're basically talking about right now. And ultimately, your goal is to get your team to one of these events. That's why the LANs are so great, because you don't have to try to battle it out to get an invite to a playoff or a state tournament. But you want your parents there. We want our admins there. We want to see this stuff here. And esports is just unique in what it is. I've tried to describe it to multiple people. I mean, it's like more like a track and field day where you show up and you're trying to wait for your match, and then you get to play, and it's only for a little bit, and the parents want to stand there, but you really can't stand there. And again, you can't yell over their shoulder because they're standing right there. And so it's almost like we're training a whole generation of people about this is the etiquette of esports. We wouldn't go to a golf game and start yelling right when the guy drove. Or when we're bowling, we tell our kids not to bowl when the other guy's bowling next to you. There is some esports etiquette. And I think as coaches and as leaders in our sport, we'll just have to help communicate that out to everybody. And I don't think anybody should be, even new coaches, if you're like, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Nobody's going to get mad at you. It's like, hey, it's just, that's not how we do Smash. That's not how we do Fortnite. And like I said, we'll do our very best on our side to have that kind of defined. I think we need those defining points when we come to these moments of like, I know I'm right and you think you're right. And this is going to be the dividing line. Hopefully we don't have a lot of those, but I think more than not, we all want to have something great for the kids. We want a great experience for them. And we want them to have these problem solving skills, these communication. I mean, if you haven't sold that to somebody yet, problem solving, team building, communication. The first time I had a team that did any good, I had 5 kids on there that would have never ate lunch together. They were from different groups. Ag, I got a football star. I had a kid that had a hearing impairment. I had a band kid. They didn't talk to each other outside of esports, but esports brought them together. So you talk about pulling down walls, inclusion, how we get everybody together. This is how we sell it to our admins, because that's really what they want. What they see is a bunch of kids blowing each other up on the screen and don't understand what's really happening. So
yeah, and to kind of directly address what Martin was saying there, like for example, I don't want like me. It's like, hey, Southeastern, you got a Overwatch coach. Can you help me real quick? And at state or whatever, say what should we do here? And then talking to my kids and all that. You're like, we don't want that, obviously, because that's not part of my program. Now, so that's something we haven't really like specifically discussed. So I'm not gonna say it for everyone, but I'm pretty sure everyone agrees with that. We don't want me hiring an expert coach to come in for state or whatever. It really should be staff. Someone who has education, certification, something like that. Again, we'll make sure that's defined. That's a great point there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what comes with the turf is the more competitive we are, the more legacy grows. Is we'll have more people wanting to help, and that's great. But we just got to make sure we're not crossing the line there. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I had a question about kind of the events that you guys host. I'm new to this, the esports scene here in Oklahoma. I've been doing stuff around the country, and a lot of the students that I have taught did their own events at the school. And I know not every kid is going to be competitive in specific games, but esports as a collective is a whole bunch of different avenues for careers outside of high school and college. Do you, as an organization, have opportunities for those type of students that want to be a part of the esports scene, but not exactly in the competitive esports mindset? So streaming, hosting, etc.
Yeah, we're actually we're having sessions on broadcasting and streaming because that's a big part of my program that we started a couple years ago. And we have had kids that really take off at that. Even though they're maybe they're not the best at like rivals or something or whatever, but they're great at talking. They want to talk about this. They're passionate about this. Just like football, 99% of the jobs aren't the people on the field. Same thing with esports. So we want to try to push that. Like we had streamers at states. I know UConn helped me a couple times, and we want that to continue. So avenues like that. If you have any other ideas, you can always message us, and we're always open to other community events. We love to push those out. It doesn't have to be OKC specifically. We want those kids to go to those lands, go see that in person, get that experience. Again, rising tide with these colleges.
Yeah, the esports ecosystem is important outside of gameplay. That's something that we want from our kids and our programs. But and that's what one thing that I kind of promote to my own kids is like, if you're interested in photography, I could use you. If you're interested in videography and social media stuff, I can use you. If you're interested in apparel, I can use you. You can help me design some clothing. If you're interested in journalism, you can come write articles about us. If you're interested in graphic design, I can come make us some logos for events. And I tell them too, I can use you not only for an audience at Laverne, but we can use my students, your students, if they want to do something, and we can use it on the organization level. Well, now they've got a statewide audience. Beyond statewide audience, we're involved in all the national stuff too. So we want the kids to, everything that we do to be student driven, not adult driven. So if you have kids interested in other aspects of it, we're here and we want to use the students. So
Mike, I would add also from something we do at Heritage Hall, being a smaller school with kids who are involved in a lot of stuff, especially athletics, and we're a performing arts school, so a lot of kids are involved in that. So they look at a fall season or a spring season of competition and they're like, I can't do that, but like I like video games and I want to be a part of esports. What can I do? Those are all great ways to do that. We also have like a community time that's built into our schedule. If you're blessed to have any kind of like a common time, we've done intramural, like in-house Heritage Hall intramural esports events, and that just gets kids more fired up about esports. And out of that, kids will say, okay, I'm going to compete next year in this game because I just won intramurals or whatever. And I don't let our like our SSL Rocket League player or anybody like that, he can't play if we're doing Rocket League. But that's just a way to get your community more involved. So always be looking for ways within your own community to do that.
And Cody over here with ECU, shameless plug. If you're here tomorrow at 10, I do a panel on the careers within esports. And we talk all about the different job types. And Gracie's my coordinator. She's a part-time worker for me. Part of her job is to manage my student workers. We have 8 student workers at the college level that are doing jobs, and 3 of them are not gamers. They don't even play video games, but they do jobs for us in our work that help us succeed. So yeah, tomorrow at 10, we'll do that.
And also, for those that were with me at middle school state, when we hosted Laverne, I had 2 students there with me the entire day. They were helping me run the event, so event hosting. They were helping me with hospitality. They were helping me with shoutcasting and all that stuff, all the live streaming. PC troubleshooting, when there were some issues, they were right there checking cables and stuff. All that stuff that we've worked on and developed during the year, they got a chance at the end of that semester event and got to utilize those skills. So again, just getting students involved in other ways outside of gameplay is huge, I think.
Yeah, and especially for our new people, your admin loved that. Like I had two kids get a scholarship. One's going to Southeastern for casting, and honestly, I had more questions about that. And people was like, "Oh, wow, they can do this." So that's something I really encourage you to push in your program if you can, because people resound to that a little more because they don't know what you're doing, but they know that someone has this great communication, and they're going to go off to do that.
Yeah, same thing. I had a student that was with me 4 years doing the streaming, shoutcasting, all of the event stuff that we did, and he signed with Indiana Tech University at Fort Wayne, Indiana, and with it and some of the other academic scholarships, he's up there on a full ride. So, but everybody's like, he's going for esports broadcasting. That's what he's going to do for the esports program there, and he's on esports scholarship for that. So, and so to get a scholarship outside of competition for esports is huge.
Well, and like I have my iRacer who has won multiple state championships in it, and he actually built our rig for us. He redesigned the computer for us. He's put in multiple liquid cooling units into our machines, and on top of that, he goes out and gets sponsors for the rig and the racing car, like the racing car. And on top of that, he also does TOing, because when Ricky hosted the TO certification a few years ago, he came to that. And so he helps us with Smash and things like that. So there's a lot of good opportunities for kids to get involved any way they can.
Exactly. And then, we're going to run some community events at Laverne too. And they did this at the K20 Center whenever they had the ILI conference. I brought 3 students, and they ran a Mario Kart tournament. 3 of my high school students ran a Mario Kart tournament for the ILI conference with K20 Center for elementary kids. So, and they handled every part of that. Brian and I left them and to go attend some sessions, and these 3 kids are running an entire tournament, but live streaming, brackets and everything. So, who had their hand up?
I was curious about what your plan is on insights for format changes for playoffs. I remember last year, even though it was really helpful because a lot more teams got to compete in playoffs, we kind of got jumped on with the whole North and South division thing and kind of a restructuring of what that was. We didn't really get a heads up until it happened. I understand the decision behind that. You don't want us, obviously, as you guys think about that decision, you don't want us to give our kids false hope, right? If you end up backing down on it. I was curious if you've given any thought to that process, and as things change, how you're going to inform coaches throughout the league on your process as those changes occur.
Yeah, this is more of a Bison specific thing, so we can talk a little more on that in that QA. But last year, it was a full restructuring, because we went from white-tailed deer to none of that, and then we went to weekly. So a lot of stuff changes there. We ended up deciding to do that, fairly late in the season, and ended up being, like you said, a pretty good thing. But it's not ideal that we told you pretty late. So we kept with that in the spring, and we'll just keep with that forward. We'll look at the numbers, make sure that makes sense, because it's obviously Citrotel is able to do very strictly region based. With Bison, it doesn't super make sense sometimes, so we want to make sure that that makes sense with the regions. But region bases we'll keep striving for.
Anybody? Yeah.
I think I just wanted to kind of jump on that last question too a little bit with communication. I'm a new face here, just getting my school started with esports, but I wanted to know what you guys have in terms of how are you guys communicating as a league with coaches, and what all of an extent is there, and are students getting involved with that, or is that just strictly staff?
What school are you with, just so we know?
I have a very small micro school. It's a philosophy academy. It's a very small school, but yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome. Yeah. So typically, what we do is we have an OKSE Discord that we have. We used to have students, but with the new law with communication, we can only really communicate with the coaches based off of the registration. Whenever you put your email address in, that's kind of how that goes out. So we have our OKSE Discord, and then I can't speak for Bison on the communication, but for Scissortail, I pretty much email everybody that's registered under Scissortail information, like when we have our end of months with the meets, the Google Meets and everything. The only thing I would make sure for some reason our email for some schools, OKSE.org domain goes into your junk mail. So make sure that you tag that as not spam, because some people are like, I've never heard from you, and then we get into it and we find out that all my emails have been going in their junk mail. So make sure you get that unblocked. And we put everything, try to put everything on Discord, and then I also email out everything as well usually. And then we have our website, OKSE.org. I don't know if Bison.
Also on those EOM match days, we have like a document that has everyone's cell numbers, all the coaches' cell numbers. So it's pretty efficient, in my experience, to just text with the other coach about when are you guys going to be ready to start the match or whatever. That's the best way on a match day.
Yeah, any new Bison schools, I think 90% of Bison coaches just message on Discord, the couple hours before, is hey, are you ready? We're good. And that's kind of what usually happens. What I'll kind of start the day as what are we doing? Message the coach and make sure they don't need to reschedule. Just try to reach out for especially the Bison when you are weekly. We have matches every day, so just make sure that you're communicating. We'll have that contact sheet, but you can also just go on the server and search up the school, and it should pop you into their DMs.
I'm picking back off of that. This is for all of the coaches for communication. Can we have a preference bar on the contact sheet? Because I know we're all busy at times.
Mm-hmm.
I like to text. Some people might like Discord. Some people like email. I think if we had a preference, that might help us with less forfeits, less time. If you have it next to your name or you prefer Discord, then I would know, okay, Discord. Where if I text you, you might not have your phone, or So I think that might help all of us.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. Yeah.
And I usually tell schools to try, because usually if we can try Discord, if we can try email, we can try text. And then if you can't get that, contact your regional director, and then they can try to help and get involved in that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably mainly a Bison thing because it's large schools. So let me think on that. If we don't say anything by the end of July, just remind me, because that's a good idea too.
Also, when we get into the FinWorks training, there's going to be a lot of communication capabilities within the platform as well. So.
Yeah, I was just going to say more about the contact log. I had a assistant 2 years ago that was still on the contact log for last year, and just that whole update of who plays what games and who coaches what games. And I don't know, I try to text this one and they don't ever respond, or it's only through Discord. Like, just the update on it and knowing exactly what helps me out tremendously.
All right, I think we're good. Is it 11 yet? We need to hop on that FinWorks. What are you guys doing to communicate with your kids and stuff? Well, I guess we got to communicate with the adults. What are you guys doing? I need to know, because that's very difficult, because kids know me publicly and they run to me and I'm just leaving them all red. So what are you guys doing to stay in contact with your team, with the parents? So the parents, how are y'all contacting the parents? See, we have Parent Square, which is an application that pulls straight from student information. So when I go in and say, put, I pull these students into my team, it automatically pulls the parent contact as well. So when I send out a message, I can check, okay, I want my message to go to the students, the parents, everything. But I don't know what your district like notification platform they have. But that's our district notification platform that they use for all messaging. Right. Yep. Yes. Anything. So I've had, as the tech directors, we've all had to deal with this. So anything that your school board approves as a platform for use for communication, as long as the school board has approved that as a usable means for communication, you can use it. So it just has to go through your. Yeah.
Yeah. On that topic, if you've identified a platform you like to use, I would encourage you to reach out to your building leader, your principal, or something. Get a verbal thumbs up because they might not know that protocol. It's better to have that yes than to come back and say, "Oops, you were using what?"
And then you get reported. All right. Do we have FinWorks ready to go? Or? While he's working to get FinWorks online here. So we are switching platforms. So last school year, especially January and on when League OS made their changes, when we did our surveys, when we did the surveys, the number one complaint everybody had was League OS version 2 information there. And on top of that, after the school year concluded, League OS is going to start charging each school $200 in order to use that version 2 League OS. So at that point, we were like, we're trying to reduce costs for our schools. We don't want to also have each school have to pay another $200. So with that being said, we started finding alternative solutions. And I've been very impressed with VinWorks. So basically, it was started by a couple of Michigan and Idaho and Minnesota. Anyway, these other state organizations came together and made their own multiple years ago. And so they are in the exact same shoes as OKSE. And so it's been great, and they adapt it to whatever we need. I know Kansas back there with Ethan, he's also on board with FinWorks as well. So in order to reduce our cost, we switched platforms for that reason, because for some reason, League OS, PlayVersus, everybody's now wanting money. And I'm not saying that that's not warranted, because they are for-profit companies. And so for sustainability, they probably do need some income to come in to appease investors. But that doesn't necessarily work very well whenever, I know for my school, I have no budget. All my money comes from selling beef sticks. So, getting hit with an additional cost is, just a difficult thing for us to deal with. So today we're going to do this initial session with FinWorks. They're going to give us basically a demo. We've been working with them and love the system. They're going to go through everything and kind of do it like a demo at first to kind of show everybody, here's the platform, here's what it does and how it operates and what it will look like. And then later today, at the end of the session, actually, I think he said throughout the morning you're all going to be getting emails with invites, to port you into the system, and then later today, I can't remember what time I'm leading this session, but I can't remember what time it was. 4 o'clock, I think. We're going to have another FinWorks session, and then as well tomorrow another one even. So those sessions are going to be more for I need help with onboarding. I have questions. I need some, just a little more assistance on how it works and going a little more in depth. That's what those sessions will be for. This one is to give you a broad overview. We know that and understand that all of us are at kind of a different level. Some people have used multiple platforms, and so it kind of all makes sense once you get your in the system and adding your teams. You kind of know and understand how it all works. And then there are others that this is they're new to esports, or they've only used one platform before, and so they might need a little more assistance getting going. So that's what those sessions will be for. Anybody's welcome to attend those as well. But I'm going to turn it. Is Caleb on?
Yeah, before we do that, really quick, just kind of want to address, like he was saying, we're transitioning to another platform. I know, like, transitioning is not the best thing. This is something that we really thought long and hard about this, because the bottom line is, if one school can't do this because they are charging more, we're going to find a different way for you. Okay. Obviously, like schools like Bixby, $100 is not anything, but if you got 5 kids, $100 is a lot. So we were looking for options, and FinWorks was one of them, and they've been spectacular with their platform, with how they've addressed any kind of issues we've had so far, and they're very, very responsive. As someone who was very into League OS and how that works, as Bison Division, all that, this is very great. So I'm excited for this. Let's get him on the screen here. I'm on a Discord call with him, so hopefully it works correctly and all that. They were planning to be here, but had some issues. But I'm glad that we can get them on. Why don't you try to speak, see if we can hear you? No. 1 second, I can't hear you. Because I have it down. That would help. Try again.
How about this time?
Yeah, it's better. Let me see if I can get you louder. Try again.
Test. Hello. Hello.
That's really low. Super quiet. Well, why don't you try to just keep talking? I'll see what I can do on my end.
Sounds good. You let me know. I do have the live stream pulled up. I mean, it looks like a great crowd today. We just this week we had a South Dakota coaching clinic as well. So I'm out of the Dakotas, and always a good time.
A lot of knobs that I don't want to.
Can we put the microphone on your?
That's what I was going to do next. See if I can get the speaker on the button. Try talk now.
Testing. Keep testing. I'm just chilling. Test.
Can you hear? Okay. Well, let's do the best we can. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we're doing like the speaker off of that and the mic into it. Just.
Hey, that works. You guys solving problems as we always do.
Cool.
Okay.
Get this. This is on. Maybe even get this. All right, try for it.
How's that? Testing?
Go for it. You're good.
Awesome. Okay. Howdy, folks. Good morning. It is so exciting to get to be a part of your event today. Coaching clinics, I think, are one of the best times of the year where we all get around the table,
talk about our programs. I think there's so much information that we can exchange, and the topic really is making the lives of students better. So I think these are phenomenal. I hope you're all having a great start already. And I'm going to try to make this as painless as possible. That is my objective. When we talk about platforms, when we talk about software, oftentimes, and especially as we've been doing leagues for years going back to 2020, that was not always a fun conversation. But today might move kind of quick, which is not a bad thing, because we made a system that was really easy to use. That was our primary objective. We use this system ourselves. We run our own leagues. We're doing these things across the Midwest, so we get the challenges you folks have, that your administrators have, that your students have had. So we've done everything in our power to make this not the focus, but something easy that you can use so you can focus on the thing that actually matters, which is improving student lives. So my name is Caleb Dushak. I'm the founder here at FenWorks. I started the leagues in the Dakotas. I was a college esports player, and I ran the Wellness Center program at the biggest college in the state of North Dakota, the University of North Dakota. I had an absolute blast doing that. And so being on the collegiate side, educators who graduated from the College of Education at UND reached out and said, hey, how do we start this in public schools? That was back in 2020 and even 2019. So 6 years later, we're super excited to have partnerships with really great state leagues who are also focused on doing great work and supporting educators and students across our region. So always exciting to have these conversations. I'm going to share my screen. If folks have questions, feel free to yell them out. Many of you should be getting invites. I'm already working through the entire registration list. So at any point, if you have questions, let me know, and then you'll be getting invited throughout the rest of the morning. And then I'll get the help from the OKSE team to handle the invites I'm not just sure on. So my screen should be shared. Everything looking good, team?
Yeah.
Awesome. So this is your dashboard. When you as a general manager log in, we only have a few tabs. We only put what's important in front of you. We try not to clutter it. We try to make things as simple as humanly possible. You'll get plenty more opportunities to play with the platform, to explore it. We'll be getting our new video guides out as school is coming back into session. So, I mean, just a lot of good stuff. But everything that you need is right here. So the first thing is users. So getting your students onto the platform is easy. You click this invite student button. You click the school that you're inviting them to. If you're only a part of one school, you're only going to have one option. You can give them a link. So you could post this link in a group email. You could send this in a school Discord. And that link can expire after a week. And you can generate a new link if you want the old one to expire or if you need a new one. You can also upload a CSV file of all of your students and their emails, and they'll get an invite. Or you can enter their emails directly here. So there's 3 different ways to do it, with a 4th one that I'll be talking about soon. So it makes it really easy to get your students on the platform. If you don't want real student data on the platform, we don't make our money on selling data. So you can create fully anonymous accounts. So I'm going to create someone called OKSE Anon 5. And this is one of our anonymous accounts. I'm going to create a password for them. This password can be the same. This password can be different. And I just created a user. So you can see OKSE Anon 5 is the username. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, capital A, lowercase b. I can copy the credentials. Boom, I've just made an anonymous user who is on the team that the student can log into on computer or on mobile, and it is a breeze. I can also invite co-coaches. So I can enter their email here, I can upload a CSV, and I can invite my co-coaches, we call them general managers, right here so that they can help me lead the program, invite students, manage the matches and seasons, all that good stuff. That is how easy it is to invite people to the platform. I'll hit a quick pause button there. If no one has questions or they want to save them all to the end, that's okay too. But I know it can get overwhelming and it gets really boring when people just talk at you. So Any questions or any thoughts?
And again, we'll have sessions after this. I know it's not the greatest to look through that and not on your screen and stuff like that. Any general questions right now? Yeah, we have some questions.
Okay, so when I've gotten everything you told me in 3 weeks, how do we get help when it's onboarding time?
Oh, I'm sorry. They were kind of hard to hear.
Yeah,
I
you're good.
apologize.
Well,
So in a few weeks, when we've gotten everything and we've got how who's going to get on,
uh-huh.
what is the process we're going to use so we don't overwhelm the works with help? Because that's never really going to happen.
So what processes can we use to make sure we're not just overloading you with like tickets? I think that's kind of what he's saying.
Yeah. I'll be honest, right? So a few states came on board this last year. MySEF brought hundreds of schools on board. We had very few tickets overall. The core experience that you folks are coming on board to, and this may be, how do I put this nicely? This might be different than the experience you had last year. Overall, if you're letting your administrative team over at OKSE know if you're having any challenges or issues, we resolve them pretty quickly. So normally that's the process that we've leveraged is you talk to OKSE. We're going to have a report a bug feature as well. You don't see it on the screen currently because we're doing our summer coding, but you'll be able to submit tickets to us directly. We don't mind tickets. That's what we're here for. So your job isn't to worry about overwhelming us, although I really appreciate that. That's really kind and thoughtful of you folks. But rather, our job is to provide you a really stable experience where you don't need to submit tickets. So hopefully that answered the question, but let me know if I missed a portion of that or if you wanna dive deeper.
Cool. We got another question.
Can we give you Google SSO to sign in?
Can we sign in with a Google SSO?
Not at this time. If it's really needed, we can absolutely make it a possibility. We'll have to actually build that out, but we haven't done any single sign-on. We haven't been asked to yet, but you're asking us, so if we need to, we can work that out and figure out how to make it happen.
That's what I'm telling you guys. Like they're like this for everything.
Whatever you need,
They're like, yeah, sure, we'll do it, and then they do it. Yeah. Not saying he's gonna do everything with SAS, but you know.
Yeah. Well, but like if you folks need it, there's a likelihood that someone else is going to need it. Google and Google Classroom and the Google Suite is huge across education in our region. Minnesota's a big Google state. Jake, who is the president of the ISCA that OKSE is a part of, he's from Minnesota. Minnesota's a big Google state. So like those are things that, priority one is a really solid core experience that's sustainable for you and for us. And then we just keep going down that priority list. So if single sign-on makes your lives easier, that's great. The only thing to ensure that we're doing is just being really protective of data, student data, password data, your data. That's really critical to us. So yeah.
Cool. Another question?
Yeah, follow on. Have you guys had any interactions with Securely company for school networking? The last software we're using, bash heads with it all the time. What's your previous experience with past schools?
Asking about Securely and just
Yeah, basically filtering. So as far as me, we use Securely, but I'm also the tech director and I unblock it all. So
yeah. For some ecosystems, we do really great work with a lot of tribal schools. We had to work closely with those schools to go through special firewalls or internet or other, let's say, tech stacks that prevented folks from, immediately getting in. That's why we love what OKSE is doing. We're getting ahead of this. We're getting you folks invited. We're making sure that things are going through, and then we're catching these things so that we can build. We can basically make sure that there's not too many challenges as the season is coming on board. So our biggest piece of advice is get on early. Invite some test folks early if you've got a couple of students that are returning. Things like that. I mean, that's a great way to make sure you're not going to have any issues. Just like, you were using a Switch 1, maybe you bought a Switch 2, and you're figuring out if that's going through your firewalls again. Same exact principle. We want to make sure we get those year one issues out of the way so that you feel like you have a great first experience. We want you to feel confident after the first 6 months, not going, that was a headache. So we're here to help you work through those things. And there's a lot of other examples. You know, you can name a bunch of firewalls or different softwares. South Dakota has a one centralized IT that we had to get approved through. So there's a lot of examples of that. The biggest thing that we can do is start early, get through it. That helps a lot with tech issues.
Cool. Yeah, no more questions so far.
Awesome. Okay, let's talk a little bit about teams then. So I've got a test team created here already. So again, the things that you as a general manager or a head coach are going to do are all here in your dashboard view. So OKSE is going to send you announcements here, which is really exciting. You'll be able to see past announcements here. And that's going to be really helpful to stay on top of things and organized. You know, I think you folks were having a conversation on Discord, and are we blocking Discord, or some schools doing it, and where do announcements come from? So we have built the platform, and we're going to follow your folks' lead. But culturally, we're building the platform so you can do all of that stuff in the platform. But we know that a lot of states and a lot of ecosystems have a side Discord as an example, and that it's really great for culture. So we're going to leave that decision up to you folks. So just, you know, talk a little bit about our inbox and our chat features on the platform. But you can see here that I've got a Rocket League 3v3 team created already. I've got 3 test add-on users here. And you're going to see that we have 3 out of 3 starters, and we have 3 members with in-game names. So I'm going to talk about that here in a second. So I'm going to create a new team for Rocket League 3v3. And it's a 3v3 format, and this is going to be OKSE Test 2. And this is going to be for my school. Whoops, test 2. So now I've got my test team 2 started. And you can see that the software is telling you that you have a couple of issues. So our job is to make your lives easier. So if you don't have students on a team and that team gets put into a season, it might cause forfeits, right? And for those of us who come from the olden days of esports in 2020, 2021, 2022, we remember when forfeit rates were just obscene. We remember 50+% forfeit rates where you'd flip a coin and you would decide whether or not the other team was actually going to show up for your match. So our software is doing a lot of heavy lifting for you as a program and for your OKSE team to make sure that we decrease forfeit rates wherever possible. So now I can simply add any users I want. I have 5 users here. I can also create 3 add-on users right here with the click of a button. Oh, actually, I don't have it on for OKSE. I'll have to turn that on later. But it's the exact same process as I showed you here when I create a user account that folks can log into. So one of those add-on users was created because I don't have the mass creation on. And so you can see starter 1 of 3, and 1 of 1 person has their in-game usernames. It also tells you that this team is not in a season. So now I can click all of the different Rocket League season options and enroll that team in a season all from the same page. Boom. This team is done. I can now go back in and add 2 more users. The Rocket League team is full. I have now enrolled both of my Rocket League teams for the season. I can keep creating teams. I can keep creating games for all of the games OKSE offers. And you're only seeing OKSE stuff. So we don't need to clutter you with whatever Kansas or North Dakota is doing. If OKSE, we're working on one other thing, which is cross-state scrimmages, but the state has to approve it. And it's not ready to go quite yet, but if you wanted to scrim, that way you have more scrim options, and we'll be opening that scrim in-state as well. So you could set up scrimmages in-state. That's not ready to go yet because we do all of our heavy coding in the summer and launch that in the early fall. Okay, that was Teams. That was super fast, so I'll pause there again before I hop into inbox for any other questions.
Yeah, are we able to have a setting where they only see the division games when they're doing that? So like Rocket League Bison, you only see Bison, you click it.
Yeah, good question. Yes, it is possible. I'm not sure if that's ready to go because you might have school districts. The biggest issue was you might have school districts who qualify for a multitude of leagues, or you might have an issue where you might need to consolidate a league, and thus it needs to be able to be seen. So it might be one of those things where we label a school as Bison, you know your Bison, so you sign up for Bison. But we can absolutely talk about making that a little bit more streamlined if possible. But we don't want to limit the functionality in case you folks need to consolidate. A great example of that was varsity and junior varsity rule sets. We had to consolidate in South Dakota some JV back into the varsity league because Marble Rivals was just at our cusp for a JV league. And so those are kind of the considerations we make. But yeah, absolutely. We can try and figure out a process where, hey, you're supposed to be a Bison school, thus you register for Bison. One last example on that, just because you can see how complicated that is from a software standpoint. If I have to pick which league I'm going to, but you have the state league and then you have a spring thing that you do or a winter thing, you just need to be able to access all the options. And so, yeah, good question. Let me know if there's anything else you want on that.
Any questions on teams or anything? Are we going to have to link their accounts of Rocket League, or are we going to have to link their Epic? Or can we, I guess, was also a question.
You can. Yep. So let's see. I want to go into, I'm not sure if I will show you. There we go. So you can see here that you as a coach can actually go into your players and add their in-game username. And boom, this student now has a Fortnite Duos in-game username. I can come here and I can add a Rocket League 3v3 username.
Mm-hmm.
So not only can the student do that, so you folks don't have to, but if you want to, or a student's having issues, you can upload that information on their behalf so that when everyone gets into the match chats or the coaches are trying to find each other, we can look and see one of their in-game usernames.
Okay, but it's not something that you have to do. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it is not a have
for
to.
us.
If the league sets it as a rule, then it's a have to. We don't force it on you folks. Some of our state leagues do force it. They say you have to have, if you're a Rocket League varsity team, you have to have your in-game username. But that's at the league level, and you folks can decide, hey, we're not seeing a lot of forfeits by not having Rocket League in-game usernames. We're worried about XYZ. We leave that decision to you folks.
For OKSE side, I would lean towards, that would be a no. Toka,
Awesome stuff.
Can that username be changed? So like the Fortnite Duos,
Yes.
your chess 1, 2, 3.
Yes, so we can change these usernames right here. I can change the username, so I can edit that functionality. Let's see. I can also, as an admin, OKSE can also change the student username or anyone's username inside the state league. So if someone puts something inappropriate, you can contact OKSE, and it's a click of a button, edit the name just like it is for this chess 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep. So if someone gets it wrong, we can fix it.
Any other questions for now? Cool. You're good. Oh, 1 second.
Awesome.
1 second.
Awesome. Okay.
One
That
second. I'm
schedule is
sorry.
super easy.
1 second.
Go ahead. Sorry. Oh, good. Okay.
No.
Match schedule is
No, I'm
super
sorry. I'm
easy.
sorry. I'm
When-
sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Link up to show, like, they're ranked at this level on the Street Fighter server and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're just typing it in.
Oh, yeah.
You would still have to go
Is there a feature to directly like link their actual like account, like so like an Overwatch, like not just type in their name, like what the username is, but it actually like links to their account?
Yes, that is coming. Let me show you. So I'm going to log out and I'm going to log into a student real quick. That's why I posted this in the chat earlier.
So this is a student account you're on right now, right?
Yes, I just moved over to a student account. You can see that we've started the process that that question was about. So you can connect with your Riot account for League, Valorant, and 2KXO. So that stuff is coming. You can see it here for Riot already. It's a matter of building the APIs and getting all that stuff done, but that makes it really easy to stay up to date with it. So yeah, that stuff is on the way. I don't know how many titles we'll get through with that kind of connectivity by your folks this season.
Sure.
But it's something we wanted for ourselves. So selfishly, we started to build it out and get it ready, and it sounds like it might be good for you folks too.
Yeah, so like to really emphasize that they are, you know, just like OKSE, they're running their league. So whatever they want, we probably want to, and they're gonna put that feature on there. So it really helps to be it's like hand in hand in that. Any other questions right now? Okay, we're good.
Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna come back over here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So match schedule is pretty simplistic. You'll see ongoing matches that you're currently in. That's really helpful in case you forgot to submit a score in a match a day or two ago. You'll see it still at the very tip top. Upcoming matches come next, and then you can click this button to see past matches that your school had played in. So again, really easy. You can see there's no matches there now because we don't have the matches for the seasons created yet. And then finally, the inbox. So this is our solution to helping schools and districts with the Discord issue. I am a gamer. I love Discord. I really do. I think many of us do. And in many of our states, Discord is totally fine. Your students can be on it. You can be on it. But more and more states across the country are banning Discords in schools or banning educators and students being in any type of chat together, right? So Wisconsin, Mike over at WISIA, he's been using Discord for years, and now there's a new state law looking to be passed about this exact issue. So we jumped on it and said, look, if we see more states pass this, we need to have an alternative. So do what's best for OKSE. Just know that the functionality is there for you. So I'm going to walk you through this. So first off, you as a coach can draft a message to your administrative team at OKSE or another school, and you can say scrimmage, or you can say test. So I'm going to type a scrimmage message, and I have invited Lacey to Broken Bow High School, because that was probably on this list over here. So now I'm going to send this message. And so now I've started a chat with Lacey. Howdy, I was looking to scrimmage Rocket League this month. Want to find a time? And you all know how chat features and emails and all that stuff works. So this is real. I actually just sent this to Broken Bow, and I believe it was Lacey. So if Lacey logs onto the platform, they're going to find this message awaiting them from OKSE Test. But here's the other cool thing, and this is really important. You folks can flag the chat and send this to an administrator at any time. So if someone's inappropriate, they're behaving poorly, administrators from OKSE are in every chat. They're not going to see it because our view, they're going to get a lot of chats, so they're not going to just know to instinctively go to it. That's why the flag feature exists. And the flag doesn't have to be for just bad things. It could be like bad behavior. It can be for tech issues. It can be for whatever. So they can try and help you solve some of those challenges in real time. So that's the inbox. And that so announcements will show up here. Direct messages will show up here. I can see a test message that I sent to the admin team. And I can see the OGMA group chat. I'll talk about that in 1 second. And then finally, match chats. So on a week-to-week basis, when you have a Rocket League match coming up, depending on your state league rules, you, your students, and the other school and their students might be in a chat. Give me just 1 second. For some reason, my alarm clock's going off at 11:30. I'll be right back.
So while I was doing that, just to be clear, we will be turning off that for students. Yes. So I know he's kind of going over everything, but obviously we don't want that communication to happen because of the communication bill. That's not going to happen. We can still do this for the coaches, and I think we talked at some point about eventually you'll roll out something where it'll send like an email or Discord message through that or something.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Our goal is to have this also send an email.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota is working on that because it's a high priority to us as well. We want to be careful because we don't want to spam your email box, because if you think about it, if every time you get a match chat, you get an email, you might, if you think about how DMing works, you might get 30 emails one night. Okay, well, that sounds kind of crazy. But we also want you to be alerted, hey, you know, you got a message. So how do we bridge that gap? We'll talk with OKSE. And exactly to your folks' point, if you have a communication bill and you can't have students, then we just turn off student chat. And they're not in match chats. They're not. You cannot direct message a student at all. That's not even allowed. Match chats is the only thing that students can use, because a student and an adult can never be alone. A student and an adult and another student must be the minimum present. And that's in only a few states. And I think you're going to see that disappear as well. And students won't be chatting to the platform.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
One last note too, though. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, we can turn off student communication at all. You know.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. It is fully turn offable for your league. Yep. And then the other piece is too, this is still a great place to report issues though. So if someone says something mean in the League of Legends chat, even though that didn't happen on our platform, OKSE will want to, you know, handle that and say, hey, that's inappropriate. This is our rules for the league, just like we all do across all sports. So, you know, we're really making it a safer place for students to compete. And that's really what this is all about, is giving them that structure, that safety, that security, but also, you know, making esports more positive. I think a lot of us gamers, especially as we grow older, we're getting tired of the toxicity. We're getting tired of getting yelled at. We want to have a more fun experience when we're engaging in an esports. I think it's why you see more and more people gravitate towards single player or friend-only titles as time goes on. So if we want esports to be a really fun and engaging place, this is how we change the behavior generationally. So just a little bit of context on that.
So you're saying, like within the game Overwatch, someone types GG Easy or something, there's toxic, even though the feature per student on the platform is not we can turn that off. You can still flag it and send, hey, they said this, and it'll send it to us as admin, right?
Yes, you could. A screenshot is a great way to do that, which you can do in the match submission, or you can do in the match chat. So I wish I had a match chat, but similar. Let me see. So I go back to this scrimmage and I flag this. You can see here that I can drop a screenshot. So all the students need to do is grab a screen grab. They don't even necessarily have to, although it's really helpful when you can. You could also, but if you were also getting bullied in voice comms as an example, you can report it here. So the students wouldn't be able to do this, but you as the head coach or the coach of the program, you could still flag this and send it off to OKSE so that they can put their rulings into effect. You know, we have a strike policy type deal in Minnesota, but there are some things that count as all of your strikes. So you folks are probably very familiar with that kind of stuff. So yes, your students won't be able to chat, but you as a school can still report your issues and still make sure that we're making it a safe place for students to behave, even though it isn't on our platform. We want you guys to be safe and your students to be safe.
Cool. I got a couple questions here.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the goal would be to have it all on that platform. Now, transitioning wise, what that actually looks like, you could start on Discord or, try it. And then if it doesn't go through, obviously, hit us up on Discord. Yeah.
Can we have a button on the chat thing? When we press it, it sends us an email as well. Rather than getting every single chat message, but like, hey, this one needs to go to their email address and let them know that I'm actually communicating with them to hit the chat box and that sends the email.
Yeah, he was kind of talking about that. They're working on that where if they send something through the FinWorks chats, it'll send you an email that they said something on the chat. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't want every email,
every chat. But just like this email, this message I'm sending, prioritize this one.
Is there like a chat box that says this one needs to go?
Okay. I mean, that's an idea there. So instead of having like it auto does an email, you could when you're sending a message through the chat, you can like maybe hit a little check box that says, hey, I also want you to email this to prioritize this to further reduce the amount of emails we could get.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. And what we might find too is we might say, hey, like a reschedule request that goes in an email, right? Or the first reschedule request for a game goes in an email. Because I'm super in favor of the idea. I also just want to make sure that you guys don't get 350 emails per educator in a season. So if we can find that balancing act where you folks are getting notified, just because, if you have, I don't know how many titles you necessarily run in a year, but if you have 10 titles, let's say, and you have 8 matches per title, that's 80. And you have, 2 teams per title, that's 160. And so, you start thinking about, okay, a reschedule request here, a forfeit notification here, like that kind of stuff. That could get pretty high, especially when you get to those bigger schools. However, just because I don't have an answer to that question doesn't mean we're not going to do it or find out a way. And I love that idea already is, hey, this one is important enough to email. Let's send it. I think that gets us closer and closer towards how are we going to contact. So yeah, great thoughts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, as we get into this, if you have like an idea or you have something that bugs you, please message us. Like, so we can do this with them. They've been doing this for a month with us. They're like, yeah, we could probably figure that out, or we'll work on that. Obviously, they have other leagues they're working with, and they have priorities. But we want to try to address any issues. Okay.
And I shouldn't say this because it's attacking the system, but our backlog is partially built off of like recency. So if we have a lull in September for new functionality, we might not be able to push that code in the middle of your season, but we might get it built. So if you're saying, hey, submit this ticket, and then we get it, like, deal with the feedback with OKSE, if we get it early, we might be able to tackle it and put it on there. OKSE moved quickly, so we were able to do a bunch of stuff for OKSE already. And that's just because your team is on the ball. And that just means we can start building the stuff that you folks needed before, other people got their requests in. So there is a little bit of like first come, first serve. Not totally, because some priorities take longer and we still build out our schedule, but it helps. It does help. So yeah, you're exactly right.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, no more questions right now.
Awesome. So over here on the right side, you'll also see our chat functionality. So you can see that scrimmage message I sent is there. You can see that test message I sent is there. But you can also see group chats. So think about this like a Discord channel. So all of the head coaches in OKSE start in a channel together. Right now, that's 8 people are all invited here. So we can say hi to each other. This is where announcements can go. We can say, hey, there's a weather issue. Check your announcements, things like that. This is at the league side. So if this gets, out of hand or things like that, we might turn it off. We might, but we'll let OKSE sort of drive the bus there. You can create group chats. So you could have a Bison group chat here where we talk about Bison issues and all sorts of things like that. So really helpful to be able to have those sort of like chat room functionality, just like you have in Discord, so that we lessen the burden of moving off as much as possible if you guys have to. So just one last piece there between the match chats, direct messages, announcements, inbox feature. This allows you to communicate across the state of Oklahoma, make sure everyone's taken care of, keep communication tight, all of that good jazz.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the goal eventually is to move all of this onto here. We have one platform. You look at that. You don't got to look at Discord. You got to look at your text message. You got to look at your email right here.
Yeah, I think it would be great to have a chat for Scissortail. Each region have their own chat.
Yeah, we could do that too. Cool.
Well, I think it's a really good idea. In North Dakota, we love our sections and we love our divisions, right? So like for us, we want to play, our rivals and things like that. So if you can create a chat in your region, I think that goes a really long way. And that's what we're building this for, is like, okay, because I think one day we'll all start hosting section or region championships. That's a huge deal for Class B basketball in North Dakota, right? So those are the things I think about is as the sport matures and all the work that we're doing continues to pay off, we're 5, 6, 7 years into this. What is it going to look like in 20 years, right? And that's kind of an exciting prospect. We're just getting started, so. Any other questions?
No, not right now.
Okay, let's talk about resources. So right now, I because of the teams I'm on and the things that I've joined, I see one resource module here. And I put this together. This is a test just ahead of today's presentation. But again, how do we streamline things? When we started, we had a public Google Drive that our rules and handbooks and all that stuff would be in. And then we had our YouTube channel, and we had our Discord, and then we had our old platform that, that wasn't the one that we built, that was the one that we were using. And then, all this stuff was across so many different places. So as administrators, you can come in here and you can see resources. So I've actually linked out, we can do text, which you see up here. We can do PDFs. And then if I click this link, it actually is a live link of the live stream, which is kind of Inception. So this is embedded directly from your YouTube channel. And then if I click this link, oh, that's neat. It's literally working already. That's crazy. So yeah, it's a straight embed.
That's crazy.
So that you folks can have all your resources in one spot.
Well, the cool thing there is that you're not making us go to a different page. Yeah, so you don't have to take another link to that's what most things do. Just go to the actual page. It's right there.
And right, that makes it so hard to find things. And you can even see that's why the dashboard, it's all one page. You're clicking here, you can get to all of your other stuff, easy peasy. Because what happens if I put match schedule and teams and users and inbox and everything else over here on the left side, eventually your nav bar becomes so unwieldy you can't find anything. So we do a lot of this kind of stuff. And I could create another resource group. It would go right here and right here. And then when I open it, so we really wanted to make this easy to use for educators because you folks have so much on your plate, and honestly easy to use for ourselves. So this is where you'll find resources. OKSE can put their handbook up. They can put any of that sort of resources. They can put streaming guides. All of that stuff can go here in the resource section. That was super quick. It's pretty easy, but if you have a question, please let us know.
Anything on resources right now? Okay, we're good.
Nice. Okay, schools. Okay, so this is going to get a little heady, but that's okay. So in South Dakota, we have Sioux Falls Public Schools. Sioux Falls Public Schools is an organization. They have 4 high schools. So they have, Jefferson and Roosevelt. So they have 4 high schools. So the way that Fenworks has built this is that you are part of an org and you're part of a school. For many of you, your org and school will be the same thing. For some of you, probably not many, but for some, your organization will have multiple schools underneath it. You will be either the coach for the school and the administrator for the whole org, or you'll just be the coach for the school. So if you're in a public school system with a lot of high schools and you have a head of esports for the whole district, we've seen that model. It's kind of common across the country. That helps. So that's why you see this schools tab, and that's why you might hear the phrase organization occasionally. And I can see the whole OKSE test org, the teams, the students, all of that is also under this schools tab. You're not going to use this a lot, but there just might be reasons that you need in here, and that is the schools tab. So that was a little long-winded. If you are one of those use cases, just get into the platform, make sure it does what you need it to do, and then we can combine or separate orgs and schools if we need to. OKSE and Fenworks just needs a little bit of heads up, and we can make sure that looks like, I think OKSE did it right already, but those edge cases might happen. Okay, questions on schools and what that tab does.
Yeah, we got a question. So if they're both high school and middle school, will they have a high school and middle school tab, or will it be like a combined thing?
Yeah, that is going to be a case-by-case basis with the school. I think you can do it either way. So if you're the high school coach and the middle school coach, that's okay. There are reasons you might want the schools separated. So for a lot of us rural folks, K through 12 might all be in the same building. There's no separation. Sometimes you have different budgets, or they want to see the students from the middle school versus the students from the high school. So then we could put you in charge of an org. That org would have the high school and the middle school, and then you can kind of keep your data and your students separate from each other. So we can do it either way. They can all be together or they can all be separate. If you get into the platform and start playing around with it, you'll be able to figure out like, oh, I wish my middle schoolers were here. And then you can give us feedback on how you want that to look. And two schools might want to do it, or two public schools might want to do it completely different. They might want, one might want to be separate and one might be together. We don't mind. The software doesn't mind. OKSE might mind. The state might mind, but we don't mind. So, yeah.
Yeah, to answer your question. Mostly, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe we have about 13 minutes left. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, if we go a little over, it's fine.
Okay, excellent. We're looking to finish on time. So,
nice.
Any other questions? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the word.
Very good. Anything else right now? Okay, we're good.
Excellent. Okay. We'll talk about the jersey designer for a minute here. So this is something really cool that we get to do with OKSE. So right here off of this page, and this landing page will be redone, but you can design or submit designs for jerseys, and you can order, buy, ship, track, all of those things regarding to jerseys and uniforms and equipment right here through the platform. So you can start designing, you can grab colors. Let me move the chat box out of the way. I can start designing. We're going to have more designs for you. This is just for today's purpose. Our logo won't be required, but you can literally choose design templates, add logos. That's our logo if you want it, or OKSE's logo will be an option too. You can put names. So we can say John, or we can say the username. So this is going to be, okay, come down here. There we go. So you can do that. You have numbers. So same thing. You can also drag these around and move them across the jersey. So the jersey is and the jersey designer is one of the ways that we're able to make the platform sustainable. You know, when we talk about sustainability in esports, we're moving towards this phase where we want things to get better. We want quality to improve. We don't want to keep seeing changes every year or 2 years or 3 years, right? And so for us, this is a great way, but it's also a way to give back to OKSE. We're able to do a rev share of the jerseys with your state league so that they can get bigger and better trophies. They can cover their insurance costs. So if you folks are able to order your jerseys through the platform, it actually benefits OKSE in the state of Oklahoma and your esports ecosystem as well. And it helps keep the platform sustainable. So this is something that's super exciting. If you have designs from previous years, you can place them into the platform. We'll help you folks do that in the fall time period. But then also, if you want to build a new design, you can do that in. And then we'll also have design templates that you can pick from. And we can do full-on changes. Obviously, red and blue don't look good together, but you can see just the amount of customization that you have over these. And then we can get these shipped to you, all of that good stuff. That information on jerseys, the shipping times, all that kind of stuff, that'll be on the front page of the jersey designer, just to make your folks' lives easier too. You can save and share these, and then you can download them, all of that stuff. So that is the jersey designer. That's really cool. We're going to have a couple other marketplace things. We do coaching hours too. That's not enabled right now, but that's something that we can do. Any questions or thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, and again, so you can design your own jerseys, and then they'll ship them to you. So that's a really cool feature to see. Any questions over?
Yeah, one thing you mentioned in there, and I know that you showed us the ability for coaching hours. So I think long term, if we can get some of our college players, collegiate players in Oklahoma to sign up to be coaches, then basically you can schedule time to for your team within the platform here. You would have a coaching calendar so you could see availability and sign up your team to be coached by whoever's in the platform, whether it's collegiate players or whoever. And Caleb, can you clarify that? Do those people get paid for that?
They do, and it's actually a pretty good wage too. We really want it to be this great experience where the students can, let's say you're getting a broadcast degree or you're getting a sports management degree and you love esports. We want this to be a way where students can use this as sort of an internship and get those hours so that they can actually, sustain in college. Or it's going to be mainly varsity college players. But there's other examples where we might have coaches too. But yeah, I thought your description was great.
Yeah, and again, there's a revenue share with that. The goal is to eventually make the fee zero. I mean that's our ultimate goal. We're not here to we get paid nothing. We have a joke that we'll add zeros to our pay.
Every time I get a new JD, do I get an extra
so
zero?
Any savings, anything we can do to pass that on to you, like we just did this year, that's the ultimate goal. Is hopefully we can just have this fully for free, and that'd be awesome.
And with college coaching too, if we're able to see more coaching out of Oklahoma, we can actually try and hire some of the coaches out of Oklahoma colleges. So really giving back to that ecosystem and giving those experiences and opportunities to those students. And so that's our mission long term. And so we're happy to work on that with you folks. And I love what you're saying, the jersey designer, the coaching hours. There's just a lot of things that we can do with the platform that should make your lives easier. Because if we can also just make it in the same place so it's actually convenient for you instead of you having to go to 100 different places, it's just going to let you focus on the things that matter. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. But what matters is the students. What matters is running a fun program. Your sanity matters, by the way. Other people might not always think so, but we around this table definitely do. So your sanity matters, and anything we can do to preserve that, protect it, and whatever's left of it, that's what matters. So yeah, any other questions on the jersey designer or the coaching? You'll see the coaching hub go live as well. It'll be right next to the jersey designer. You'll be able to book the coaching hours right through there. I might be able to turn it on actually. But I'll get through the rest of the presentation, and maybe you'll see it at the next demo if you need it.
Okay, so are you going to show us what a match looks like with putting scores in?
Yes. Well, yes. So here is, and I actually just enrolled in some of these test leagues that we had built and things like that. So when you come into the seasons, you can see all of the different potential season types in the platform. So normally you only see the seasons that you're enrolled with. OKSE, we can talk about whether you want my seasons or all seasons to be the default. But either way, my seasons for this test school, this is the only league that I have right now. You can see the Bison League, the Scissortail League, Rattlesnake Coyote, IBAI, and Little E League. So you can see all these different divisions, and then you can also see the seasons that they're running in those divisions as well. I don't get attached to this because I think OKC is still working on it all. Maybe this is fully up to date, but for fall, but they have just gotten on about a month ago, so give them more time to build all this out. But I mean, it looks great. It's easy to navigate, so I can go in here. I enrolled 2 different teams for 2 different leagues, just as an example. So as a coach, first off, you can come to this season and you can add another team to this season. So that also makes it really easy. To the previous question I got is I can come in and I can add them to the right season after I go through and I look at all the seasons and I make sure, okay, I know I'm a Bison. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to enroll a team in the Bison League. I didn't set them for that game type, so that's why you don't see them there. But so I go back, I go in here. So here I can see the standings. I can see, for this is just getting built out, but you'll see your weeks, you'll see announcements and information up here. You'll see more information up here. You can cycle between playoffs and regular season, all of that good stuff. So again, super easy to navigate. I'm going to get another account pulled up so you can see what that looks like. So this is a student account. Your view will look very similar. So if I go to my seasons, I'm going to go to this drone racing season. Now I can see what a season with data looks like. So this is week 1. I can look at all of my multiple weeks and see these things. This is all test data. But I can see when the week starts, when the week ends, when the match starts, if the week has started or not. I can see if the match is completed. I can see if it was forfeited or who got the bye. I can see the standings. So, this is all just test data as well, but I can go to the preseason. I can see all that information. I can see week 4. I can go to week 7. The matches aren't created for week 7, but they are for week 6. And then finally, I can go and I can look into this match and I can see the match page. So for drone racing, it looks a little bit different. You might have your pick band. So if you're playing League of Legends, you should be able to pick your stages and your characters and do your bands. We're working on more and more titles to be ready for the fall, but that way you don't have to go to a third-party app for some of these game titles to do your pick bands, and you can do that in the platform. You can also just do it in the match chat with the other coach, but we'll have that ready for you. You can see students here, and so I can see information just like their username, their Discord, their in-game username is here, if they're eligible to compete or not, their school name, and then what team they're on. Same thing over here. If you don't want some of this information to be present, then it won't be present on this screen, but that way people can find each other. You can see all of the games that were played against each other, the scores. Here are all the coaches, so I can see that this team has 5 coaches. This team has no coaches. That's not going to be possible, but that's test data. So that's the match page. And you can also do a check-in process. I'm trying to share a lot here. It's really going to make sense when you guys get into preseason and do it. It's going to feel really organic and natural. So I'll hit the pause button there because that was a lot of information really fast. It's obviously going to be something you use a lot.
Yeah, so we'll have the option to turn off the information on the students' profiles where they only see the name and the username, like what you actually really need. We have the option to turn off that Discord option, right?
Yes.
Yeah, stuff like
Discord
that.
is fully optional too. So for OKSE, we can just have Discord not even be enterable.
Yeah.
That can be a data point in your league settings. We can do the same thing with in-game usernames and let that be a state-by-state basis. We do find having the in-game username is super helpful because that's data the other team is going to get already.
Yeah.
Because when you add each other on League of Legends, you're going to get that. But you're right, Discord, we can remove.
Yeah, I think in-game names is fine, but we don't want any way for them to contact them personally. The band thing you were talking about. So that's like a feature. So like on Overwatch, you would have like the full roster of heroes or something, and then you could like click that or.
Yes. Let me see.
And obviously that's a feature you're working on, so it's not right now, but.
Yes, it is. Well, I have Rainbow Six Siege done. I wanted to show you that. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Oh, this is the wrong one. I don't want to spend too much time just because your time is valuable. But I'll see if I can find that match. Because I should have calendar. Where was this? I'll look around for it and maybe I'll have it ready for the next demo so you can see it. But yes, pick band. We want as much of that done for you folks as possible and for your main titles. So Smash, League, and Valorant are the 3 of the big ones that we're really focusing on for pick band stuff. Other questions?
Any questions right now? Okay. We're good right now.
Awesome. Okay. That is what I had for you folks for the first hour. I hope that wasn't too overwhelming, but we've prepared lots of time for training. We've got time over the summer and into the fall. There'll be plenty of time. And as you saw, it's relatively quick. We'll have our YouTube and video guides up. Most of those won't even be over 6 minutes. So you'll be able to learn the platform, use it. It's all in one spot, make your lives easy as possible. So, yeah. Any overarching questions? I know I'm out of time, so.
Yeah, so the goal is to get this in the hands of everyone, as soon as possible. And I know he's already started sending out invites. That's one thing we can work on today and tomorrow is making sure everyone here, especially, gets their invites, so you can start looking at it. And then we'll more likely have our seasons like pretty much set by the end of July. And I'm going to start working on it as soon as I'm not busy. So you can start getting your hands on it. Yeah, it seems fairly straightforward. Any questions? Yeah, so there are bracket systems. You can do a double M, all that kind of stuff. As far as like mass like entry as far as like players. So like one thing we have a hang up on is for Smash, these players only show up for just that, and then they may not show up or not. So having people create counts for that is like pretty arduous. Are we able to, as like, especially like the admin, go in and say, hey, this is going to be the Shoto person, and that's this and this, and then it's something super quick we can do.
Yes. Yep.
So also
You saw.
when we create a game in there, like we have the game listed there, Rocket League, we can have a preseason. We can have different stages: a preseason queue system, a regular season Swiss or round robin, and then for your postseason, you can have a playoff bracket, all within the same instance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One-stop shop.
Yeah.
One quick note for the group as people are thinking of any last questions too. So mobile is fully ready to go. We did just do a huge patch though to make the entire platform ADA compliant with one of the highest standards. So you might see a little bit of bugs that we fix over the summer here on the mobile version. We've been getting to a lot of them on the desktop version. So if you see any of that stuff, just let OKSE know, let us know, and we'll squash those. It's really cool that we're able to support ADA compliance. So it's something that's been really important to us in making sure that esports is accessible. But we literally had to touch nearly every piece of UI on the platform to make sure all of it was accessible. So you might see just a little bit of that. That got pushed last week. Again, all of our big coding happens in the summer. So you don't want us doing that coding in the middle of the season. That's how you get breaks. That's how you get maybe challenges that you guys have experienced in past years. So
right, yeah. Yeah, I know you'll have a bunch more questions as you get your hands on it and we get to the season. Like you said, there will be there's videos that they have that will obviously push out for you. As usual, you can contact us for help too. All right. Anything else? Anything? Any questions or anyone wants to add anything?
And then Caleb, you're going to be with us at 4 o'clock today, right? And anybody that wants help with onboarding, you'll be there for that, right?
yes.
Yeah. So that's at 4 there, and then tomorrow it's sometime to wherever it is, right there. Yeah, at 1.
Yeah.
So we'll have plenty of time to address any issues. Get people on now. The more people we get on now, the better. Really, just so we can see those if there's bugs or anything we figure out for us while we're not busy. Also, okay, that's good for now.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, Dakota, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, folks. Everyone take care, and I'll be in touch. And OKSE folks, I'll be in the Discord as we just wrap up the last 3/4 of the invites.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have the college coaches panel. We'll have again hopefully about 10 coaches come and talk. I see several of them right now. Think of the questions you would want to ask around 1. Come back. We'll have lunch. There's some snacks here if you don't want to do full lunch and all that. All right, looks like we'll probably start a little bit late. Let's say like 1:10 we'll actually start. All right, if I can start getting my college coaches up here and start getting set up. I'll start in a couple minutes. Okay, testing. All right, we can start get started here. Super excited to add this college coach panel to our clinic. We have a lot of great colleges that work very closely with OKSE and our students, and obviously that's the pipeline we are working for to get these students into colleges, hopefully with some scholarships and all that. So we're just going to kind of start with obviously what college they're at, what they do, what games they play, if they have any scholarships, what kind of recruiting they have. Just kind of talk a little bit about their program. Then we can kind of go from there, field some questions. I'll probably end up leaving a little bit early just to get set up for stuff. So just really quick, kind of going over how everything goes for the breakout sessions. We'll have, again, the community room is this. For those sessions, you stay here. That same stream will be going. Then we'll have the lecture hall, which is just down the second floor. I'm like, it's literally pointing down here. So we'll have signs going down to that. We'll have probably some students helping you make sure you know where to go. One thing I ask is don't go into the main high school past what we need to have, just so we're not wandering around. There should be bathrooms and stuff for you to go to. And then the esports room is a little bit of trek. We'll make sure to have, let's say, Ms. Buchanan, so raise your hand there. So anyone that chooses to go over there, we'll kind of congregate at the bottom there on the first floor. Then we can walk you over there for the initial group. But there should be signs and arrows going to that. And we'll have some great time. All three of these sessions are streamed. This one is on the Oklahoma Esports YouTube. The one in the lecture hall is Laverne YouTube, and then Esports Room is Bixby YouTube. Okay. All right, well, let's get started. Well, actually, you have Mike, so yeah. Introduce ourselves.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Braden Couch. I'm the head coach of Valorant for Southeastern. I guess Steven would be the...
Yeah, I'm the director there at Southeastern, coordinator, technically. We've had a program for about 4 years now. Braden has been with us since the very beginning as a player, then as a GA, and now as a coach. So he has a lot of experience in that realm and in multiple realms, really, and facets of the program. But we're excited to talk to you guys. Thanks for having us here.
Maybe. Okay. So I'm Joshua Thumper Riesenberg. I'm the competitive coordinator for OU Esports, University of Oklahoma. Our program is 10 years old officially. Our titles, we just restricted our titles down. So chess, Counter-Strike, R6, Rocket League, all the simulation titles. So iRacing, Madden, 2K, stuff like that. Counter-Strike, Rivals, League of Legends. So it's really like 7 plus quite a few of the simulation sports titles. We do not have scholarships on the esports side. We do have the opportunity for students to have student jobs within our community side and some content creation. Yeah, looking forward to any questions you guys have.
All right. I'm Dr. Hayden Harrington. I'm the esports director at SWASU. As of right now, what games we have Call of Duty, Smash, Rivals, and past that, we don't know because we have slimmed down our games for scholarships. But we talked about a Siege team that's going to be student-led, a league team that may be student-led, and something like that. But 3 teams that we will have scholarships for the future as of right now.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Cody Soden. I direct the collegiate esports program at East Central University. I always say we're a D2, Division II regional 4-year university. So a lot like Bixby, it's kind of a rural area. So we come into Ada, it's very similar to that. So a lot of your students looking at colleges should consider our regional schools like SWASU and Southeastern as well. I have a fully funded program, meaning I have a full budget through the university. We do get scholarships for our student athletes that work with us. We are housed under athletics at ECU. So I do report to the athletic director as well, and we're considered student athletes on campus for ECU. We do compete. Our top 5 games right now are League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Super Smash Brothers, and Marvel Rivals. We do carry some secondary titles like Fortnite, Street Fighter 6, that kind of stuff. And I work a lot in our region with the high schools. So a lot of you guys I recognize that I get to work with throughout the year. But we do have a 2-hour radius. So if you're within 2 hours of Ada, Oklahoma, I will come to your school, talk to your administration with you to help you with your program, help you with equipment, help you install things, help install equipment. So it's a lot of fun to work with you guys. So feel free, any questions on equipment or getting some help with your programs, feel free to ask that away.
Hi, my name is Holden Craig. I'm going into my 6th year as the head coach at Rogers State in Claremore. The program was founded in 2018 by a group of students. I'm the first full-time director / head coach. Our main lineup, meaning games we support fully and scholarship, that kind of thing. This year it's Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, Rocket League, Smash, and Valorant. We also offer Madden, 2K, iRacing, fighting games, kind of as the students every year. Depends who we have in the roster. We do have scholarships. We operate out of student affairs on campus. So we're not technically athletes at RSU, but we are very supported by the university. Thanks for having me.
Cool. So just we'll do a couple questions or just kind of go down the line again. What do you look for our high school students when you're scouting? Yeah, let's just kind of go down there.
For me specifically for Valorant, one of the first things that I definitely look for is is for someone to be very I love when the first thing I hear from them is how can I, more from how can I improve, what do we need, like almost like a flexible type of person. Other than that, like one of my big things is definitely ego. A lot of people and we could definitely have some toxic traits when it comes to ego. But I think learn from if the student definitely can understand that for the most part, especially specifically Valorant, like one person cannot win the game, right? So if one person cannot win the game, then you have to learn to put the ego aside and play as a team. But other than that, probably my biggest thing is how can I be better? Because that's one of the first things that I did whenever I was a player.
Yeah, I'll just add a little tidbit here and there, and maybe we can all kind of build on that. But I think one thing that is pretty standard is rank. Every game your kids play, there will be some sort of rank system in it, especially if we're playing it at the collegiate level. Rank's not everything, but a top ranked player will be genuinely better than a bottom ranked player. So encourage your players to play the rank system, encourage them to put some time in, build up their rank, get higher ranked. Naturally, they will improve in their skill and ability just by simply doing that. That's a really easy way to point them on how to improve and how to get better.
The first question I'm going to ask a high school student is what their GPA is and what their ACT is. Quite frankly, I'm not going to ask about the game for the first 20 minutes at least. Because if you don't know what you're going to college for, well, if you can't get into OU, then it's a non-starter. But if you can't get into OU, and then if you come to OU, you're not going to be academically successful, or to be academically successful, you need to focus more time and effort than esports would allow you to focus on it. Or if you come to OU and you don't leave your room for 3 weeks, my director's going to call a wellness check on you. None of that's good. And so academics first every single time with recruiting, and that will not change. And then after that, I will start asking questions about what kind of majors they want, why they want to go to college, why they want to go to OU, things like that. Because as much as they might be a 4.0 student, if they actually don't know what they're going to college for, they're not going to show up to intro psychology. And that could be as much of a problem as good academics. And then I will get into the game and we'll talk about how much experience you have, what rank you are, how flexible you are as far as picks. So if you play Overwatch or one of the games that there's different characters you can play, there's a term called OTP or one trick pony. I can't use those. That means you play one character. Those games are designed so every character has a counter. So if you only play one character, you're automatically countered in college because everyone else plays everything else. Someone plays your counter and someone plays it better than you. And so you have to have enough experience and breadth within your game, no matter what rank you are, to be able to fit into a playbook and a strategy that goes beyond yourself. And that's not always easily findable.
You just had to read my mind and say everything I was going to say, Thumper. No, and that's kind of the same exact path we take. Being in Western Oklahoma, I don't know if you got, a lot of you are from Western Oklahoma, but it's a bunch of farm kids. That's what I get. And I teach cybersecurity. And so I get a lot of, computer scientists that'll come in and I'll go, what do you want to do in computer science? And they go, I want to make games. And I go, okay, so you play a lot of games. They go, yeah. I'm like, do you know what it's like to actually make a game? and what it is to program and stuff like that, and they don't understand that. And so same thing when we get people coming in, that's the first thing I ask. Okay, obviously, like the esports program brought you in, you like what you see with the arena and everything like that, and the scholarships. What major you wanted to go into? And then we get kids that'll go, well, I want to be a veterinarian. And I go, yeah, SWASU doesn't really do that. I mean, there's pre-med, but if you really want to stay at a school that does veterinarian, stuff, like I believe OSU does a lot of veterinarian school stuff. So I would go, you might want to look at that. Or, if you want to stay here and do esports for 2 or 3 years, we can do that. So you can get your GEs done, and since it's cheaper here and whatnot. So there's a whole plan, like Thumper was saying, you got to have this out with them, because if there is a better school and we are here to do the better thing for these kids, I'm sending a kid to another school. Don't tell SWASU I said that, okay? But that, yeah, yes, yeah. So, yeah, it's all the same process. And if everything lines up and it's a good fit for the esports program at SWASU and they're a good fit for SWASU, same thing we go into is, the conversation, what game are you going into? But a big thing I always look for is coachability, right? The ego thing, if I have a kid come in, he thinks he's the, God's gift to Call of Duty, he's not going to be coachable most of the time. He's going to have an ego that he's already the best that there is, and you're not going to tell them what to do. And so having a great attitude, a great, towards being coachable is a huge thing. And a good example of that, we have I don't know how many of you guys are big into the Smash community. I don't know if you guys know this, of Adam Brown in the state of Oklahoma. He was at SWASU. He was a very low tier person in Smash when he first was in high school and came to SWASU. And he came to SWASU because his mom was the chief of police at SWASU. But he came into esports being very coachable and knowing that he had to put in the grind and the work to be better. And at one point, I believe he was the number 5 Samus player in the United States and like the number 12 in the entire world or something like that, because he was coachable and knew that he had to put in a grind to get better. And so, he was 9th in the world. Yeah. So Adam, that's just from going from nothing to being coachable to where you could be, going through a proper program with coaching and stuff like that. So like I said, coachability is a big thing and ego is a big thing we look for at SWASU.
Yeah, the benefit Holden and I have, you guys have already said like all the good stuff. No, I at ECU, I really focus on building winners. I want them to become winners. And there's a big difference in winning a game than being a winner. And there's a whole winning mentality and mindset that goes into being a successful person. And so I focus with them on those things. And I do look at things like, are they coachable? We'll be in a formal tryout. I'll give the student feedback and see what they do with it. Are they going to accept it? Are they going to reject it? Are they going to counter me? So I'll see how they handle that feedback real time. And because I'm looking for that coachability piece. I don't want people that are not coachable. If their ego is so massive that they're scaring off the rest of the team, and I've had to kick people off our program because their egos were so big, they were scaring everybody else off. So that is a reality. Is this person was top 100 top 100 shooter in the country, and he couldn't fly with us because there is something called a vibe check, and I do that too. And if they don't fit in with our group, then they're not going to make it. I loved all the academic stuff. We look at that. I ask them what they want to do. If it doesn't align with what we can even offer, then what's the point of them being there? So that is important. So yeah, make sure your students have a plan of what they want to do. Make sure they are good at getting feedback and implementing that, which you guys all do a great job of. I've seen it in person when you guys come play at our school. And then, yeah, do they fit in? Are they just generally a good person? We can do a lot on our side, but when they get to college, a lot of it is they're on their own. And so if they don't have a foundation of these basic things, they're not gonna make it. Yeah.
I do want to add, just because I think we all agree with this. It doesn't have to be a good plan. It doesn't even have to be a well thought out plan.
A plan.
A plan.
Yes.
Anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any thought to what I'm doing after high school.
I think the average college student now changes their major 3 times. Yep. It's the average. So that doesn't mean that they have to have the perfect plan. I was one of the anomalies. I knew exactly what I was going to want to do. That's not the most of the students. They change it 3 times.
Baseline, we want to recruit talented players, obviously, but I think program building is kind of like playing Jenga, where like you get the right 25 pieces together and it looks really good. Then you make one wrong move and the whole thing kind of comes apart. So not just teams of 5 or 6 or whatever, but the whole program of we're 50, 60. I think about the same probably. But you have to make sure that the player holistically kind of fits your program's culture. That's not binary, good for us, bad for us, but how do they fit with their immediate teammates? How do they interact with the program at large? If the news is coming to campus, is this somebody I can put in front of a camera and represent us in a good light? Is this somebody, if they talk to an administrator, will represent us in a good light? Will they help build the brand at our university? So we really try and recruit holistically. We really insist that students who are in state take a campus tour. We want them to want to be RSU students and not just play for a program with nice computers and that's close to where they live. So really we want to make sure that the players want to come play for us. But also, there is that baseline of, a certain talent level. We don't say this ranker, we're not taking you, but there is kind of that bar for talent, certainly.
So just to recap here, or you want to talk?
I was just going to say, it seems like over the years, which is a good thing, the bar continues to go up a little bit more. So that's always plus. So thank you all for doing your job. But then, just keep in mind that it matters.
Just to recap here, I have some students out here, so I'm going to say this again for them. The priority is not the game. It's your grades and what you want to do in life after this. All of this is just a means to get to that end. So if you're not focusing on that, you're not doing yourself a service, but this is also what they don't want.
This is just the next 4 or 5 years of your life.
Right.
Like that's the rest of it is, 30.
Yeah. And as little as, players get scholarships for esports in college, that's much, much, much less actually get any kind of livable wage after that. It's just like any other sport. So you've got to focus on what your career is. One thing I love about really all of our colleges in Oklahoma is that they are looking out for our students, not just trying to grab them and get them there. If this doesn't fit for you, then you should probably go to, like they were saying, you should go to OSU or OU or wherever. Not OSU. Okay, the OU one. No, but seriously, like they're looking out for our kids, and I really appreciate that. Unless you want to add anything, we'll go to questions. Any questions?
The legend, Ricky McNeil.
Okay, I got one for you. I get this a lot, and it's always the kids that don't know what school. And I love you, OU. I got students that be like, I want to go to OU and play, and I tell them no because they can't even keep a C average. But I know they're very talented in the other elements of esports, which is management, information technology, production, photography, marketing, those things. What do I tell a kid? How do I know, and me as a coach, what school to send them to for a specific thing? Like I know OU has great production. How can I know if to send them to SWASU or anywhere else? What do you guys do to promote things outside of gaming so I can know, okay, hey, this will be a great place for you as a marketer?
Are you talking about like we're doing production in esports or just we have production at the school itself?
Period. Because I feel like information technology can be anywhere. So how do I know your school is the perfect fit for my student?
I think with that, I think all of us have good knowledge about what school is really good at what. Like if you think of pharmacy, most people in the United States will think of SWASU. But do we offer, IT? Do we offer this or that? I think that just gets always kind of looked over until a kid comes talk to you. And so I guess the big thing was, if we went to events like this and had booths, we could offer, we have this, we have this, we have that. But I guess a big thing for me is always when I go talk to schools and stuff, I always bring that stuff with us and show them what we got. But outside of that, they just have to go to the school's website and just look that up. But as a coach, if a coach ever asks me for information, I go, here it all is. We have PDFs of everything.
promote that for your own school? Are y'all seeing, hey, we need someone just to market for us? Like right now, I'm seeing ECU, your Swansea. I see y'all marketing really good. How can, is there something on your website that says, this is what we need?
Yes, I have we have swasu.gg has that on there of what we need. And then we also have in our form, we have a huge form that says, are you interested in not playing? Are you interested in shoutcasting, marketing, stuff like that? And that tells us yes, that because we have scholarships for those too. And so if we ever have any media people, we tell all the coaches, if you have media people, like with Mike, he had his kid. He was looking at coming to SWASU, but he got a full ride scholarship to, well, it was Indiana. Yeah, Indiana Tech. I can't do a full ride scholarship, but you know what I mean. Like, coaches reach out and see if we need those things. Yeah.
So for OU, I'm going to give you the admissions answer, then I'm going to give you a real answer. Okay. So the admission answer is that OU reviews all applications holistically. And so we don't have a minimum GPA, we don't have a minimum ACT, so on and so forth. That being said, my sort of side job is an academic advisor. I've never seen anyone admitted with a lower than an 18 ACT. I've never seen anyone lower than a 2.9 high school GPA ever in 3 years, basically. And so as far as like what OU has, we have a giant open community Discord that's available to anyone. It's public. We post things. I mean, we're doing it right now today, but we post what we need, what's available, applications every July. We keep those open. We say what's available. Our website is constantly updated as far as what's available and what's happening as far as OU is concerned. And then as far as admissions, I'll give you the real answer, which is basically it's going to depend on what they want to do. Is you no longer come to OU. It used to be you apply to OU, you get into OU, and then you kind of scatter amongst our colleges. Now you'd apply and you kind of go directly to the colleges. And so like if it's in our engineering college, if you got a less than a 3.4-ish, probably not. And so it just depends on what they want to do as far as like if they need to come OU. But the answer at OU is always going to be academics first, because if you can't get in, I can't help you.
I would say two things. I would say start the process a little bit earlier, maybe than you already are. I think I see a lot of our prospective students start looking for schools in their senior winter. And we know you close your eyes and 6 months goes by and it's the summer, right? So, I mean, I would start exploring schools when they're juniors and encourage them to do that. And also, we have a lot of information. I think a lot of us are in either student affairs or a similar area. We're kind of generally versed. But I would take advantage of, we have, it's called Roar Day, preview days. They're built to kind of teach prospective students about campus life. And I think they do a much better, that's their job is to do that. So I would take full advantage of schools that offer stuff like that. I would not just go through the esports coach or director as a way to gauge what the school is like. Because although we do interact with really a lot of aspects of the school, we don't delve as deep into it as, the housing director does or the campus life director does. So I'd make a short list and I would really delve deep into them and use, what's available to you as far as that goes. And we can point you that direction, certainly. I mean, I always try and link students to pages or to people or to phone numbers. But I would use those resources on the campus for the full experience.
And to answer kind of your question too, I have an okay achieving student. I don't know if they're going to do well. That's kind of what the regional schools are designed to do. If I have an okay achieving student, I love OU, but I'm not going to send him to OU because we don't know if he's going to succeed. But we do know they might succeed in a regional school, especially if I have a student who's from a very small town, Macomb High School, McAllister, these are small rural communities. They're going to have a hard time adapting to a big school where they'll have a better chance of success at an ECU or a SWASU or Southeastern. So one of the first things is you want to look at what schools fit that person's academic profile first. And then the thing I tell students all the time, go to the campus. You may love me. They may love talking to me, but they come visit ECU and they hate it just by walking around the campus. They may love Dr. Hayden, but they may go to SWASU and hate it. They won't know that until they go. And I kind of mentioned that earlier. If you're within 2 hours of me, I'll come for a tour. I'll do it myself. We'll go to lunch. I'll pay for your lunch. We'll talk to the kids. If they're into audiovisual, I reach out to the professors who are over that department, and we meet with the student so they can actually get to know that student and see if it's a good fit. But I brought that up earlier. That vibe check is very real. They may go to that campus and not like it, and they won't know that until they go there. So I like about the Roar Days we do at ECU Junior Day. We have Senior Day. We do preview days. They can come do a private tour with me. They can do it with recruiting. But that's a huge thing. And most high schools that we interact with, the administration has built in days where those kids can miss a day of school for a college prep day, and it doesn't count against their attendance. Like, that is a thing. So most schools have that in place 3 to 5 days a year where they can go to visit a campus and it doesn't hurt their attendance at all. So use those, take advantage of them. And they do start. I agree with what Holden said earlier. These guys should be starting this way earlier than senior year. They should be looking at colleges and touring sophomore year, junior year. They should be already committed to roughly where they want to go before their senior year even begins.
I was going to say, as far as timeline is concerned, OU has automatic academic scholarships. Those run out by November of their senior year. So if they're applying later than October, maybe even September of their senior year, they could qualify for automatic academic scholarships. They're gone. So if they start looking senior, way too late, like way too late.
Yeah, my day, so esports is my side hustle. My day job, I'm the director of admissions and recruitment at Southeastern. I have some really good materials back there with a lot of our programs and all the other good stuff that admissions and recruitment normally gives people. I have them on our table if you wanted to look at those. But again, on our websites, everything as well. At Southeastern, like Cody hit it square on the head. Southeastern, surprise, surprise, is not as academically vigor as OU. I know that's a shocker. Students at Southeastern, I actually just ran the numbers a couple weeks ago for my direct report. A student that has come in with a 12 historically at Southeastern, students that have come in with a 12 ACT, all up to a 20 ACT, all have the exact same chance of success. At Southeastern, is about effort. I would 100% say students that have effort can make the grades at Southeastern. I've seen it over time and time again. So I go into class, putting in the work, and going to tutors if you need to, whatever. There's lots of help. But yeah, that goes a long way. And then, yeah, couldn't agree more. Get on the ball early. Josh just mentioned, they run out in November. Our academic automatics run out in March. But by the time January gets here, as far as esports scholarships go, I've already awarded a large portion of my budget. So the later they wait, the less chance I even have money to even give them from esports. So the earlier is the better. Yeah, I could not push that enough. I would love to talk to more juniors and my recruiting efforts, but most of the time it's seniors, and most of the time it's second semester seniors, and then we're crunch time.
So I had a senior and similar C student in high school. And to be honest, I hated high school personally. Like, I hated it. It was the worst time of my life. But I did great in college. So I had a student, he was a C, I think a 12 or 13 ACT. He dropped out his first day of college because he didn't think he was going to make it. I found him in the parking lot, got him to re-enroll, got him back in school. He finished his first year with a 3.83. So a lot of times, a lot of students just need to make a few successes, and then they do really well. But they have to make those successes first, and effort is all that it takes usually. But now he's doing great. So yeah, it could be done.
Cool. So again, kind of recap that. The earlier they're looking for colleges, the better. Sophomore, junior year, you don't have to know where you're going, but have those spots where you like, and then you can actually talk to them. That's again another thing I really like about our home colleges, that you can personally talk to these coaches, and they're very responsive. They're obviously here because they're responsive. So I love that. Any more questions? Field any more here? Yeah, obviously. So if there's no other question, let's do one more, just kind of around here, and then we can start breaking for our different sessions. Can you just describe what it's like to be a esports student in college, like what their daily, what kind of their routine is as far as practicing or whatever you make them do?
Braden might be the only person who was actually an esports player in college. Oh, Josh, never mind. I'm a liar.
For me, it was a little bit different because I mostly did all my stuff online. It was before like we had like our mandatory in person for esports. But for me, it was mostly like obviously just doing my schoolwork and then trying not to procrastinate. That was probably like my biggest issue at esport or for like just school in general. But a big thing that I was really like involved in doing is that making sure my teammates had good grades too. Like that is like so important to me. I have had people, teammates that like were very good teammates drop out and because they were going to be on probation for a semester, they didn't want to be on probation. So they were going to, get their grades up for a semester. So if you don't do check-ins, you don't do, hold your teammates accountable or something like that. It could definitely like ruin a team. Like realistically, like one guy dropped out, and then when he was done, the other guy dropped out, like because he was like a really close friend of his. So I mean, it can ruin a team pretty quickly. But from a day in a life, it's definitely just I mean, I played sports in high school, so it really didn't change a lot for me. It was more like go to school, do what I'm supposed to, and then after school have basketball practice or after school have practice. And that's kind of the same way for me. Except obviously it's like usually a lot later in the day. But the big thing I would say is that I probably put even more time and effort mentally into playing, especially like specifically for esports. Mentally, I put a lot of effort in versus like you go play like a traditional athletic sport and you go lift weights or you shoot go to the court and shoot like 200 shots up and like game time shots or something like that. But if you cannot check yourself mentally and check your teammates mentally, it's gonna be a hard road.
Okay, so week of an esport player student at OU. We're gonna have basically five things a week that they kind of have to do. So we're gonna have 2 practice blocks a week minimum, where it depends on the type of practice. So it could be a VOD review practice followed by a scrim block. It could be a run through a playbook. It just kind of depends on the type of practice the coach wants to run that week. So we'll have 2 of those minimum. Some of our teams. So when I coached, I'm not gonna lie, I ran 5, not 2, but we run those. They'll have at least 1 match a week. Some of our teams will run 2 or 3. It kind of depends again on what the coach and the team commitment level is and what they want to do. So usually scrims are 7 o'clock at night to 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that. And the matches vary. If it's on the weekend, it's around noon. If it's at night, again, it starts around 7. And so they do those 3 things. This upcoming semester, we're going to have a class. I'm going to teach it. And so it's all the auxiliary things that esport athletes need to learn that they don't get from just playing the game. So we're going to go over media training. We're going to go over nutritional health. We're going to go over physical and mental health. We're going to go over communication, both on and off the game, how to write an email. We're going to do like a bunch of things like that. How to talk in complete sentences. And so we'll do those things in that class. And then the 5th one is individual practice or team building. So most of our teams go to dinner together at least once every 2 or 3 weeks. But hopefully it's going to be a little more common than that. And then individual practice is up to an individual player. We expect you to play the game more than just those 2 practice sessions per week. How much is going to be pretty much up to you. Some of our players play 3 hours a day religiously. Other players play 3 to 4 hours a week. It kind of depends. And it also depends on the title, like Counter-Strike, League of Legends, some of these more older, hardcore, culturally esports games will practice 3 hours daily. If you go to Mario Kart, a couple sessions a week, something like that's more common.
Our schedule looks a lot of the same. So depending on the game and the coach, they have a mandatory VOD, 1 VOD a week, 1 practice week, and that practice could be them just playing with each other, or most of the time it's a scrim. And usually every semester they have 2 games a week. And so after that, those are like the 4 mandatory things. So we give them 3 days to work on homework or anything like that. The other thing, I don't know if you guys do this, but we require our guys to work out. So they have to work out 4 hours a week, and they usually do that with each other. I've had to teach about half of my esports teams how to work out. I was a state power lifter in high school, so watching Smash kids lift free weights is a great thing to witness the first time. And so yeah, I've had to teach a lot of kids how to do that. And now not all of them just do free weights, but they now play volleyball and basketball. And so we have tournaments within SWASU Esports of, we have the Smash team playing against the COD team this week. And so it'll be like a 4-on-4 basketball tournaments that are going on. And so they have to do 4 hours a week of that. They can do it whenever. They can do it with the team. They can do it by themselves. And then depending on the game, like for Coach Dye, he's our rival coach. He requires them to practice 6 hours outside of their mandatory practices. And so, like you said, for some students, they're going to do that in 2 days. For some students, they're going to struggle to do that, depending on what major they are. And some, obviously we have like some kids who are pharmacists and they're like going to rotations and stuff. And we're a little bit more lenient on them because, they're in their senior year. That's rotations is a thing leading up to their career. I'm not going to, get them in trouble for not doing their 6 hours outside of practice. But as long as they're doing their mandatory, it's pretty good. But that's kind of what our week looks like is 2 games, 2 practices, and then working out for our kids.
Well, these guys talk a lot about the schedule, and it's very similar to ECU. The one thing I'll talk a little bit about is what does the student get out of esports outside of that. And honestly, the students talk more to me about the community that they've gained from being part of a program than the money that they get from us or how many times that they play. They earn friendships and a group of people that share a like interest with them, which they talk how invaluable that is to them. So outside of all of that stuff, they're going to get something intangible that we can't even really quantify what that's doing. We do know that if they're engaged in a sport, they're more likely to finish their degree. So there is a retention aspect to that, but that intangible community sense they get from being part of esports is huge. And I'll tell you, I'm a lot of us, we didn't get to do esports growing up. It didn't exist. Now it suddenly does. I have in esports, you guys have all kind of realized we're in a really weird place right now in a lot of ways. What you guys talk about, I love the rules discussion earlier. Like that's a great example of that with coaching. But I'm in the master's program, so I count as a student. So I've decided to play on one of our JV teams just to get the experience of what it's like being a college student competing at the same time, because it is a very unique thing. But I will tell you, it is the community sense of it, and gaining friendships is incredible. And it is a lot of work of practicing and playing and doing VOD reviews and doing all that stuff, but it's really worth it. And it's been a lot of fun. So it is enjoyable. I can say that for sure. Yeah.
So just to wrap up the schedule discussion, our arena is open technically 24/7, 365 with a key swipe. My policy is that it's very much not. We track the key swipes. My first year, we had students there on like New Year's Eve and Christmas. It was a debacle a little bit. So we're trying to enforce them not doing that and having a life outside of the game. We can track who swipes and when. If someone's there too much after hours, we can try and talk to them about it. But our set schedule is we try and do no more than 4 mandatory team times a week, so games and scrims. We try and have each team play in 2 leagues a semester, so 1 local, 1 national. We do NECC for national. And it works well for us. I preach, we don't have a set number of hours outside of those times to practice. I try and preach to our coaching staff more process-based and outcome-based. So I'd rather they get good lessons from scrim to carry into Q than play, X number of hours. That's great. It's just not how we do it. But if we do check on who's playing how many games, if someone's underperforming, we check. They're not playing solo queue at all. We'll talk to them about that. But generally, it's 3 to 4 nights a week, plus, play some solo queue too.
And go to class, please.
Yeah.
Go to class.
Yes, I was just about to say if anybody had any questions.
Four. 20.
What's the average GPA of last semester?
3.34.
Total.
Oh, one more, sorry.
Six.
Including our creative content. 180 something. 12. 313.
So we have 3 games now. If we're just doing scholarship ones, yeah, we have 3. We have 50 kids, and we are in 3 leagues, and the GPA was like 3.2.
Our GPA struggle. We are at 2.68, but that's why I need some help. But we'll have 60 for the fall across 13 different teams, 5 leagues that we've been in.
About 50 students generally. We have 5 main titles across 3 leagues this year. GPA is much better than it was, still below 3 total, but we're hoping to cross it this year.
I think the last eSport Foundry was 66%.
Yeah, we're probably around 60. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And I just think that picture to show you scale between K-12 versus league space, but
Yeah. I can tell you how many kids I've sent from Western Oklahoma back to trade schools to go do welding or something like that. Hey, go do this. You did it on the farm your whole life. Why would you try to go be a network engineer when you've never touched a computer?
And
so it's like, we're going to find you a place where you need to be at, even if it's not here.
And also when I was talking about, like, I've never seen a student under like a 2.9 and an 18 ACT, that's incoming freshman. I've seen plenty of students that go to any regional school in Oklahoma and after 2 years come back to OU and they're way more successful than like a 3.5 in high school. They just needed a second to adjust. So it doesn't mean you can't come. We're not Harvard. But it just means that, like, hey, we might need an adjustment period or something like that.
And there's no 2 years up here with us, but 2 years are good options too. And they also have esports programs. Almost all of them do across Oklahoma.
And a lot of us work with the 2-year programs, just like almost like a pipeline. So
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you,
appreciate
dude.
it. I think it's now time for breakouts. It's like,
Yeah.
about time.
Well, does anybody else have any questions or anything before we break out?
Yeah, we'll be here too. If
We'll
you guys
be
have
around.
anything.
So, all right, you guys get out of here.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Hey guys, I think we got tech issues figured out. I think I'm going to start about 5 minutes. If you're here for mine, so about 5 minutes. Thank you. Testing, testing. All right, show of hands. Who's here for me? Who's here because they had nowhere else to go? People in the back? All right. I'm going to win you over with this one. This is going to be good. Tremendous. All right. So my name is Holden Craig. Like I said, I'm the director at RSU in Claremore. Going into my 6th year. What I'll talk about today is how to build buy-in from administration. So when I say that, really, I'll go into it later, but building trust with people above you in your organization, it's different from collegiate to high school. A lot of the factors are different. A lot of them look the same. So I'll touch on some of that. My background a little bit, if you'll excuse me. So I've really been in esports classically for about since 2013. I was a League of Legends player at high school in Tennessee. In the early days of the high school esports league, I played League of Legends for TCU, Texas Christian. Before we had staff in esports, it was mostly all just students doing it. Back in the Wild West, I know Mike remembers probably. Before there was scheduling or rule books or all that, just play the game. So then I was the president there for 2 years. It was a club sport. I learned a lot there, honestly, about administration. We had no real budget besides what they gave us a little bit. So then I've been here for 5 years, going to my 6th year. So, look, when I started, it was a sleeping giant, I think, a little bit. The computers still were in good condition then. There was some culture there. And look, I didn't start it. I didn't pitch it. I'll go into that. But some students led by Colt Berry, I know some of you know, got it started. But look, we look a lot different in 2026 we did then. And a lot of that is because of admin buy-in, winning over people at the top of RSU. So I'll touch on some of that. Okay, so I'll really cover, and I'm more of a Q&A guy than a presentation guy. You'll find I'm pretty concise. So if you have any questions, start thinking, but I will not take the full half an hour. I'm going to go into really 3 major points. What, why, and how. So when I say what is admin buy-in? I'm going to say it about 1,000 times. What do I mean? Why is it important? I think it is, if not the most important thing, I think it's one of the most important things you can have at any level. And then how do you improve it? Okay, so I'll talk about some high concept stuff, some big picture stuff. This will apply to really all of us. Our day-to-days, collegiate versus high school, can be pretty different. Funding is pretty different. Expectations are pretty different. Goals can be pretty different. But big picture, it's all the same about how you go about it. All right, so I'll talk about some of that, and I'll go into some suggestions, some actual stuff you can try and do. Excuse me, 2 screens. Tiny, I apologize. The worst flowchart of all time. This is my chain of command at RSU, just for some perspective. So at the bottom is me. I'm the head coach. I'm in student affairs, like I said. So as far as they see me, I'm an employee of student affairs. Really, I have my own program, and I have oversight, which I'll go into. But I think I've earned the right over 5 years to kind of run my program. They let me try things out. They let me try things out and fail sometimes. But it's not so micromanaged. I've got some of that. So, and I think that's, a privilege that I've earned, and I'll talk about how you do that. I think it's such a major thing for us, for admins to buy into us. So just above me is our VP of Student Affairs. He's my kind of day-to-day boss. We talk every day. We have a monthly meeting, which I think is really crucial. He's very involved. He trusts me to run the esports side of it. He's not an esports guy. Show of hands, how many of our bosses are esports people? Not many, probably, right? Esports? Okay. But not many, right? So it's on us to be experts in subject matter, to know how to run our programs. Above him, kind of side to side, is VP of Administration and Finance. So signs the checks, approves the money. If I want to add staff, I want to add student staff. I want to start paying broadcasters. It all goes through him. Then it's the RSU president. And I've had 2 presidents in my time. Larry Rice hired me. Dr. Don Raleigh got here last year. They've both been incredible. I've been blessed, honestly, with great bosses all the way down, which is, we probably can't all say that. I won't ask you to call them out personally, but, it helps. So above them, we are governed by the OU Board of Regents. So we're not an OU directional school. We're not OU Tulsa, for example, obviously. We're our own school. But the same people govern us. And so what that means is we go through OU legal for legal stuff, that kind of thing. My bosses present to them every so often. They are kind of the end all. Obviously you get above them, government, that kind of thing. But at the school level, the board of regents really dictates all that. So when you talk about admin, it's not just who's your boss day to day. I'll impress my VP. I'll impress my person above me. There's so many people at your school at any level who have influence on your program. You might not even see them day to day. They may talk about you when you're not even there. So it's important to win over people who you talk to day to day. Okay, I'll touch on this in a sec, but really, we can't have any success unless our administration buys into our programs. Okay, we got new computers last summer. Nano can attest; they're pretty nice. Nano's our student producer, by the way, runs our media team. And so we had computers. They bought them in 2018, and they let every student on campus use them 24/7. And so, as you might imagine, wear and tear, viruses, they've been, the network had been reworked several times as far as who can access what. It was kind of a mess. And so by 2024, I mean, disaster, right? So every day there was tech issues, that kind of thing. And I told them, I went to my bosses, vice president, president, and I said, look, you invested in us X years ago. If you want us to keep succeeding, if you believe in what we're doing, you got to reinvest. Okay. So we talked about it. They agreed. So we got new computers. But if we hadn't proved to them for 4 or 5 years we could be successful, that wouldn't happen. Okay. Another important thing is, and I'll talk about how to make a pitch to your administration later, but you have to have background knowledge, right? We're subject matter experts. You have to know costs, you have to know timeframes, all that kind of stuff. So I talk about generating value, and so value is, different for all of us. I don't even know if the high school coaches among us think about. Let me rephrase. Money's important for all of us, but earning back your budget, if there is a budget, probably is not your highest priority, right? So for collegiate, especially, the name of the game in higher education now is, trying to reduce spending, all that kind of thing, cutting budgets. And so we don't have a way to recruit students, bring in tuition. We don't sell tickets, obviously, right? So athletics can sell tickets, can sell merch, that kind of thing, make some money back. We don't do that. And so for us, value is recruiting students, gaining tuition, keeping students there, retaining students. For high schools, it may be campus life. Are students happy? Students want to stay at that program. Are the parents happy? Like today, I realized like parents are a huge part of your day-to-day operation, right? As a high school coach, for us, not so much. I mean, I don't deal with parents after recruitment generally. They come to campus, and that's kind of it. But for that, for the high school coaches, pleasing the parents, making sure the parents talk to the administration, talk to principals, talk to teachers, all that kind of stuff. They're on boards, so it's important, to make sure they're happy as well. And so, you need to be somebody who they are comfortable with being in charge of the program. So, like I said, from high school to collegiate, it's very different. For most of us, we are coaches. We are really kind of mini ADs at a certain level. Anybody here think that their primary metric for evaluation is wins and losses? Nobody. Do you think your admins can name your general win-loss records from last year? Who you played, biggest win? It matters. It matters for the students. It builds their confidence. They feel good about the program. But wins and losses alone are not going to keep you in the role. Now, if you win a trophy, if you win nationals, big tournament, it's a big deal. We won NECC Valorant my first season. I think that did a lot for me in terms of they believed in me as part of the job. I could do the job. But winning and losing is not the end all be all for us as far as, do they see our program as successful? Like I mentioned, we're recruiters, culture builders. Look, if you're a high school coach, there's a couple good schools in your town. Where do they want to go, right? If there's no feeder school, they're going to go somewhere for esports. If your program's better, you're still recruiting students, right? Maybe you're not going and offering scholarships, but you're always marketing. Campus life, all that kind of thing. So if admin doesn't feel like they're getting what they want from you, and look, I know this sounds like company guy speech, but like the admins need to believe in what you're doing in your program. If they believe in it, it makes your life so much easier. If they don't, it makes it so much harder. I could name a number of really talented coaches and directors in collegiate who are not in programs anymore because they were successful, they were recruiting, but their administration and them didn't see eye to eye. And they felt kind of stifled, and that's toxic, right? So they're not there anymore, unfortunately, but it's a big deal. Okay, so I always say this. I talk, there's a lot of new coaches and directors every year in Oklahoma. I talk to them about, how to win over administration, convince them you're the right person. What you want is you want advocates on campus and not adversaries. So what that means is when you're not around, are decision makers talking about you positively or negatively? Like I want the people who decide if I'm the coach next year or not. I want them, how do we get Holden more money? How do we get him more scholarship spots, better computers? We got to find ways to make his program better and believe in him. And not, well, he didn't recruit great last year. They didn't host many events. No one's excited for the program. We want them to be talking about us positively when we're not there. And it's never neutral, right? It's always good or bad. In collegiate, probably more than maybe in high school because, they're putting a lot of money into the programs. But look, if you're in high school, getting the computers and getting the space is like a giant hurdle, right? A lot of the time. And so if you can prove that it was a good investment, it goes a long way. Like I mentioned, I'm sure a lot of you agree to some degree. I hate being micromanaged. I need freedom. I need some space. And if they don't believe in your program, you're not going to have that. Okay, so before I kind of go to questions, when I talk about making a pitch, this is the thing that I always talk to. Because look, in collegiate, the trend, this is maybe less than it used to be, but they're very good at hiring 21, 22-year-olds who have never had a full-time job, and putting them in charge of big programs that touch a lot of different areas. And they're asking them to be mentors and role models and ask for money and handle giant budgets. And it's hard. It can be really difficult. So a lot of times I'm very gratified that young people reach out to me to ask about, how do I get more scholarships? I need more PCs. How do I do that? I saw you do that. How do I get that done? And so I kind of broke down, this could be a pitch for buying things, for hiring staff. When I started, I was the only person on staff, and now we have room for 3 assistant coaches who are part-time. We pay our broadcasters hourly, student broadcasters. We have student workers. This is all because I went through this framework, okay? So first, what do I want or need? 2, how does it help the program? And that feeds into how does that then help, RSU or your school? What they want to see is you're doing things that will benefit the university or the school, wherever you are. So how much will that cost? Is there extra funding? If so, where does it come from? I know that at high schools, when I say extra funding, I want funding in the first place, right? But, where does the money come from? How am I going to get it? For us, it's the RSU Foundation. A lot of the time, they build in a pretty good budget for us annually, but we travel every year. It's always pretty expensive, that kind of thing. We needed new PCs. That was luckily it was before parts went sky high, but it was expensive still. If so, where does that come from? What's the time frame? When am I going to have it delivered? When is it going to be fully implemented? All that kind of stuff. How do I track success or failure? How do I report that in without just saying it was a blanket success? How do I track that? And then down the road, follow up. Like, don't just leave it there. Say, hey, I got money for PCs. Here's how it benefited our program. We brought in X number of new students because of that, and it brought us this tuition. Or you gave us some space on campus. We hosted all these events. Parents came. They were very happy. It was great. The paper came. We got in the news. We look great. So follow up. Like, make sure they know that their actions benefited you. A giant thing is, like, don't wait for your bosses or admin, to come to you. Like, go to them. So use email, social media. If they don't schedule meetings with you, like, talk to them and say, I want to meet once a month to talk about my program. I want to go over wins and losses, not on the field, but, program wins, some program difficulties, some obstacles. Like, check in all the time. My boss, my VP, my president, we meet all the time. They know what's going on. If things go wrong, I tell them, but I say, here's the plan to fix it. Here's what I need to fix it. Here's why I tried it. Here's why it didn't work. Or if it worked, here's the benefit. I want more for this. Let's do it again. But like talk to them all the time. And your principal or whoever your supervisor is, that may not be the way they interact with you. Find the way that they can interact with you, whether it's an email once a week. Hey, here's the last week. Here's what we did. But the more communication you can have with them, the better. And then invite them to your events. In high school, especially, like make sure they're there, make sure they're seeing it, make sure they see the students involved and engaged and enjoying it. If you win a trophy, involve them. We won nationals for NECC Valorant in 25. Our new president obviously had just started, but we invited him to the ceremony. We gave him a jersey. We, got his picture in the paper with it. Like, make them feel like they're part of your program. If you win, make sure they know that they were a part of it. So in closing, before I take questions, if you have any questions, thanks for listening. I really genuinely believe that admin buy-in is, if you're a new coach especially, the biggest way to start on the right foot is to have your admin support. Conversely, if you're new and you don't earn it, or you maybe they don't feel like you can do the job, obviously makes life way harder for you. So thanks for being here. I know the hands-ons were a little more populated, but thank you for being here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but if not, feel free to go to my hands-on or something. Thank you. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. So here's what I found. Early on, I tried to explain to them, like, for a second, on a tangent. When I was in undergrad, an associate AD at TCU, I was a junior, called me and said, I want to meet about, how can I make TCU esports an official program? And so looking back, I'm kind of like McConaughey in Interstellar. He's looking like, don't leave. So like, I really handled it very poorly. Instead of being like, here's how you build a program, I spent 45 minutes talking about League of Legends rules, how pick ban works. It was just not productive at all. So early on, I really tried to focus on, well, here's how Tekken works. It's not that violent. That's not going to work. What I found was, hey, here's 2 colleges who scholarship for Tekken. So is it worth it for you to lose 2 potential esports graduates on scholarship to not play the game? Like, I found that they love scholarship students. So tying it to that was big for me. We have Tekken, for example, if students want to play it. Like, for us, sports games and fighting games, if there's a, I forget, Union, I think, he was a Madden state champion. We didn't carry it, but he wanted to come and play for us. It's 1 player. I don't need to recruit 5 players for it. I gave him a scholarship. It's very easy. Tekken, especially, violent game, Fortnite, singles, duos. I would say find schools who offer scholarships for it and say, look, A, it's not that violent. It's Fortnite, whatever it is. But B, they can go to college for doing it. And that, I think, was a big motivator for them, my experience. It also, like, when you're a kid, if your friend's acting out, your mom's like, stop that. You're like, but he's doing it. That doesn't work. But but they're playing it. Like, how come they can play it, but I can't? You know what I mean? Like, that also, it can work really. So I think, luckily there's enough schools now that you can find someone close enough that's doing it. So that helps a lot, I think. Also ways to turn off a lot of that. Like you can turn off blood in a lot of games. So you can, compromise. Some lands may not let you do that, but you can work with them too. And also, you can say, they may already all have, if it's a Nintendo game, they can already have Switches already. So let us play Mario Kart and Smash. We can save money on PCs. If you're just starting off the program. So leverage that kind of stuff too. I've been around very impressive players. I've never seen a more impressive thing than a really good Smash player learning matchups. I mean, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I have no aptitude for it. It's the most impressive thing I've ever seen, probably. I mean, and you're right. If they can turn that into how do I help study for this, time management, all that kind of stuff, for sure. Um, you know, it really was never anybody who worked at the school. And I'm not going to name names, but like I mentioned, the program was started by students, and then chose to hire me. I was in Tennessee, so I had no tie to the program. I was sight unseen, and so there were a couple of outgoing students who had influence on the program still, who were not psyched that I had been hired for it. And I had to be like, I get it. Like, I ran a program in college. I totally get it. You have ownership of it. Um, but I had to be like, look, it's still your program, but I've done this before. I know how to do this. Here's how I'm going to, here's my plan. Like I said, you got to pitch it. Here's my 7-step plan for the program to be successful. And that worked out. We get along great now, that kind of thing. Genuinely, our finance VP, whenever I see him, how can I help you? What can I get you? I mean, it's so rare. but I really have drilled for 5 years. They have to believe in the program. They have to believe in me. I have to get with them all the time. They have to know me. You know, when I got hired, my office was in the esports arena, which is kind of secluded. It's in the farthest school. And I pitched them hard for the first year, move me into student affairs so I can see you all face to face every day. So I'm part of the program. They did that. That's helped out a lot too. I'm a regular face. I'm not just like the esports guy who's up there. That's helped out a lot too. So I mean, like really be present has helped me out quite a bit. But yeah, luckily I've had great administrators the whole way through.
Okay, I guess I'll use the mic. Yeah, good call. Okay, so we're going to talk about special education in esports. This was something, and I'll be honest with you, I was not sure where I was going to go with this. Just being 100% honest, when I was doing this, even last night, putting finishing touches on it, I was like, how do I want to kind of incorporate the vision of what I was seeing? Is it working? Yep. Perfect. The vision of what I was seeing and what I kind of brought to OKSE as far as using special educations and putting them into esports. Okay, so we're going to kind of go through basically who I am, what I did last year, and I've put some clips of things that my SPED students actually worked on last year that kind of built what I've seen and where we're going with this. Okay, so I am James Swigert. If you get to know me, you'll know me as Jimmy. Everybody just calls me Jimmy. So I am at Yukon High School, and this is my third year going into Yukon High School. So I actually have not been on this side of things, like the K through 12 side, should I say, very long. Kind of give you the the background. I worked with adults at Canadian Valley Technology Center. I worked on wind turbines and solar energy. That was what I taught to adults over there. And I realized after about 8 years of doing that, that I really liked working with high schoolers. No offense to the adults, but I really liked working on the high school side over working with the adult side of things. So I went over to Yukon, and they said, I went for a science position, and they handed me aviation maintenance and esports. So I knew the aviation side, but when they handed me esports at the time, I had no idea what that was. So again, I'm just as fresh as some of you guys coming into this. I have 2 years experience in esports. That's it. But if you get to know me, I go head first into everything I do. And if you tell me this is what I'm doing, I'm going to go all in. And you got to just keep up with me and back me up with it. Or get lost is how I told my admin. I said, if you want me to do this, I will go all in on this. But you have to stick with me. Okay, so after the first year, they asked me about aviation. And I said, well, when we got Canadian Valley doing aviation down the road, it's got a full hangar and got 10 airplanes over there. I can't really compete with that. And that's straightforward. I told her, I said, we cannot compete with what they're doing. And so the people I get in my class are students who don't really know what they wanted to do. So you just stuck them in my class. And they don't want to be here either. And she goes, great, because your esports is blowing up and we want you to do strictly just esports. That's how I got into the SPED side of it as well, because they wanted me to do 1 hour of SPED and teaching them esports. So I do now at UConn, I teach a gaming fundamentals class for ninth graders coming in, who I'll be honest with you, don't have an idea sometimes even how to turn a computer on, let alone work a game on a computer. So we've kind of had to set some ground rules and different things of, now in 8th grade, they can take fundamentals of tech and teach them how to do that kind of stuff. So they're doing that before they come into my class. But I do at the end have my 6th hour has been my SPED class. And so we teach a lot of what my secondary class is there, which is not only the gaming fundamentals, but I teach them how to photo edit, even work on videotaping, which they can create some of the best videos in my opinion. I'm going to show you some of those today. And just kind of the stuff that they were coming up with, I was sitting there thinking, we can do just playing the games and teaching them stuff like that. But I feel like special education needs a place in esports. They need to have their own place and be able to compete as well. When we go to Special Olympics, and I worked with it this last year with them, they were doing Rocket League. And I found out that's the only game they have. And they all told me, we've been playing this game for years. We want to play something else, basically. Like, can we come to your class and play something that's not Rocket League? So I didn't have any students that were on my Rocket League team actually playing Rocket League. They were playing Mario Kart. They were playing Super Smash Brothers. Now, how I've incorporated this is I also have what we call partners in UConn. So I have partners in there that are from my Gen Ed class that may be in one of my other classes. They come back my 6th hour and they're getting the credit for working and helping with SPED students. Okay, so we're kind of developing a leadership environment there with them. And it works out great. We're going to kind of, like I said, we'll go over all this. But that's kind of where this all started, was this 1 year, one class I had that I realized, man, these students need to be included in this as well. This is something that's just, I can see it on them. They really want this. So again, last year experience, I started the Gen Ed and SPED class. Again, my passion for this side of things has really grown. This is where I came up to OKSE and said, I think we need to, if allowed, because I know there's rules and things that they have to jump through. If allowed, I think we should do my exact words was, you guys should do a SPED league. And you guys should run this, and I think it would go great. And I'll give you all my personal advice on what I feel this should go and how I think this would look. But I think you guys have a great platform to do this. And they said, great, we'll back you up. So here I am, starting this year. We're going to see how it goes, and I think it's going to go great. I've had a lot of questions already before this about it. All right, so let me ask, how many of you guys teach an esports class? Anybody? Okay, so quite a few of you here. Have you guys ever thought about teaching a SPED esports class? Okay, so some thumbs up, some thumbs down. I will tell you right now, and this is the biggest thing that whenever I ask that question or have talked to other schools about it, they'll straight up tell you, I just don't know if I have time. I'm going to kind of go about how I have made time for this. Because it does take some time. It does take some prep work, but it takes more than just I can do. In UConn, I am not the one that runs the SPED esports group. Do I help them? Yes. But I kind of have developed a system that it kind of has to go back on the SPED teachers as well, and they have to be willing to do it. Now, does that mean that you can't do it and you can't run it and stuff? No, but you're going to need some help. So we're going to talk about that. Have you guys ever helped with Special Olympics esports before? If you guys have never seen that or gotten a chance to at least go watch it, I highly recommend it. Those kids are more passionate than my rival kids. And if you've seen my rival kids, they're passionate. They get very passionate. So me saying that and showing that this is what they want to do, this is what they have basically begged for all year last year. They're finally going to get to see some of what their doings built up to, right? So Special Olympics is a great way to kind of get more involved with the SPED side of things. Like I said, I did not start out teaching SPED. That was not my go-to, and I will 100% tell you, it was my hardest class last year to teach because I had zero experience. I didn't have any experience, but they are the funnest kids that I have had all year. But you do have a lot of different personalities, so it takes a little bit more work if you don't work in that area. Okay, so the future of esports and special education. I felt like special needs and the SPED students needed to be included. There's an inclusion process there that I think that we were just kind of we're missing a little bit of that group. That's kind of where I started this. One thing that I have to tell a lot of my teachers that I'm at UConn even to buy in and help me with this is I said they are students with disabilities. They're not disabled students, meaning they are capable. They can do this stuff. The only difference that we're going to have is the way that we coach them. Okay, so the way that you coach is going to be a little bit different. If you've seen me coach Marvel, I'm passionate with those students. I always bring that back to that group because that was my biggest group last year. Let's just be honest. They all left me, so it doesn't matter. But they were the group that, I could tell them straightforward and look at them and be like, you guys are messing up. Figure it out. You can't do that on this side of things. You have to kind of be a little bit more on the side of, hey, I'm going to show you a trick, show you something that I see that works a little bit better for me, and kind of work with them. It's a big team building process. So I have actually sat down on a lot of our SPED boards in UConn with those teachers and stuff and with those students, and get to listen to them kind of voice their opinions as well. And one of the things that they brought me in the first time ever was they said, we want to do more of the esports class. We want to be able to do more of that stuff. And everybody thinks that they're just coming in there and playing games all the time. They don't. Just like every other class, they don't get to come in and just play games all the time. Last year, the biggest thing that I worked with, and we're going to show in these videos, was I made them learn how to talk to one another, not just to a lot of the students in all my classes will shut down, maybe have social awkwardness where they don't want to talk to people. And so what I did is I develop all my classes to where they have to sit down and actually learn to talk to each other. Then they're going to learn to talk in front of a camera. Then they're going to learn to talk in front of people. And by the end of class, none of them are shy to do it. They'll be the first to volunteer and be like, hey, I'll do it first. And they'll jump up there. And sometimes what they're talking about will make no sense to anybody else. I have one student that will talk about his mom 24/7, one of my SPED students. And as soon as the bell hits or the clock hits 3 o'clock, he's packing his stuff up because he gets to go home and see mom. Right. So I wish my kids were like that with me, but I know they're not. So, but that is one thing that, I don't develop them to start talking about games right away. I'm not trying to I just want them to start getting to know each other. What are their hobbies? What are things they like? What's their favorite thing in the world that they just can't live without? And then they start talking to each other about things. What's their favorite food, their favorite colors? And so they're just getting to know each other. I do this with every class, though. This is not just my SPED class, but I've learned in my SPED class, I kind of built a better dynamic because these students go from class to class together. And that was one thing that they told me last year, that they never talked to each other. They would say certain things here and there, but they never got to know each other like they did in esports, just because of the relationship building I try to do first. I have to get that relationship built before we can do anything else. So this guy right here was actually my teacher's aide for my SPED class. He is actually going to SNU this year. He's doing Super Smash for him. So where do I start? I started with social emotional skills. Again, this is no different than I'm teaching in my gen ed classes. Okay, so we start off with just the basic social emotional skills. Teach all the classes to be respectful, listen to others. That's a big part of what we do. You guys know, as esports coaches, if you guys are on a team or your team's together and you got one guy that's not being respectful, that whole team just shuts down. Every time they shut down. SPED students are a lot easier to keep positive than my gen ed students. So if I just look at them, and we played Rocket League this last year in Special Olympics, and we did not win a single game. But I would look at it and be like, hey, you guys scored 2 points this time and you didn't score any last time. Like, you got so much better. And they'd be like, yeah, we're doing awesome. We got this, and it's more positive reinforcement, right? Just being positive in that fact. I'm not looking for them to win everything, but I am looking for them to build relationships, be positive with each other, and learn to see their growth, see where they started at, see where they could sit there and drive those cars on Rocket League in circles the entire time and finally make one goal. Applaud them for that. Show them that they're doing a good job. So we can be competitive, but by the end of the day, I look at it as still a game. And if you know me, I am very competitive. I do get competitive just like everybody else. But win or lose, we we have to be able to control our anger. This is where sometimes it gets harder on my sped students, especially when they get in that mindset of just being down on themselves and upset with themselves. So this is why we are building the new league to have also, and why Special Olympics does it this way, to have that partner that they built their relationship with. Okay, so their teammate, that's going to be their partner, and we'll talk about how that's going to work in a second. But they build that relationship with them, and that partner is not there to be the best Mario Kart player there possibly is, so that way you gain wins every time. That partner is there to keep the positive reinforcement with them going, saying, hey, just keep up, hey, do this, or hey, we got this, just keep on the race. It doesn't matter, I still finished. Even if you finished last, I finished in the second place. That's great. We still finished. And so that partner with them is who they build that trust with, along with their coaches and teachers and stuff. But that's who they're going to have that relationship with in game. So the partner is very important. And then teaching everybody to be inclusive. This is why I do a sped classes, because sometimes in a gen ed it becomes too much, too loud for them. So that the yelling back and forth that we have in most of my other classes is not going to be conductive for what they need, and what these students are needing. So being able to build them with that partner to where they have that one-on-one interaction and be able to work on things is important. Okay.
All right, Ethan. What's your favorite video?
Ethan is. I'll kind of talk over because you can't hear it very well. Ethan is one of my. I'm not supposed to have favorite students, right? He's up there. He's one of those ones that I tell everybody, if you want a smile on your face, go talk to Ethan. But one thing you're going to notice here in this very first video I have him doing, he doesn't like looking at the camera. He doesn't want to be a part of the camera. He barely wants to talk right now. I'm going to show a couple more videos here in a second. And these are short little 1-minute clip videos. That was his partner. He loved Dakota. That's my buddy Dakota right there. And those two built a relationship up. So that was his partner in game. When they played games, they would partner up. They would do things together. But just getting him to sit there was a big step this day. By these next videos, you're going to see some of his creativity, some of the stuff that he did as well. Let's see if he'll skip past that. There we go. Okay. So a lot of the things I've been talking about is that we have to show SPED students that they're included. Building safety and trust is number one. And this group has been my hardest to build that safety and trust with. But when you have that safety and trust and loyalty, they are there 100%. They'll come in there and they'll want to hug you, everything else. Now, I will tell you, Ethan, that you just seen in that video, at the end of the year, he broke his leg. And I was the only person that he would let push him around in a chair all day long. So I had to go from my class to his class to push him around because he didn't want nobody else touching his chair. So they do build relationships to you. These students really want to be in your class. And probably because Ethan was also, and he did that, I was able to pull him into my class during planning period, which was right before his hour. So he got to spend 2 hours with me instead of just 1 hour with me. So a lot of relationship building there. The only difference, like I said, from your gen ed class and your sped class is going to be the way you coach them. That's it. I mean, everything else I'm coaching is the same thing I coach to every other student. They're no different. Just the way I have to do it may be different. Don't be afraid to ask for help. That has been probably my biggest key, is because I wanted to succeed in this class. That's probably why I stressed so hard on this class at the very beginning. And I said that this is the hardest class I've ever had. Did it mean I didn't love it? No, I absolutely loved it, but it was hard at first because I was afraid to ask for help. I did not ask for kind of the extra stuff that I need, the extra people in there. I even had a teacher that was a sped teacher that comes down every day with them, but he didn't know the esports side, so he just sat there as well and was like, "Have at it. I don't know what you want to do." So we were both, and he's a great person. He's really excited about doing this next year. But neither one of us had a clue where to start with this. And so it was kind of a long road ahead of us. Plus, I also learned that they have teachers that they are very hooked to the side to. And if I have to, I call that teacher and say, "Hey, can you come down here and help me talk to the student for a second?" Don't be afraid to get that help. Just because you're not that person to them, that person's probably within a call to bring it down there and help you out. So we have one teacher that is awesome, and she's over all the sped, and all the students love her. And if we say, "Do you want to see Miss Carr?" they'll either be really excited, they'll be like, "No, no, don't send her down here. We'll be good. Yeah, we'll listen." But she was their person, right? Every one of those students, I knew that, so I knew if I needed to, I just call Miss Carr, and I said, "Hey, come see if you can help me crack this. See if you can help me with this." Because the truth is, uh, a sped teacher is probably going to be the one that's going to be actually helping the coaching side of this. So for me, for instance, I've got partners that I'm going to set up from my classes in the sped class with them. I'm going to partner them up with somebody to be able to do Mario Kart. And then that sped teacher that I have with me, he's actually going to be the one that's going to help coach those students. So when he's going to be the one talking to the uh, more schools, that if more is involved in this, they'll talk to more school and set up the time and date and everything. We're going to kind of go over that as well because that doesn't make a lot of sense yet. But they're going to set up the time and date and when best works, because sped students don't get the luxury of staying after school like our other students do. Most of the time that they are on a strict 10 minutes before our bell rings, they're already on the bus and headed out. So we have to make sure that we work around their schedule, their time, and everything else as well. That's kind of was the hard part, but that's also why I joined and watched them do Special Olympics last year, so I could kind of see how they work around that. How did they make that work? And so we'll kind of look more into that. Here's Ethan again.
What's your favorite song?
Golden.
Why is it your favorite?
It just hits hard in the field.
Now he is not afraid of my cameras, right? He wants to be in front of the cameras.
K-pop
Actually,
Demon Hunters.
Is that your favorite movie?
Yeah,
Why is it your favorite?
I like all the songs.
Songs are really good.
Yeah.
that's my teacher assistant that I had, and he was
You
awesome.
gave me a list of all the songs.
I could.
What's-
I only get my
like,
teacher's
give me a top
assistants
five.
1 year because they're seniors that do this.
First one would be Golden, honestly. My second would be House Done. Third, What It Sounds Like. Fourth, Soda Pop. And fifth, Your Idol.
What's your favorite character from Demon? Like K-pop Demon Hunters?
Rumi.
Why is it Rumi?
That's what I have a crush on her.
Ooh, a little crush. That's silly. All right, stay by the camera and eat that.
Bye.
There you go.
Okay, so that was a big step for him, right? Finally getting him to actually open up and stuff. Why I'm showing you these videos is because now he is actually creating what he wants to talk about. So he has created what he wants to talk about. He's created, told me now the games he wants to play. I know that if he has a Sonic the Hedgehog game, he will be on that before he is on anything else. That is his favorite thing in the world. But to get him to the point to actually want to compete, it took me a while. But what I also learned was he didn't just want to compete. He actually wanted to be a production guy. He wanted to come up with the stuff for videos. He wanted to do this. So I'm going to show you one of his productions that, yes, I helped with. But I let him do some videotaping. I let him do some stuff. And it was a project for Miss Carr, which is, like I said, everybody's favorite teacher that he helped with. And I'm going to show you that to kind of show you that they can do exactly this. You can teach the SPED class the same stuff that you teach in your gen ed class. Same exact stuff. And they're going to come up with their own ideas that are probably better than I would have came up with. So we'll talk about that. First of all, we want to talk about how we're going to get involved. You want to talk to your SPED teachers and see if they have ever done Special Olympics in esports. If they've already done Special Olympics in esports, then they're going to have an idea of how this is going to work for OKSE. They're going to look at this and say, okay, we've done this before. We've done a Special Olympics esports. And they'll tell you, we play Rocket League because that's the only game that they have. And that's why, again, we're trying to grow this and branch out a little bit. See if they're willing to start with your help and basically make sure that they're ready to compete. When it's time to come down to it and they're ready to actually compete, have they had that time and practice to be able to work with their partner and actually do that? Most of them, if they have a partner, again, Rocket League, it's duos. You have a partner, you have a SPED student. They build time to practice throughout the day or whatever, throughout the week. They build time to actually work together. Most of the time, and I say most of the time, that's already been set up. If they're doing Special Olympics and stuff, that's already been set up. They already kind of have an idea of who their partners and stuff are. But you being the esports coach, they may say, I don't have a partner for Mario Kart, which is what we're going to be starting with. So they're going to say, I don't know anybody there. You can say, well, I actually have some people who are freshmen who just came in who aren't on any of my teams, but they want to get involved in Mario Kart, and this would be good practice for them as well. So build that leadership of them trying to help lead the SPED class, their student, their partnership, and learn how to work together as a team right there. Number 2, start setting times to work with your SPED team throughout the day. Again, if you already have a Special Olympics team, they probably already got this. They probably already have a system set up for you. How many of you guys, just real quick, have talked to your SPED classrooms about doing something like this before? Okay, so not very many of you. So it's a good point to now, if you go in there and talk to them, they may be like, well, we actually do a Special Olympics, and we actually have switches and stuff in our classroom. Like the guy that's helping me, he has 4 switches in his classroom that I didn't know he already had. But I'm now giving him the space to be able to use my classroom. So we talked about having to find times for them to actually compete. Most of the time, they'll do it on my plan period. So they'll work with another school and they'll say, yeah, we could actually make that work. I'll bring him in here. I'll do it during my plan period, and I'll open up the computers and let them get on and play Rocket League is how we were doing it. So I would have my students before they left class be like, hey, go ahead and sign into for my SPED students. I had UConn accounts that we went and made for them so they could just go ahead and have those signed in. They're ready to go by the time they get in there. So everything is already set up. We're going to talk about the scheduling again here in a second. And then lastly, you gotta start having fun. This is the best group to start having fun coaching with. Not saying that the rest of them aren't, but this is a really fun group to see those team building actually come together, to see everything that you've worked with come together. It's something we didn't talk about at the beginning of every class. I actually will have them come up with classroom expectations. And this is every class from my gen ed at the first hour to my SPED class at the last. Now, do I tell them what my classroom expectations are? Yes. I tell them that this is the stuff I like to see, but I want you guys to build your own expectations. And then I will group them up in a group of 3 or 4 throughout the class. And I will say, I want you guys to come up with 10 classroom expectations in your group. Again, we're working on team building, but now I'm kind of giving them empowerment on their own classroom, on the esports side of things. And what they do is they'll come up with things like, be respectful. They'll come up with things like, let each other talk. Don't talk over each other. Don't break the equipment. Don't get mad and start getting mad at people and saying things you shouldn't say. You'll have all your basic stuff. Then without my whole first hour through my last hour, I look at the most common ones and I come up with 10 out of the common ones that they did. And I put that on a poster in my classroom and I say, okay, you guys came up with these. So it's your guys' job to hold each other to this. And now I look at them and I say, I did not come up with these. You guys came up with your own classroom expectations. If this is your classroom, this is what you expect. So if somebody breaks something, or if somebody, my biggest one is the no cussing. If somebody cusses in my classroom, they get onto each other, and I never do. I have yet to have to get onto somebody for cussing because I have looked at them. I said, these are your rules. And you told me that if we don't follow these rules, then I get to pull you off the team. I get to make you miss a game. I don't let you go with us to the next event, whatever it might be. But I tell them, I was like, these are your rules that you came up with. Now, did I have some persuasion? Yes. I had some persuasion by telling them what I would do if I was running this classroom, right? This is still, you have to put some things of your own in there, but I want them to have their own rules and they hold each other accountable. Every class will say, we have to be sure to keep our grades up. So as soon as we get one ineligible, I look at them, I'm like, hey, you guys came up with rules. Like, you got to get that grade going back up. And so most of the time, my ineligibility list for my teams is very low because they're holding each other accountable for something they created, not me. And that helped me a lot. But we do this, and it works for all my classes. And so I can use this all the way down. So just an idea of something to come up with. And I actually wish I came up with the idea. It was actually one of the new hire class things that I went to that talked about classroom expectations. And one of the people said that this is how they do it. And it has worked great for me. All right, here is Ethan's video he came up with. I can't do volume, sorry. Ethan and them work at a coffee shop at our school called the Yukon Brew Crew.
I like the doing the coffee machine.
My favorite thing about working with the Yukon Brew Crew is that we get to work with all different abilities, and it helps me learn about how to run a business, how to manage different abilities in high stress environments.
Why do you like working at Yukon Brew Crew?
I like talking to people.
And what's your favorite drink?
Hot chocolate.
How much hot chocolate do you think you drink?
A lot.
Okay, so one thing you noticed here, that was Ethan's video, right? He wanted to do it because he's working at the coffee shop now. If you've never seen like a Not Your Average Joe coffee, we actually have one in Yukon, which takes sped students and partner students, puts them together, and they learn the skill of basically retail of coffee, but they're also learning to work together and actually a job that they can go out of there and actually work, like downtown Oklahoma City has one. Okay, so he wanted to create the video though. Yeah, I helped him, but did you see most of the stuff that when we switched to things when the camera was shaking? That's him videotaping. He would look at something and turn like this, and we would cut real quick, just to help him out. But he came up with everything. He did all this stuff, and he wants to help on the media side, so that's where I put him. But isn't it funny that at the beginning he didn't want to talk at all, but now his favorite thing is talking to people? So that was one big thing that started showing me like, man, they're doing the media production stuff for not only esports, but now a coffee shop for Yukon. His partner was the one that had to ask him questions, his gaming partner, because he forgot what he was supposed to be doing there for a second. But the video turned out great. Him and his partner worked on that. I helped them very little, trying to get that going for them. And so that started getting me thinking, like, if they're doing this together, we can throw them in an esports league together. We can put them in games and stuff because they listen to each other now. They don't get mad if somebody loses. They don't, I'm not saying they won't ever, but they've worked on that together. They've kind of worked on that stuff. And there'd be times that we'd see it in class when tension would start getting up, and I'd pause everything on what we're doing. And I'd look at them and say, hey, what's our rules over here? Don't get mad. What are we doing? I'm not getting mad. All right, that's all I need. That's all I'm asking. And we move on. And they're quick to apologize and be like, I'm not mad. So um, Ethan made one more video that I'll show you. Very quick video and stuff so Ethan graduated on me this year, unfortunately. He'll tell you all about why his favorite part about about graduating. But as you can see with our video that we actually show in our UConn stuff, that SPED class made a difference. Those students make a difference and stuff. And I went and watched them do Special Olympics cornhole tournaments, which I did not realize that gets intense. But they did an awesome job. They did a really good job of at that time, because I guess the year before, a couple of these students got real mad and just threw things down and weren't happy, saying things that they shouldn't say. They went this year and had none of those issues. And I really think it was probably because we actually developed a team together. They said before with their cornhole tournaments and stuff, they'd never really seen each other, talk to each other and stuff until that moment. So again, I keep going back to the social emotional skills and the team building, but that's really what created them to get to this dynamic that they have today. So here's his last video. He picked the background and everything.
All right, Ethan. It's your last year, right?
Yeah.
We graduate?
Yeah.
Moving on?
Yeah.
You excited?
A little bit.
Little bit? Why are you excited? What's the exciting part about graduating?
I don't have to get up at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Lucky you.
He wakes up at 5 a.m. regardless, his mom says. That's not
I got that.
her fault.
I get that. Okay, so what was your favorite? You're talking to this woman. What was your favorite thing about high school? Like, what's your favorite high school memory you have here?
Being with you.
I appreciate that. I like being with you as well. And Miss Carr?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all love Miss Carr. Okay. And who was your favorite teacher? You told us in your moment, right?
Miss Carr is cool.
She is a cool teacher. But what would you like to tell her before you graduate?
I'm gonna miss you. Oh, Miss Carr.
Yeah, I'm sure that visit every once in a while, right? You can't just get rid of us. You like Yoshi?
He's a keychain.
It is a keychain. You want it?
It's probably yours.
You keep it. All right. All right. So, what made Miss Carr so special?
Her learning fun. She makes learning fun.
She does make learning fun. What else? She's always there for you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a great person. All right, so last thing I have for you. You gotta speak clearly, speak loud in the microphone for me. I want to know. You're fixing to graduate, right?
Right.
So what would be your goodbye if you were going to say goodbye to all your teachers? Give them a message.
I'm gonna miss all of you when I graduate.
We'll miss you too.
I'll make sure to visit you.
We heard it. Ethan's going to make sure he visits us soon.
Yeah.
You got to come back here and say hi to us. All right. Well, Ethan, it's been fun.
All right, so I kind of showed you the video process of where he started to where he ended, right? So you can kind of tell at the beginning we had no relationship. There was nothing there yet. So we built this together in this relationship that made a difference to him before he left. Me showing up to watch him compete in Rocket League made a difference. I didn't have to be there. They already had a coach and everything else, but just being that teacher and showing up and just showing that I do care, and I want to see you succeed. I want to see you have fun first and foremost. That made a difference. And that's why, honestly, with this whole group, I have decided like we need to do OKSE SPED group. We need to have a division just for them and grow that just for them because they're coming up with things like this all the time. And all I'm working on in here is the same thing in my other classes. How do we stream? How do we photo edit? How do we do all that stuff? yeah, I have to teach it differently. I have to coach them differently. But they want to be involved and they want to go through and do esports. Esports is big on this group. I'll tell you that they all want to come to my classroom and hang out, not just for the games anymore. They want to sit around. We have tables in the middle that I would put together. They want to sit around the round table and just talk to each other. That was a huge accomplishment because probably the first 2 months I could not get them to sit at a table together. Uh, they just were not comfortable wanting to sit together and do all that stuff. So by the end of it, it was just like every other class where I could not get them to quiet down. They wanted to talk, they wanted to do all that, but then they remembered our classroom expectations. I just point at it. I said, "What is this? We got to listen," and they'd sit down, and they'd listen to each other. Okay, so how will this season look? And this is kind of the big part of where we've taken everything, where we're leading to. The setup, coaches will work out the time and day of the week that works best. Okay, I think the first week is an actual Tuesday to Friday that week, just because we have Labor Day, and I've learned that finding dates that miss everything is hard. So we are trying to do the second and fourth week of September, October, and then there's 1 week in November. There'll be 5 games total, and then they'll have state in December. Okay, so how this will look and why it says the coaches will decide the time and day is because if I say that we're going to do it from September 8th that week, of the 8th, the coach the sped coach, or if that's you, can talk to the school. So let's say again I'm with Moore and we're competing against each other. I'm going to talk to Miss Weaver here and say, okay, what time and date works best for you this week? Okay, so that doesn't mean that we get to pick another week or another time frame. I'm just going to say what time and what day works best for you this week, because we do have to work around their schedules. They can't stay late. We can't just say we're going to schedule it at 4:00. They're playing today. They can't do that. These students, like I said, are on a bus usually before school gets out, within 5 to 10 minutes before school gets out, and they're on their way. So we have to set it up that works for them. Okay, so that's what I mean when we say that pick the time and day is for that week. Also, it's hard because sped teachers have a lot of stuff going on, so it's hard for them to do every week like we do, and I think that could get hard on them and maybe burn them out even. So picking the second week and the fourth week of those months and doing 5 games, and then by the end of it, we're going to have the top 2. So out of all the schools, we'll point wise and stuff, we'll find the top 2, and those are the 2 that we'll do state, and it'll be 1 round for state. It will be coaches need to partner students with a partner and a sped student. The partner is not let's say I see a Mario Kart trophy over here. It is not going to be like your best Mario Kart player and stuff like that. That's not what we're looking for. We're working with relationships here. So who do they work with that's good that also plays Mario Kart, that could help them with the controls, help them with learning, because that's who they're going to listen to and talk to. And your sped student, I've had this question more than once. Does this mean somebody that's just on an IEP? No. I'll be honest with you, half my rivals team was on an IEP. So that's not the case, right? That doesn't mean we're talking, if they can compete in Special Olympics, they can compete here. That's kind of how we sat down yesterday and discussed what that will look like. So if they're in sped classes and they compete in Special Olympics in other things, they can compete in special or in OKSE's sped group. Okay, so that's where we're going to be kind of on that. So again, we're not trying to find the best of the best and put them out there and try to just go nuts on everybody. We really want this to be for that sped group. Your fall game is Mario Kart. Super Smash Brothers is what we're working on for spring. Dates and stuff for that is out as well. Super Smash Brothers will be, again, a little bit different. So Mario Kart is just like we do duos and everything else. It'll be best out of 4 races. Then we'll take those points from those 4 races and we'll put the points in. We'll know who's won and lost on those games. They'll need to play the total of 5 games before they have a chance to play state game. The top 2 teams that will compete in state have the option to either come to state. So like in fall is in UConn, you guys will have the chance to bring those students if they can, feasibility wise. I know it may not be a possibility. And that's where the two top teams we've discussed will have to talk to each other and say, yeah, we want to come to state and we'll compete there. And it's just that best of 4 games that they'll play their rounds and then they can leave. Or if that's not feasible for them, they can still do that virtually. They can play the state game virtually and see if they win or lose. But we would like them, if they would like to come and have the experience of actually sitting at the stage, sitting there and competing and getting to actually do the lands together right there, would be great. But we understand sometimes getting a bus that accommodates maybe a wheelchair or something like that may be harder to get at times. So this is, again, our group. It's eBay. And so I think from, as far as looking at this and what we're trying to do, again, Mike did a fantastic job. He actually is the one that came up with the name, which he told it to me. He goes, you can come up with whatever. I was like, this is awesome. Like, let's stick with it. Meaning together. So it's a Choctaw word, meaning together. And I think it's an awesome opportunity for our SPED students in schools. Questions? I think that's everything. Man, we were right there, weren't we? But if you guys have any questions later on, you guys can contact me. Like I said, I go by Jimmy, but I'm James on everything else. So that's why I try to tell everybody. But I appreciate you guys being here. Yes, we're actually working on trying to, and I need to talk to them again about putting an email for me and stuff up there to where they can contact me and we can work out all that and stuff. I did notice today in FinWorks, there's already a section to where they can click on there and sign up and stuff. So that's going to be, they'll probably link, I'm assuming, my information through that as well. But yes, absolutely, we need to make sure. I believe so. They're trying to do everything in the FinWorks, so having that in there, then, like for me, I'm going to put my SPED coach, I'm going to put his in there as well, so he can actually do all of that side of things. But I will be sure to get my information out there. Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got kids 8 to 17. If anybody from each school, we can get 36 or 38 kids people who fall in some category. And that's been a learning process for us as well, because there's, just like you said, you're going to have different coaching methods and stuff, and you really have to learn each student on an individual scale to see how much. I need to find out more information as far as their whole thing is they yes, to be able to help them. You're there at OKSE? I need to get more information. I think they're in Oklahoma City. Sure. Awesome. I'll do that because that'd be somebody I would like to get in touch with. My wife told me that you work for that. That's what you specialize in. So
Understand.
one trying to get all of it. So right now we
I want to show the whole thing.
our team can't really do it right.
Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. When do you think we should start? I know.
They might give them a couple minutes. Just I know there's some that are probably coming from over here. Is that where y'all are coming from? Yeah. So they finished up. Yeah. Second floor. Yeah. Frames are wired differently. Frames have to be wired perfectly for this. That's right. Yeah. You know, that's one of the things where
That's right. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah. It really is. And I love your approach. Yeah, it's a straight group as well. And it's directly, yeah, it's related. Yeah, that's huge. The main focus is just like courage, positive mindset, all that stuff. It's something we need to go ahead and work on as well. So it is huge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use that idea. It's very, very good. If they create, yeah. I don't I feel more willing to operate more obligated. Yeah. But yes, thank you again. Thank you, Jenny, right? Yep. Appreciate that. Nice to meet you. Nice to Jackson. I was also a student for Rivals. Yeah, he worked with some of my guys. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know some people might be coming over from the other building, so we'll wait like 5 minutes and then we'll get started.
Part of that Rivals team. All my Rivals team left too, except for one. Something that's tough about the really is they age out.
You have really good years, then you drop off for a couple years, and you have really good years, and you drop off.
We're going to see what I do this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
I think oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
Exactly. Yeah. You need to have it. The first year. Yeah, I'm curious if he's on my list. He's in my class, so like, oh yeah. That's where you go to. Yeah, it sounds really good. Yeah, we'll end back up here. I think so.
Okay, I think we can get started because I will be ending on time. I don't believe in going over time. So if anybody else joins us, that'll be great. In this session, I have two goals. The first one is to talk to you about how you could potentially get some funding for your program. That's probably why all of you are here. I also want to talk to you, though, about some of the research that we've been doing about esports in K-12 schools over the last couple of years. Those are my two goals for the next 30 minutes or so. I introduced myself earlier, but so did a lot of people. So if you don't remember, my name's Paige Littlefield. I'm from the University of Oklahoma. I work at an educational nonprofit called the K-20 Center. The K-20 Center travels, people that work there travel the state and do professional learning and facilitate grants and instructional coaching and all kinds of things all around the state. One of those grants is called the Oklahoma Educational Technology Trust. That's the grant that I work on, and that's the grant that is allowed to fund esports. We talked a little bit about what K-20 is. Something that's important to take away is that we at K-20 we travel the whole state. That's really important because it allows us to see all kinds of programs in place. I have worked in large 6A schools all the way down to the tiniest rural schools, and we get to learn so much from just seeing that gamut of programs. The trust, OETT is what I'll call it from here on out, has been doing these technology integration grants since about 2003. If anyone remembers, you'll date yourself if you do, but if you remember Southwestern Bell, there was a rate dispute. We're not supposed to say lawsuit. We're supposed to say rate dispute between the state of Oklahoma and Southwestern Bell. And there was a settlement that was $30 million. So the attorney general at the time, Drew Edmondson, instead of paying $3 to every customer, decided to invest this money in a trust that could be used for technology in schools. And so that happened, I think, in 2000. The first year of OETT grants was 2003. Since then, we've funded grants in over 450 schools. You can kind of see here how many students and teachers that we've worked with over the years. And every year, the program just functions off the interest. So that initial settlement, $30 million, is still intact. It's been invested really wisely over the years. So now it's more like $50 million. And so OETT could, in theory, go on forever, which is what we want because technology is always changing and evolving. So that's where the money would come from. So I want to talk for just a little bit about what that could look like for your school. So here's what an OETT grant year looks like. It's 1 year. The trust usually, it depends on how well the market did that year, but they do usually fund 21 schools. They almost always fund at least 18, but every year that I've worked there, which is 5 years now, they fund 21 schools. In the past, I don't know, however many, like 15 or 20 years, they've given $40,000 per school. They are looking for the next grant cycle to increase that to $50,000. That's the cycle you guys would be applying for. So that would be really exciting. And then also along with that, your school gets a year of professional development. Now, some people will say, like, if we're getting an esports grant, like, what does professional development look like? But I like to tell people that this professional development is like a little bit of a carrot you can dangle in front of your principal to get them to apply for the grant, because you do have to have their support and buy-in. They have to be involved in this process. We really don't believe that a grant can be successful without the leadership piece. But they get to leverage this professional development however they want. And that's so important right now because PD, especially if you're in a rural community, is so expensive and hard to come by. So having a whole year's worth of PD, we would do some PD around esports. A lot of times I'll go and talk, if your staff isn't bought into why esports is important, I'll go out and talk to them about that. Or we could talk about how to advocate for esports in your community. I'll talk about that here in just a little bit, actually. But other than that, that professional development could look however your principal wants. So maybe they really need like some ACT strategies or some technology integration PD. There's so much they could do with that. And so that's like another little nugget you can give them to try to get them involved. What a really important takeaway, we've been funding esports grants. The first one was in 2021 at John Rex Charter School in Oklahoma City. Since then, OETT has funded 16 esports grants. So that means they've invested about $640,000 in Oklahoma esports, which we are hoping that will just continue to grow. Here's what the grant timeline looks like. And I'm also like, here's what you have to do. So the first thing that has to happen is that your principal, if your grant is going to be for a specific building in your district, like for your middle school or your high school, your principal has to come to leadership. When I say that, I mean there we have a 2-day leadership seminar at the K-20 Center. So principals and superintendents come to that, and that makes your school eligible to write an OETT grant. No, I know this is the like first stumbling block because sometimes it's very hard to be out of the school building, especially if you're in a district that doesn't have very many administrators. No principal has ever said that it's not worth it, though. It's a really good learning opportunity for them and a networking opportunity to meet other principals and superintendents from around the state. And then they can not only write the grant, but there's a lot of support available at the K-20 Center for writing a successful grant. So that's the first thing that has to happen. And if you're hoping that they'll write for the next grant cycle, they would need to come in September. So there's 2 leadership seminars in September. They could come September 16th and 17th, or they could come September 30th and October 1st. And then the grant applications open in November. There's not another leader, and then they're due in February, and there's not another leadership session until March. And so if you waited until that March date, you'll be putting yourself out a year, which is fine if that's what works for your school. But if you're wanting for the next available cycle, this is what would need to happen. They would need to come to one of these September dates. The grants undergo a blind review. There are blind reviewers that are from the K-20 Center, and there's also external blind reviewers. Someone was asking me earlier today if they're based on need or anything like that. It's just, nope, it's just the score of the grants. And then the grant funds are issued in, like, if you were successful this year, you would get your grant money next June or July, and your professional development would start in August. So that's a little bit what the timeline looks like. The biggest takeaway from this slide is that you've got to get your principal, if it's a building grant, or your superintendent, if they're wanting to write a district grant, has got to come to this leadership seminar. And if you need me to help convince them, just come over to the table and I'll give you some literature and I'll give you my card. And I'm happy to talk to them. Do you have a question? Right now, it has to be the head principal. Yes. Okay. Other questions? But yes. They will register. Yes. There's a link on the K20 website. If you want to take my card and email me and ask, I'll send it directly to you or directly to them. And there's spots open still, so they could register for this September date if they wanted to. Mm-hmm. Other questions about the grant process? Yes. Right. Yeah. Well, when your principal comes to leadership, they'll give them a lot of information about that. Okay. So everybody that writes a grant writes goals into their grant. We'll talk that at the leadership seminar about what those grant goals would look like. They talk about a lot of things about being a principal those days, but this is certainly one of them. Also, when your principal is at leadership, they'll talk to them about doing what we call a tech demo day. And that is when they register for a time to bring their team. So ideally that would be you, right? And whoever else might be involved in the grant writing process up to come to our tech demo room and look at some different kinds of technology and decide what they want to put into the grant. And you can ask us questions about things that we've seen that are successful. We'll meet with you and plan for your grant. So doing that also, people who come to tech demo are more likely to get their grants as well. Also, the director of leadership, her name is Sharon Dean. She does office hours. And so whoever's writing the grant, the principal or superintendent, can do office hours with Sharon, and she'll look at the grant and give feedback. There's a lot of support that's available because we want to be giving this money away. Right. And there's the rubric. They'll see the rubric. So just like you would give a student a rubric, you get a rubric to go with the grant as well. The best, most successful grants, I will say, are the ones that put a lot of emphasis on the ways that the technology will impact students. And for esports, I feel like that's an easy thing to do, right? Okay. Yes. No, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a technology grant. And so there has to be student facing technology, basically, that's purchased with the grant money. There are some allowable and non allowable expenses. For esports, what I kind of run into is that you can't buy furniture. So, like, you can't buy chairs. Right, no gaming chairs. That I've tried to convince them, maybe one day I will, that that's really important. But as of right now, it's for technology. So that really is the big limitation. If you're successful in the grant, sometimes people write things into their grant that aren't allowable. That doesn't keep you from getting a grant. We would just, if your grant was successful, sit down with you afterwards and say, you have these expenses that aren't allowable. Like, what else could we use this money for? So that's what that would look like. Uh-huh. The next piece I want to talk about, like, just a little bit, the K20 Center is also a research institution. And I don't need to convince anyone in here why esports is important or why it's beneficial for students. But odds are everyone in here has had to do that at some point, right? Like, convince someone why this program is worthwhile. And so when we started giving esports grants and traveling to these schools and seeing how successful their programs were, we started hearing all these stories about the ways that esports was impacting students. And since we work at a research institution, we were like, we probably need to start like putting these together, right? Because sometimes like the people that are in the decision making position to make the decisions and spend the money and hold the purse strings don't necessarily understand why we would play video games at school. So for the last few years, we've been doing some research. And so I want to talk to you about that and give you some talking points, maybe, that if you needed to talk to someone in your district or in your community about why esports is important and why it's a good thing, you might feel more equipped to do that, knowing it's based on some actual data that we've gathered at OU. So, we've done 2 official research projects and presented them at a conference called the American Educational Research Association. If you're not familiar with that, that's fine. Your principal or superintendent is probably familiar with it. So the first phase we presented in 2025. And the question that we were asking in that first phase of research was what our esports coaches and also principals were seeing that they felt like was happening in their schools that had these programs. We kind of felt like we knew what they were going to say. Students are more engaged. They feel like they have a place to belong, et cetera, et cetera. But we really wanted to document those things. So that's what we did that first year. We just talked to esports coaches and principals that we had worked with over the last few years. The next phase of that we actually just presented in April this year, 2026. And the question we asked this time was, like, based on this information about what's happening, how are students and parents and their families experiencing those events that are associated with having a school esports program? So what are parents seeing? What are students experiencing? So we talked about that this year. And then the next phase of that we're actually working on right now, and we want to connect those things that are happening in these schools that have esports to measurable outcomes, specifically attendance and grades. So we've gathered all this qualitative data, and I'm going to give you access to that here in just a little bit so you can read it or you can share it with anybody that you want. And the next phase is the quantitative data. What are these like measurable outcomes that you could share with someone? Like, look, people who engage in esports, their grades are higher, or they come to school more often. That's what we think we'll see, but we won't know till we do the research. The qualitative data says that that's true. So I feel like based on all the research we've done so far, there are really 5 key takeaways, and those came out of the research, but there are also things that we see in schools all the time, and these won't be surprising for you because you're in it. But there might be things that you will want to say to someone who doesn't already understand how esports benefits students. So I just want to talk through those. I'm going to give you these slides. You can take any pictures you want, but I'm going to give you the slides. So everybody, not just you, but everybody. I believe in sharing slides. So I'll give you the slides and the research at the end. So there's 5 things I want to just talk through them really quickly. So the first thing is that belonging comes first. Before anything else happens, students feel belonging. And so whenever I started talking to coaches and parents, but students especially, I expected to hear that they like playing video games at school. And I did hear that, but that's not the first thing they said. Most of the time, the first thing they said was, I have friends now. Or someone talked about like sitting together at lunch. Like, now I have a place to sit at lunch. Before I felt like an outcast, and now I have found my people. That sense of belonging is the first thing that happens. And parents highlighted that as well. Like, my student isn't a traditional athlete, but now they have this success at school and they found this community. So that is the very first thing that people talk about. And educators, obviously, you guys have talked about it today, observe that happening as well. The second thing, okay, there we go. After belonging, then comes engagement. So once students feel like they have a place, then that's when the teachers and coaches start seeing changes in their attendance, their behavior, their confidence, and in their motivation. So attendance improves because they have a reason to come to school. If they don't come to school, they can't do esports. They become more invested in their grades through eligibility. They have to be eligible in order to compete. And then we kind of have a shift from a compliance mindset about school to an investment mindset. And this is where we really want to do this quantitative study about attendance and grades, because the stories are so consistent that we're hearing from coaches all over the state that that's why we want to study those measurable outcomes and see if we can connect those 2 things. The next piece is that esports creates future-ready pathways. Students often come to esports because they love gaming, but then they stay because they start to be able to imagine a future for themselves that they didn't see before. They have exposure to careers and pathways, and they see things possible for their future that they didn't see. Parents have talked about how students will come home talking about all the things you guys have talked about today, broadcasting, media, and IT. And they also develop what we used to call soft skills, but I think we're supposed to call durable skills now, like communication and leadership and collaboration. Esports is so problem solving you've talked about today. Esports is so good for all those things. They develop those things and they start to show up in other areas of their life. And no one is surprised by any of this. But now you can tell people that it's coming up in actual research. The next thing that emerged out of the research was that the success of an esports program depends on the support that you have. Now, you all know that, but launching a program isn't necessarily the challenging thing. What's really hard is sustaining a program. Computers wear out and technology changes and infrastructure needs upgrades. And that's all really expensive. And also, so much of what you're doing depends on your labor or the labor of other people at your school. If you're being paid, it's not enough. I already know. The programs that are the most successful are the ones that are so supported by the staff at their school, the families in their communities, and the administrators in their districts. So you can tell them that too. And then the last thing is that coaches matter more than computers. Like, we didn't hear people talking about how fancy their technology was. Like, that's nice. And OTT is happy to be able to provide that to schools who get grants. But really, people talk about the connections they make with adults who believe in them. They stay after school so that they can have more time to practice, or that has really given them a place to finally feel like they belong. So when you're talking to people in your community about esports, these are some talking points you can use, and hopefully that will convince them, if not to like invest money they already have, to come to leadership and see if you can get an OTT grant to invest that money in your esports program. We think we love it. We love doing esports grants. We hope to work with all of you. So here, if you scan this QR code, it'll take you to a Google folder, and it has the research briefs from each of the projects that we've done. The proposal for the quantitative one, we haven't done the research yet, so I'll add that when it exists. It doesn't exist yet. And the 2 times we presented, I put the slideshows in there. When we presented at the conferences, I put the slideshows in there. You could feel free to use them, show them to people. And also these slides from today are in that folder as well. Okay, we went through that. What questions do you have for me about the grant process, about any of the research that we've done? I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Yes. It has to be spent in the grant year. It doesn't necessarily have to all be spent up front, like by the end of the fiscal year or anything like that. But at the end of the grant year, our grant administrator will ask for what's called an OKSE report. Principals are familiar with OKSE reports, and it will have to show that you spent the $40,000. So there's that. Yes. That is so interesting. I would have to ask someone who's more familiar with the bylaws of the grant. We've worked with public schools, charter schools, and career techs. Mm-hmm. That's so interesting. Sure. Yeah, it's hard. Okay. So as long as you were for profit, they probably won't. But if you're going to become a nonprofit, I think that would be a conversation I could have with them. I'm just not sure what the bylaws say, but I'd be willing to look into it. Definitely come pick up one of my cards. What other questions about anything I talked about? Okay. I'm going to stay over at the table for another few minutes. So come over there and get some information about leadership. Come pick up one of my cards. I have some information about other things we do at the K20 Center. Feel free to reach out. We'd love to work with you. That's it. Oh my gosh, stop. I'm going to have to do that. Thank you.
Do you have another trash can you want to use? Oh yeah, they're all around. Just use them all. Okay.
Mute button right there.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Tess, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
I hit that earlier.
It was you.
Well, I had to unmute it from that little thing earlier. So
My bad.
My bad.
I needed a microphone.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, there we
it
go.
was a combo fault.
So I was just if y'all want me to do it, I don't care. But I was just going to go through and read the nominations for each one as they happen, like who nominated them and what they had to say. And then when they come up here, if they have something they want to say, they're welcome to. That's fine. Otherwise,
I'm gonna pull the I'm new here. I think you did a fantastic job already.
I hope people stick around. We may be eating pizza tomorrow. So,
Pizza's here.
Pizza's here. How was it today?
I mean, I got a lot of work done. Talked to some folks. So, yeah, man.
Just so everybody knows, there is pizza over here and over there on the other side. There are some drinks and other snacks. So help yourselves, and we'll do here the ceremony here in just a little bit. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the ceremony. You guys, obviously, if you keep eating and there's so much pizza left over, I think he said there was enough pizza to feed 125, and because we didn't know how many were coming, and so feel free to keep on eating even after we're done going through this. Um, well, so Oklahoma Esports Coaches Association was founded in 2022 by Brian Morris and myself, and we still remain the trustees of this organization. And the main mission is to highlight outstanding coaches and players and community partners and collegiate partners for the work that they do for esports across the state of Oklahoma. And we're excited to add more people to our amazing inducted class. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go one at a time. I'm going to read the nominations, and so that you can hear what was said about the individual or group. And then when you come up here, if you want to say anything, feel free to share anything that you want to share if you so choose. If you don't, that's fine too. And then we also have a backdrop here if you want to do any photos or anything with your coaches or with your family or anybody else. So we'll do first up, nominated by Brian Morris, the nominee Bryce Jellison, Canute High School. Brian says, it is rare to see a student athlete redefine a program within their first 2 years, but Bryce Jellison has done exactly that. A true phenom in every sense of the word, Bryce has combined historic on-track performance with an unparalleled commitment to the growth and sustainability of the OKSE iRacing community. He is not just a champion, he is the blueprint for the modern esports trailblazer. Bryce's resume on the virtual track is nothing short of legendary. In a remarkably short tenure, he has shattered records and established a gold standard for versatility in racing. Fall 2025 secured the NASCAR State Championship and qualified for the Dirt Championship, proving his prowess across different surfaces. Spring 2026 made history as the league's first ever back-to-back NASCAR State Champion. Dual-type pioneer, Bryce became the first dual-type iRacing State Champion, simultaneously conquering both the F1 and NASCAR circuits, a feat of technical skill and adaptability that remains unmatched in the league. While his trophy case is impressive, Bryce's impact off the track is what truly cements his Hall of Fame legacy. Recognizing the financial hurdles facing the league, Bryce took the initiative to secure a $1,500 sponsorship, directly ensuring the continued viability and expansion of iRacing within OKSE. Furthermore, Bryce embodies the spirit of lifting as you climb. Despite being the man to beat, he is frequently found coaching peers, providing technical advice and telemetry breakdowns to rivals and teammates alike. Mentorship, actively working to elevate the overall level of competition within the league. Academic excellence, maintaining exceptional grades, proving that elite level gaming and academic discipline go hand in hand. This is why it is with great pride I nominate Bryce Jellison for the Hall of Fame. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
You said it's okay if I say something.
Go for it.
Well, I do appreciate this award, really and truthfully, and I cannot thank my family and Brian Morris here, and my friend Jake Miles, and a lot of my other friends that have gone with me along this way. I didn't know this was a touchscreen, but but I put a lot of time and a lot of effort into what I do, and I try my best to make sure that everybody else goes first on the track and off the track, honestly. And again, thank you to Mr. Morris for coaching me along the way and just allowing me to even have the equipment to race with. It's just a blessing. And I can only thank a couple people, which is my Morris and family in the Lord. So thank you, everybody.
next one here. Is Matthew Straight in here? Okay, there you are. So Matthew Straight nominated T-Town Esports as a community partner. T-Town, also known as Contenders, has been a great community partner for the past several years, both to OKSE and Bixby Esports. They have hosted many times for OKSE events for free and work to continue that partnership. Not to mention the free game night they are hosting here for the Coaches Clinic, which is right after the Hall of Fame here, starting at 7 o'clock. They have been integral to the start and continued growth of Bixby Esports, letting us use their space when we first started, letting Bixby and OKSE borrow PCs for state last year, and a partnership which has seen 10 plus Bixby Esports players working and coaching at Contenders. So T-Town Esports, congratulations. It was.
We appreciate it, guys. We try to do anything we can for the community, for the high schoolers all across Tulsa. Anything we can do to help, we're here for it. So if you need help with anything at all when it comes to a place to, if your internet goes out, power goes out of your high schools, give us a call. We're always open. That's what we're about community. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Of course, here's the one I nominate, or one of the ones I nominated, and I'm going to try not to get emotional. So I nominated Parker Hinkle with Laverne. And I said on the nomination, Parker has competed in Smash Bros, Mario Kart, Overwatch, Apex, and Marvel Rivals. He has filled in for a no-show as a sub in Fortnite Elimination Race and Fortnite Zone Wars as well. He has been running the Laverne Esports broadcasting all 4 years of high school. He was one of our students at the K20 ILI conference on a student leadership panel answering questions, and also ran an elementary Mario Kart tournament there. When we have competed at Northwestern Oklahoma State University, he's usually there helping shoutcast and do the broadcast. He has been involved in the OKSE State Championship broadcasting every single year. Parker has done broadcasting for OKSE events at Northwestern, Southwestern, UCO, Metro Tech, and even this past spring helped at ECU. He was my right-hand man with me running middle school state at Laverne last fall, helping with logins, troubleshooting, running the stream, and hospitality. In a 3-day period, we worked morning till night 2 of those days between hosting middle school state and going to fall state with no team, just so that he could do the shoutcasting and stream the entire day. He never complains and wants to be an esports coach for a school someday. Sorry. He's going to Indiana Tech on an esports scholarship for broadcasting. He's already been doing Valorant shoutcasting with them, including all the way to the NECC National Finals. Parker would help teammates make them highlight videos for the broadcasts. Parker in competing never won a gold medal, never won a championship. Even though he made it to the semifinals a few times. The ultimate compliment I can hope to offer him to thank him for his contributions to not only Laverne, but to this entire league is to nominate him to become forever part of the Oklahoma Esports Hall of Fame.
I mean, as you said, this is more than just any award for me. I never won anything throughout my 4 years, but I don't think medals or anything matter at all. I care more about the people I've met, the connections I made, not only with students, but coaches like Mr. Shipley, and I met Brian plenty of times. I started shoutcasting just because they asked. No one wanted to do it, and I'm happy I stepped up. And I'm hoping these next 2 years it doesn't go away without me, and I hope it stays strong.
I should have saved that one for last. That was rough. Thanks for hanging with me, guys. And that's the thing, man. That I love about OKSE is, man, we're just a bunch of people that care about students. And whatever we can do to help provide opportunities is well worth it. All right. I don't think I'll get as emotional about this one. I nominated Matt Straight here at Bixby. Matt has grown immensely since first coming into OKSE and becoming an exec. He has been willing and able to do a lot of tasks for OKSE, including hosting OKSE events with a full broadcasting team, handling all legal S setup and issues, and leading the Bison division I don't know if Matt has even missed an executive board meeting, and always tries to make himself available for all OKSE related meetings. He always tries to help find ways and contribute to make OKSE better.
Thank you. It's an honor to be presented with this amongst the amount of coaches that have gotten this. Just like he said, this is a team comprised of just a bunch of coaches who care about kids, who want to see them do better. When I started at Bixby 4 years ago, I was just a math teacher, and I saw that there was a need. And I didn't know anything about esports at all. And I was starting to talk to T-Town, that was Contenders at that point, that starting a program. But again, I didn't know anything. We just had a Smash program, and I went to, I think it was Altus that year. It was that chaos of a state, but it was the energy there, and I knew then I wanted to be a part of OKSE and help as much as I can. And I remember that summer, I specifically made sure I came up to Brian or Mike and said, hey, I want to help this, do as much as I can, and volunteered myself to this position. And over the past couple of years, we've grown a lot. And I love to see the growth. And it's really, it's an honor to be with this team. Because really Oklahoma is very unique in the amount of support we have, and the amount of coaches who are here just to do anything. So I thank you for it.
I promise I didn't rig all of this, because here's another one that I nominated. Next up is Joshua Riesenberg with OU. I put, he has given his time to help present at OKSE coaches clinics. He has volunteered his time and vehicle to drive all the way to Laverne and also to Hugo. I'm not even sure where else, just to do multi-school trainings at sites. He has done numerous VOD reviews and trainings online with schools. I wanted to recognize his time and energy invested into K-12 esports. Joshua Thumper Riesenberg.
Sure. Thank you. As everyone in this room knows, this can be kind of thankless sometimes. So when it's not, it's actually really impactful. And so thank you so much for that. I've been in the state for 13 years, and I've been in esports for 8. And it feels like at least, it's taken 8 years to get OU to leave the starting block. And so thank you so much for this, but I'm really looking forward to more VOD reviews, and hopefully not quite as far as Laverne, but I'll drive anywhere. And look out for OU to have a lot more involvement in K-12 and events as well in the future, because we finally got them out of the starting block. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to specifically shout out him and why he deserves this award. We have a bunch of college coaches who are great about stepping up. Today, I mean, this happened today where we were at the Hero Shooter session, and he ended up helping a lot with that. And that's just the kind of person he is. He's here to jump in. So yeah, we really appreciate him.
All right, so next up, Grayson Dean nominated Amanda Dollarhide, Crosby Park Elementary. For many years, Amanda has supported and encouraged students of all ages to believe in themselves and their abilities. She has led Crosby Park to several championships over the last few years and made sure to treat every match as a win, even if the team lost. She's also assisted other coaches by helping them learn how to set up games, join lobbies, and more. She's an excellent mentor and puts her whole being into everything she does, and is the perfect example of what good sportsmanship looks like. Amanda Dollarhide. That's a charity.
Oh my gosh.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Just thank you for thinking of me and for being there to help me when I needed it all the time, specifically over there. Because a lot of what I do, I couldn't have done without you beside me and dealing with all of the chaos gremlins. So I appreciate it. I remember 4 years ago when I got the email from my principal saying, hey, they're thinking about starting elementary esports and we need a coach. Does anyone want to volunteer? And I replied immediately in all caps, me, pick me. And I'm so glad I did, because it's been a great adventure and the kids are great and there's no better kids than the esports kids. So thank you.
Next up, Caleb Murray, Elk City, nominated his player Quinn Brewer. Quinn was a 4-year starter for me in both Rocket League and Smash Bros. In Smash Bros, he finished top 10 freshman year, 5th sophomore year, 4th junior year, and runner-up this year. He was also part of our state champion duels team, Smash Bros duels team this semester. Quinn excelled at Rocket League. He was our best player for 4 years and has been on state champion or runner-up teams in both doubles and trios every year. He was the MVP once again this year in our state championship over Heritage Hall. Quinn has not decided if he wants to go play tennis or esports at SWASU. He is our most decorated player in our program's history, no doubt. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. James Owasso's esports coach nominated his Valorant team 2023 to 2026. So puts 2023 to 24 OESL state champions, 2024 to 2025 OESL second place, 2024-25 OKSE second place, 2025 League West National Champions, 2025-26 OESL second place, 2025-26 OKSE State Champions, 2026 Spring Play versus Central Region semifinals. Congratulations. Anybody want to say anything?
Of course, I'll take it back. All right. It's been a very long journey with most of these guys, anywhere from 2 to 4 years. Most of them have some sort of college scholarship. 3 of them are going to RSU next year, and then one's going off to a Missouri school. If anybody needs a junior, I'm selling him off. He's a immortal, but with a 4.0. But this has been literally the one team I rarely had to deal with as far as any sort of issues or whatnot. They self-contained most of it and figured out how to deal with it, the issues within. And I was just there for the ride for the most part. So I'm very appreciative of them.
And then Luke McGuire nominated Josh English, said that he's always willing to do everything to help us out. Anytime we need him, he's always there for us. He came from an engineering background, and he always has a different way of thinking and different insights that maybe we didn't ever think about. And I know from an OKSE executive board, he's been amazing help to us, and he's taken on the treasurer role. And I know that they're dealing with money and going to check the post office all the time for checks and all the work that he's done with us. And he also provides those same insights and different viewpoints that maybe we have not even thought about. So just very appreciative and glad that somebody nominated Josh English.
Very honored. Thank you very much. As like Mike was just saying, this wasn't on my bingo card in my life. I was a happy engineer, had a desk job and a computer, and the Lord saw it fit that I get to do something different with my life. And I got to become the engineering and technology teacher that had all the computers. You all know where this is going? And someone at Cache Public School said, "Hey, you got computers. You're the new esports coach." And I said, "Okay, well, video games can't be that bad." And Brian invited me to one of the state championships at SWASU, and I went, "This is like for reals. Like you guys got something going on." And so the next year we got going and had a success right off of the bat. It seemed like it was me doing everything, and I say I do. These kids can't get there without me driving the Suburban. None of them had their licenses, so that first state championship is really by me. But no, in all seriously, I'm really grateful about this. And like I said, as teachers and educators and coaches, I think we all have one goal, and that's to invest in our future. I firmly believe that people last forever. And so that when we pour into them, we're pouring a little bit of ourselves into them and demonstrating to them how to live a good life and honor God. So appreciate you guys.
All right, so I guess that wraps us up. Again, lots of pizza, lots of sodas. Feel free to have some more and visit and all that. And then at 7 o'clock, I don't even know what time it is, but okay. So at 7 o'clock, we're going to T-Town Esports for a game night. Everybody's welcome to come, have some fun, and play some games. All right. Oh yeah. Can we get everybody that was inducted into the Hall of Fame in front of the backdrop so we can get a picture of everybody? You got that picture?
Let's
Yeah, please take a whole pizza. There's like 20 plus pizzas at least.
Pick up
So-
your trash and take a pizza box.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not kidding about taking a pizza. Take a pizza, please.
Hayden's taking 4.
Yeah, hey, I either take them or we throw them away. So I'm just saying. All right, guys, I'm gonna shut this down in the next couple minutes so we can go play some video games. Remember, T-Town, it's just 10 minutes away. Please come out. Even if you're not gonna play some video games, come hang out. I'm bringing the whatever's left on the pizza.
Yeah, I think the canoe guys.
Oh, sick! Awesome.